He spent his entire life as a loyal dog, a weapon without a will, only to be betrayed and slaughtered by the very master he served. But death was not the end. Reborn into the most powerful family on the continent, Rayon Sieghart was branded a failure from birth, cursed with ice in his veins and destined to die young. The nobles laughed at him, his grandfather discarded him, and the world wrote him off as a sickly, useless child. But what they didn't know was that inside this fragile body, the soul of the world's greatest assassin was wide awake. While they slept, he trained. While they mocked, he sharpened his blade. And when he finally touched the sword of judgment, he showed them that a single spark could burn down their entire world. He isn't here to be a hero. He is here to survive, to dominate, and to hunt down the man who killed him. To understand how the revenge begins, we have to go back to the night he died. Betrayed by the very master he served his whole life, the world's greatest assassin gets a second chance, reincarnated into the strongest house on the continent with only one goal: pure, cold revenge. The night is quiet, the moon peeking through the clouds, but for a lifelong assassin, the wind whispers a warning that things are about to go south. Our boy Rayon stands in the shadows, his hood up, having just completed another mission for the man he calls master. His eyes are sharp and focused, but there's a flicker of something deeper, a realization that he's been a pawn for far too long. He bows before Lord Darius, thanking him with a voice that betrays no emotion, even though the moon hangs high like a witness to his fate. Darius Robert looks down at him, his long hair shimmering in the light, wearing the face of a saint while hiding the heart of a demon. But tonight is different. Tonight, Rayon knows that this man is the one destined to kill him. Darius praises him, saying Rayon has proven himself worthy of leading the shadows, and that the house is thriving thanks to his bloody work. Rayon keeps his head low, playing the part of the faithful dog, claiming he only did what was necessary. But then Darius's tone shifts, a chilling curiosity creeping into his voice as he looks at his top assassin. He asks Rayon a terrifying question. Do you think a shadow actually needs something like freedom? Rayon gives the perfect, brainwashed answer, saying shadows only exist to follow orders, without need for thoughts or a heart. Darius smiles, but it's not a kind one. He knows Rayon is lying, and the tension in the air is thick enough to cut. Suddenly, the vibe turns deadly, as Darius demands to know why Rayon started acting on his own. The pressure is immense. Darius wants to know exactly how Rayon managed to break free from the mental chains of his indoctrination. Rayon's heart sinks. He's stunned and sweating, wondering how his master could have possibly noticed his inner change. This indoctrination isn't just training. It's a deep, dark brainwashing meant to turn humans into mindless tools. House Robert is twisted. They kidnap or buy young children, stripping them of their humanity. The visual is heartbreaking. A terrified little girl being sold for a few coins while the men in the background smile. They turn these kids into assassins who spend their entire lives doing the dirty work that the noble house won't touch. They aren't treated like people, they're raised to be faithful dogs that will die on command. Rayon was one of them, but during a mission, he found a legendary technique that let him shatter those mental chains. He finally looks Darius in the eye and asks the million-dollar question, "How did you find out?" Darius explains that there are actually two collars binding the shadows. Rayon only broke the first one. With a cold, casual snap of his fingers, Darius activates the second failsafe. Rayon is immediately doubled over in agony, a dark, surging energy ripping through his chest. His body is literally cracking under the strain, and blood starts to spill as the pain reaches an unbearable level. A gut-wrenching scream echoes through the night as his world turns into a blur of red and black. Darius stands over him like a god of death, watching Rayon writhe on the ground with zero remorse. Rayon gasps for air, feeling like a saw is tearing his very heart out of his chest. Darius smirks, revealing the rage worm, a literal parasite implanted inside Rayon that obeys his every command. It's a gruesome sight. The worm is wrapped around his heart, eating it away from the inside out. This is the ultimate sorcery, a dark magic that can even read a slave's deepest emotions and punish them for it. Rayon curses Darius through gritted teeth, calling him out for playing the saint while being the foulest man alive. Darius just calls it being careful, acknowledging that Rayon was actually impressive for breaking the first seal. He admits that while everyone wears a mask, his is just a bit thicker and more special than most. Rayon flashes back to his life as a hound, a heartless tool of House Robert who lived without any soul. But he found hope when he stumbled upon the Ring of Fire, a technique belonging to a legendary swordsman. He actually thought he could escape, that he could finally dream about being a free man. But the reality is cruel. Instead of freedom, the Reaper is here to collect his soul. As he collapses, Rayon wonders what sin he committed to deserve such a miserable existence. He refuses to accept it, he's bleeding out, but the rage inside him is burning hotter than the pain. To Darius's absolute shock, Rayon staggers back to his feet, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light. If he's going to die anyway, he's not going down without leaving a permanent scar on his tormentor. His face is a mask of pure fury as he charges, determined to take an arm or at least draw blood before the end. Letting out one last defiant roar, he lunges with everything he has left. The clash is explosive. A massive surge of energy erupts as Rayon throws his life into a single strike. For a split second, we see Darius's calm reflection in Rayon's eye, right as the blade passes by. Blood sprays into the night air as Rayon's body finally gives out, falling through the darkness. He hits the ground hard, his life force fading, but the deed is done. Darius stands still, the silence returning to the mansion grounds as he looks down at the fallen assassin. He's actually impressed. Despite being what he calls trash, Rayon broke the indoctrination and fought through the rage worm. Darius looks at his hand. Rayon actually managed to wound one of the strongest warriors on the continent. He dismisses the threat now that Rayon is dead, his cold eyes showing no sign of the mask he usually wears. He orders his other shadows to dispose of the body like it's nothing but garbage. Rayon's consciousness fades as he acknowledges that Darius was just too strong for him to beat in that life. He watches Darius walk away, the gap between their power feeling like an uncrossable ocean. He tries to tell himself it couldn't be helped, that he was just weak compared to a legend. But his soul screams in protest. He can't accept ending his life as a toy for a monster. He regrets everything. The meaningless life, the fire, the misery he endured since he was a kid. He regrets being manipulated by Darius every single second of his existence. And he regrets not being able to master that ring of fire that could have changed everything. In the darkness, he reaches out to any power that will listen, God, the devil. He doesn't care. He begs for a chance at revenge, and suddenly, a mysterious amulet on the ground begins to glow with a brilliant blue light. System windows pop up in the chaos. Rayon has been chosen by wrath, and even though his body has died, an error occurs. The scene shifts dramatically. The darkness is gone, replaced by bright flowers and a beautiful butterfly in the sun. The light is blinding, and a gentle voice calls out to sunshine. A stunning woman with blonde hair and kind red eyes is smiling down, holding a colorful toy. Reborn looks up, seeing tiny baby hands reaching out. He's confused, his past memories still vivid. He lets out a baby babble, and we see our legendary assassin has been reborn as an adorable, wide-eyed infant. The woman, Sylvia, pulls him into a warm hug, absolutely obsessed with how cute her Lil Shiny is. Rayon is struggling to process this. He's not used to affection, and he finds out this woman is his new mother. She's trying to get him to say mama, and Rayon is just staring at her, his brain still stuck in assassin mode. He realizes the truth. He's been reincarnated as this woman's baby, but he's kept every single memory of his life as a killer. At first he thought it was just a long dream, but after 100 days of sleeping and waking up in a crib, he accepts his new reality. Sylvia carries him to the window, commenting on the beautiful weather, looking like a picture-perfect noble lady. She mentions that she hopes the Lord returns soon, her eyes full of a soft longing. She wants the Lord to give her baby a beautiful, awesome name to replace the nickname she's been using. Rayon thinks it's definitely time for a real name. Being called Shiny is starting to get a bit awkward. He wonders who his new father is, noting that the man hasn't shown his face in over 100 days. Looking around the room, it's clear he's landed in a top-tier noble family. The place is dripping with gold and luxury. He figures being born rich is a huge advantage. It's the perfect foundation for what he needs to do next. Because despite the soft bed and the loving mother, his heart is still set on one thing: revenge against Darius Robert. The rage from his previous life is still smoldering inside him, but he knows he has to be patient and wait for the right moment. Since he's stuck in one room, he doesn't know where he is or how he fits into this new world yet. He decides to use this time to master the Ring of Fire properly, vowing to hold back his emotions until the day he can kill Darius. He notices the mansion is more than just high class. It's massive and flashier than anything he saw in his past life. Suddenly, a loud crash and heavy footsteps interrupt the quiet afternoon. A maid bursts into the room, gasping for breath and looking absolutely terrified as she calls out to Lady Sylvia. She announces that the Lord is on his way, and Sylvia's reaction is a mix of shock and fear. Reborn wonders if this man is his grandfather. Sylvia panics, realizing they aren't prepared for the visit, but the maid tells her it's too late. He's already at the door. The door creaks open, and an overwhelming heavy presence floods the room, making even baby Reborn sweat. A massive figure walks down the long hallway, flanked by guards, his silhouette radiating pure power. Reborn is stunned. This man exerts more pressure just by walking than most warriors do in full combat. He's wearing a brilliant red cape with gold tassels, the attire of a high-ranking commander or a king. Sylvia holds Reborn tight, her face pale as she watches the man approach. Reborn realizes he knows exactly who this is. It's someone famous, even in his previous life. Sylvia nervously greets the man as father, confirming the family connection. The man's voice is deep and gravelly as he looks down at the bundle in Sylvia's arms, asking if this is the child. Reborn recognizes the features: golden hair like the sun, eyes like fire, and an expression colder than an iceberg. This is Glenn Zeehart, the destructive king of the north and the master of the greatest house on the continent. Glenn hums thoughtfully, his sharp eyes scanning the baby, and for a second, the air seems to freeze. Reborn stares back, realizing just how insane his luck is. He's been reborn into a power that can actually rival House Robert. He's officially part of the strongest house in the world, and the path to his revenge has just opened wide. Sylvia tentatively asks if he'd like to hold the baby, while Glenn reflects on the boy's nasty fate. Glenn declares that from today the boy's name will be Reborn, but he tells him to live quietly, like a shadow that isn't even there. Reborn is shocked. By sheer coincidence, he's regained his old name, but this time it comes with a new family. Without another word, Glenn turns his back and walks away, leaving Sylvia standing in the middle of the room. The name Reborn hangs in the air, a new beginning for the reincarnated assassin. Late at night, while everyone is asleep, baby Reborn is wide awake in his crib, ready to get to work. He's frustrated with being a helpless baby for 100 days, but now that he has some privacy, he has a chance to train. He recalls how Sylvia was always by his side, making it impossible to control his mana or do anything suspicious. He takes a deep breath, focusing his mind as he prepares to start his true cultivation. He visualizes the ring of fire, imagining his adult self condensing the flames of his soul. Most techniques use breathing to pull mana from nature into the body's energy center, but the ring of fire is different. It creates a circular ring around the heart, boosting stamina, willpower, and mana affinity. It's considered the greatest cultivation technique in history, perfect for turning anyone into a top-tier warrior. The best part? Not even a genius like Darius Robert can detect if the Ring of Fire exists, making it the perfect secret weapon. Reborn plans to use this technique to master the Zeidhart's legendary swordsmanship and make it his own. With this power, his revenge against Darius won't be just a dream, but suddenly, he feels an intense, unnatural coldness in his mana circuits. He realizes his circuits are blocked in 9 different areas, a terminal condition that will kill him as the cold spreads. He decides to use the Ring of Fire to break through the blockages, but he's clever. He wants to combine the coldness with his fire to make it even stronger. The night passes quietly outside, while a life-and-death battle happens inside the tiny baby's body. Progress is slow but steady, but suddenly, Reborn feels a wave of exhaustion hit him. He's surprised that just a little bit of cultivation has completely drained his tiny baby body. His vision blurs as he realizes he can't stay awake any longer, his strength totally spent. As he drifts off, he doesn't notice Glenn Zeehart standing silently over his crib, watching him in the moonlight. A gloved hand reaches out toward the sleeping baby before the scene fades to black. Morning comes, the sun shining brightly through the window as the birds begin to chirp. Reborn is back to his baby act, crawling across the carpet and babbling while trying to hide his true maturity. Sylvia is cheering him on, dangling a toy and encouraging her cute son to crawl just a little bit more. Reborn's inner monologue is hilarious. He's a hardened assassin forced to play house, and it's slowly killing his pride. Sylvia picks him up, showering him with love, while Rayon decides he'd actually rather endure the icy cold than this much baby talk. The door opens, and Sylvia looks up, expecting a visitor. She lights up, greeting an old man as a saint. It's a distinguished elder with long white hair and a kind face. The old man laughs, telling her to just call him Old Man instead of being so formal. Rayon is shocked. He recognizes this person as the Ragged Saint, one of the most powerful healers in the world. The saint's mastery of divine power and art is said to be at the absolute peak. He's the most famous healer on the continent, but he's a wanderer, making him almost impossible to track down. He tells Sylvia he heard she had a child and came to visit out of curiosity, asking if Rayon is the little one. He lifts Rayon up, noting that his blonde hair and red eyes make him a perfect mini version of Sylvia. He jokes that Rayon is way cuter than Glenn, but his expression shifts when he asks for the child's name. When Sylvia says Rayon, the saint's eyes sharpen. He knows the meaning behind the name Shadow. He's visibly annoyed, wondering what the hell Glenn was thinking naming a child something so dark. Rayon observes them, realizing that the rumors about the destructive king and the Ragged Saint being friends were actually true. The saint smiles warmly, telling Rayon to let his grandpa have a good look at him. He places a glowing hand on Rayon's chest, using his divine power to check the baby's health. But the smile quickly vanishes from his face, replaced by a grim, serious expression. Sylvia panics immediately, asking what's wrong, and the saint reveals that Rayon has the curse of frost inside him. He explains that Rayon's mana circuits are blocked by ice. Not only will he never be a swordsman, but he won't live a long life at this rate. Sylvia is devastated, her eyes wide with shock as she refuses to believe the horrible news. The saint offers some medicine to delay the inevitable, but a maid interrupts, saying the Lord wants to see him immediately. The maid insists that the saint must go now, as Glenn is waiting for him. The saint sighs, complaining about Glenn's terrible timing, but he knows he has to follow the summons. He tells Sylvia he'll go for now, leaving the room with the maid while Sylvia stands there, frozen in grief. Rayon is calm, now knowing the official name of his condition, but he's determined to fix it himself. He thinks that as long as he keeps building his ring of fire, the frost won't be a problem. But then he looks at Sylvia. She's trembling, her world crumbling as she holds him tight. She's crying, whispering that it has to be a lie, unable to accept that her baby is sick. She sobs, vowing that she won't lose him like this, calling the saint's words nonsense. She screams that she'll do whatever it takes to cure him, begging Rayon not to leave her and not to be sick. Rayon feels a sharp sting in his heart, not from the ice, but from the pain of seeing his mother suffer. The ghost of his past self stands over the grieving mother, watching a kind of love he never knew existed. For the first time, Rayon reaches out with his tiny hand, gently wiping away his mother's tears. Sylvia stops, looking down at her son in surprise as he tries to comfort her. He lets out a soft babble, trying to tell her that it's okay and she shouldn't cry. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from the hallway. Sylvia is storming toward Glenn's office, ignoring the maid's pleas to stop. She bursts into the room where Glenn and the saint are having tea, her eyes red from crying. Glenn looks at her with absolute disdain, calling her behavior a disgraceful bumbling. Ignoring his coldness, Sylvia drops to her knees, her voice desperate. She puts aside all her pride and begs the man she calls father for one thing. Please, save Rayon. Sylvia is on the floor, pleading for her son's life, while Glenn casually sips his tea, looking completely unmoved. She cries out that Rayon is her everything, her tears hitting the ornate carpet as she begs for mercy. Glenn closes his eyes, coldly stating that since Rayon can't be a warrior, he's useless to the house. Sylvia is horrified, asking if he doesn't care about his own grandson, but Glenn just sees him as a burden from a daughter who discarded her house. He says the only thing he'll do is give the boy the Zieghart name as a blessing, but nothing more. He orders his guards to take her away, ignoring her screams as she's dragged out of the room. Her final, desperate plea for Rayon's life echoes through the mansion, a heartbreaking sound of a mother's love. She reaches out as she's pulled away, her face a mask of pure agony. Inside the room, the saint lets out a heavy sigh, the door slamming shut as the tension remains. He calls Glenn out, saying he's just as stubborn as he's always been. The saint asks why Glenn is putting on an act when he was the one who called the healer to check on the boy in the first place. Glenn tells him to be quiet and just give him the details on the boy's condition. The saint reveals that Glenn actually used his own powerful aura to push back the frost earlier, saving the boy for now, even if a warrior's path is still unlikely. The saint asks the real question: if Glenn is going to help, why give him a name like Ryon, which means shadow? Glenn looks into his tea, his expression unreadable as he reveals a hidden truth. He says that 1,000 years ago, the name Ryon actually meant the exact opposite of shadow. The scene shifts to a sunny day at the Annex mansion, showing that time has passed. Sylvia is feeding Ryon a spoonful of a glowing elixir given by the ragged saint, warning him it might be bitter. She and the maid Helen watch nervously as baby Ryon takes the medicine. To their surprise, Ryon cheers and babbles happily after swallowing the bitter drink. Sylvia is overjoyed, convinced her son is a genius who understands her intentions and wants to get better. She hugs him tight, her heart full of hope as she sees him fighting to survive. Ryon thinks to himself that a fire attribute elixir is exactly what he needs to push back the curse of frost. He looks at his mother, acknowledging her feelings, but his mind is purely focused on the training. His only thought is a simple one: just give me more of these elixirs, please. He's ready to do whatever it takes to build his strength. 2 years pass by in a flash as Ryon continues his secret training while consuming the powerful medicine. Thanks to the elixirs, he achieves the 1-star Ring of Fire much faster than he expected. Another 2 years of persistent training go by as he grows from a toddler into a young boy. His schedule is insane. He plays the cute kid for Sylvia and Helen by day, but cultivates through every nap and late night. Finally, we see him as a 5-year-old, sitting on his bed and looking out the window with the eyes of a man. A system window pops up, announcing that he's obtained the 2nd Ring of Fire, and his stats have surged. Ryon smirks, finally seeing the fruit of his labor. He's officially a 2-star warrior in a child's body. The 2nd ring makes his fire spin in a cross shape and heightens his mana sensitivity. It's all thanks to this mysterious system. A maid knocks on the door, addressing him as young master and snapping him out of his thoughts. She's surprised he's up so early and offers to take his laundry. Ryon coolly tells her to go ahead. He watches her work, confirming that no one else can see the glowing system messages in front of him. The messages appeared right when he achieved his 1st Ring of Fire, and he's been studying them ever since. He was confused at first, but he quickly learned how to use them to his advantage. The status window gives him a clear look at his condition: 1st Ring of Fire, Curse of Frost, and poor stamina. He remembers babbling at the window as a toddler, realizing only he could see the interface. Even at 2-star, the negative statuses remain. He realizes how much harder this would have been without the fire elixirs. But it wasn't just the medicine that helped him get this far. He knows that Sylvia, Helen, and the others in the Annex played a huge part by constantly caring for him and keeping him comfortable. He tells himself there's no need to rush. He's only 5 and has plenty of time to grow. But the poor stamina is a real problem. He tires out instantly, even after barely moving. With his past experience and the best cultivation technique, he's confident those negative statuses will eventually vanish. He reminds himself that Darius Robert is a contender for the strongest in the world. Rushing would be suicide. Darius is a monster that only a handful of people on Earth could even hope to kill. Ryon decides to grow slowly and steadily, waiting for the perfect moment to end it all in one strike. Sylvia enters the room, looking elegant in a blue dress, reminding him they have to go to the main building. Ryon realizes that today is finally that day, the most important event of his young life. The continent's power is balanced by the 6 kings and 5 demons. House Zyghart, his new home, is one of those legendary 6 kings. They have a judgment ceremony to decide the fate and potential of every child born into the house. And today is Ryon's turn to stand before the house. The Zyghart main mansion is a massive, sprawling palace that reflects their status as rulers. Inside, the halls are buzzing with nobles and family members, all talking about the participants of the ceremony. Whispers spread about powerful sons of the direct line, but the gossip quickly turns to Sylvia. The nobles are shocked and disgusted that Sylvia, whom they call a failure, is actually showing up. The crowd parts as Sylvia and Ryon walk through, the air thick with judgment and mocking stares. They insult Ryon, calling him small and sick, saying it's inevitable since he inherited loser's blood. They can't believe a failure's child is allowed in the audience room, wishing they'd never have to see them again. Rayon listens to the insults, wondering if there's some family drama he doesn't know about yet. The insults get nastier, calling Sylvia shameless for even showing her face. Rayon grinds his teeth in anger, but Sylvia gently squeezes his hand, telling him it's fine. She tells him with a calm, confident smile to just watch his mother. Suddenly, a voice announces the arrival of the head of the house, and the room goes silent. Heavy, authoritative footsteps echo through the hall as the legendary leader enters. Rayon looks up, realizing it's been 5 long years since he last saw this man. The massive red cape and gold tassels reappear, radiating an even more intense pressure than before. Glenn Zeehart takes his seat on the golden throne, looking down at everyone like they're mere insects. He notes that everyone has arrived, his sharp eyes finally landing on young Rayon. With a sudden, explosive surge of energy, a massive blade slams into the center of the room. Rayon stares at the Sword of Judgment as Glenn gives the final order to start the ceremony. This is it, the moment that will change everything. The judgment ceremony officially kicks off as a massive stone blade. The Sword of Judgment slams into the ground, vibrating with ancient power. Rayon watches closely, realizing this sword isn't just for show, it's a lie detector for talent that reveals exactly how much mana a kid can handle. Glenn calls out the first name, Buren Zeehart, his voice booming through the hall as he sets the stage for the next generation. Buren steps up with all the confidence in the world, ready to prove why he's considered a top-tier genius. Rayon notes that a child's mana talent is usually set in stone by age 4, meaning this single moment decides their entire future in the house. As Buren touches the hilt, a massive surge of green energy swirls around the blade, lighting up the entire room. The crowd gasps as the blade shines bright. He's got a wind attribute and the highest quality mana, exactly what you'd expect from the son of Karun Zeehart. Glenn gives a rare nod of approval, telling the boy it's a fine attribute for a swordsman and to focus on mastering the wind. Next up is Runan Sullian. She hops forward with a blank expression, totally unfazed by the high-stakes environment. Rayon analyzes the sword's reaction, figuring out that the height of the light shows purity while the color at the hilt reveals the element. He's taking mental notes, unimpressed by the flashy displays as he prepares to face his own destiny. The crowd starts buzzing about another genius appearing, but Rayon can only think about how obsessed this family is with raw talent. He knows his mana circuits are still a mess of ice, and honestly, he doesn't care if the result is trash as long as he can keep his secrets. Finally, the announcer calls out the last name, and the entire room goes dead silent as all eyes turn to the failure's child. Rayon Zeehart stands tall, meeting his grandfather's burning gaze with a calm that unnerves the noble onlookers. Glenn commands him to come forth, the sheer weight of the Lord's presence making the walk to the sword feel like a mile. Sylvia gives him a supportive look, but Rayon just nods, his mind already calculating the outcome. He isn't looking for approval, he just wants to know which attribute will help him kill Darius Robert in the future. Sylvia tells him to just do what the other kids did, her voice trembling slightly with worry for her son. Rayon takes a deep breath, his heart pounding against the ice in his chest as he reaches out. The moment his hand touches the cold stone, a blinding explosion of golden light erupts, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Rayon is stunned, bathed in a radiance that feels warmer and more powerful than anything he's ever felt. His red eyes reflect a flicker of a flame that shouldn't exist in a body supposedly filled with frost. Suddenly, his consciousness is pulled away, and he sees the terrifying jaws of a dragon-like monster in a vision of the past. He witnesses a lone warrior standing against a horde of demons, the landscape bathed in a golden sunset. The warrior radiates a light so intense it seems to push back the very concept of darkness. Rayon is gripped by disbelief, wondering what kind of legendary scene he's being forced to witness. An enormous demon looms over him, but just as it's about to strike, a familiar silhouette appears. Rayon looks up from the ground, seeing the back of a man who feels exactly like his grandfather, Glenn. The warrior raises a sword and a massive spiral of golden fire erupts toward the sky. With both hands on the hilt, the man prepares a strike that feels like it could split the world in two. A colossal wave of fire crashes down, vaporizing everything in its path with a deafening roar. The explosion is total, a sun-like orb of energy that leaves nothing but cinders behind. Rayon snaps back to reality, gasping for air as he stares at the stone sword in front of him. To the crowd, the light didn't even reach the midpoint, making it look like a mediocre result compared to the geniuses before him. Glenn abruptly declares the ceremony over and orders everyone to leave, his face a mask of iron that hides his inner shock. The nobles walk away snickering, convinced that the failure stayed a failure and that Ryon has no future. Burn walks past with his head held high, completely dismissing the boy he now considers beneath him. The massive doors slam shut with a heavy thud, leaving the room in a tense, lingering silence. Glenn sits on his throne, staring at the sword long after everyone has left the hall. His butler tries to comfort him, thinking Glenn is disappointed, but the Lord's eyes are fixed on something else entirely. Glenn reflects on the boy, admitting that he wasn't even asking for much from someone with such a cursed body. But then he recalls the moment of impact, the way the stone sword glowed with a hidden transcendental heat. He saw it, the golden light of the sun, a power that shouldn't be possible for a 5-year-old. Glenn thinks back to the records of the Zeahart's first head, a power so strong it could melt the very fires of the Devoldum. This vivid golden mana and fire is something that has almost never appeared in the history of their house. He's realized that the failure might actually be the most gifted descendant the house has seen in a millennium. He's mesmerized by the memory of that light, his red eyes widening as the truth sinks in. He names it the Golden Flame, a legend reborn in the body of his youngest grandson. The image of Ryon standing before the sword burned into his mind. Glenn realizes the game has completely changed. He whispers Rayon's name, wondering just what kind of monster his daughter has brought back to his home. Fast forward 7 years, and Rayon's status window shows he's still fighting the curse of frost, but his stamina and resistance are climbing. He's now on the verge of his 3rd ring of fire, looking much more mature as a 12-year-old boy. 7 years of hiding in the annex are over. Ryon is ready to step out of the shadows and into the light. Through constant, grueling training, Ryon has finally gotten his body to a point where his limbs aren't permanently stiff from the ice. He realizes that mana isn't enough. He needs to start real physical training if he wants to survive what's coming next. Sylvia walks up, looking radiant but serious, telling him it's time to get ready so they aren't late for the next family gathering. Ryon sighs, knowing he's about to face another round of insults and judgment from his high and mighty relatives. The announcer concludes the current ceremony for the collateral line, meaning the warm-up is officially over. Ryon sits in the audience, noting that things finished much faster than he expected since the real talents weren't there. Suddenly, Glenn's voice cuts through the room like a blade, calling out Rayon's name with a terrifying intensity. Glenn demands to know why Ryon hasn't responded to the order for basic training that was sent out a month ago. Sylvia jumps to his defense, her face pale as she explains that Ryon is still too sick to endure such a brutal regime. Glenn looms over them, declaring that in the land of the Zeaharts, there is no exception. If you can't walk, you crawl and train. Sylvia is near tears, begging for more time, but Glenn asks if she's planning on running away with the child again. He gives her a brutal ultimatum: live as a Zeithart and follow the rules, or get out and never come back. The noble families start whispering and laughing, finding it amusing that a former direct descendant is being treated like a peasant. Sylvia stands there, trembling and humiliated, as the crowd mocks her for having no mana or energy center left. Watching her suffer, Ryon finally understands the real reason why his mother is being treated like garbage. He realizes she broke her own mana circuits and energy center to leave the house and marry his father. She chose love over power, living a brief, happy life with a commoner knight before the world came crashing down. But after his father died while she was pregnant, she had no choice but to return to the only place that could protect her unborn child. Because she willingly gave up her status, she's now treated like a low-ranking member of the collateral line, a sinner in the eyes of the family. But from Ryon's perspective, none of those noble rules matter. He only sees a mother who sacrificed everything for him. He decides he can't stand to see her disrespected for another second. He is Ryon Zeithart, and it's time to act like one. Sylvia and Helen try to pull him back, terrified that he'll say something to make Glenn even angrier. Ryon just gives her a calm, reassuring look, his red eyes burning with a resolve that stops her in her tracks. He walks toward the throne and boldly announces that he will participate in the training starting next month, as commanded. Denier Zeithart, the wise martial palace master, tries to shut him down, calling him a patient who can't even handle basic movements. Ryon doesn't blink, stating that since he carries the Zeithart name, he will pay for it through his actions. Glenn explodes with fury, his aura flaring up as he asks if Ryan even understands how serious it is to claim that name. A massive wave of killing intent slams into Ryan, the sheer pressure making the air itself feel like lead. Blood drips onto the carpet. The pressure is so intense it's literally causing Ryan's skin to tear. It feels like his flesh is being shredded, but Ryan refuses to fall, his face a mask of gritted teeth and defiance. He realizes this pressure is even more terrifying than what he felt from Darius Robert. Glenn is truly on a different level. He looks up at the monster on the throne, recognizing the true power of the destructive king of the north. Sylvia screams for Glenn to stop, pleading that Ryan is too young to know what he's even saying. Denier also asks the Lord to withdraw the pressure, fearing the boy will be crushed right then and there. Glenn silences them with a single look, his eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. Sylvia throws herself in front of Ryan, begging her father to show mercy to her son. Ryan looks at his mother's back and remembers his past life, an assassin hiding in the dark, closer to death than life. He spent years as a shadow, a tool that never showed its true face to the world. He was a creature of the night, someone who didn't belong in a place this bright and noble. But as he places a hand on Sylvia's shoulder, he decides that his life as a shadow is officially over. He vows that he will no longer hide in the dark or be ashamed of who he is. He will never live as an assassin again. He's a Zeahart now, and he's going to act like it. He bites his lip to stay conscious, the pain of the pressure fueling his fire. His ultimate goal is to restore Sylvia to her rightful standing as a direct heir and shut the mouths of everyone who mocked her. He tells Glenn that he doesn't know how high and mighty the Zeahart name is, and that's why he's going to find out through training. Flashbacks of their happy times in the Annex mansion show what Ryan is really fighting for, the smiles of the people he loves. He will recover their honor and their happiness with his own two hands, no matter what it takes. Glenn stares him down, asking if a little basic training is really all he needs to judge the entire house. Ryan staggers but remains upright, his eyes locked onto his grandfather's in a battle of wills. Glenn finally withdraws the pressure, telling the boy he better hope the instructor is prepared, because he doesn't want to be disappointed. Ryan collapses but feels a surge of triumph. He was the best in his past life, and with the Ring of Fire, nothing is impossible. He clenches his fist, his knuckles turning white as he prepares for the real battle ahead. He's going to show them exactly how sturdy this pebble really is. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where young trainees are already clashing swords under a watchful eye. Karun Zeahart is furious, demanding to know how a patient like Ryan managed to withstand Glenn's pressure. His aide confirms that multiple people heard the healer say Ryan was severely ill, making the boy's feat even more suspicious. Karun remembers seeing Ryan before, and knowing his body wasn't normal, he can't figure out where that strength is coming from. He recalls that Sylvia's talent was once greater than anyone else's, and he fears Ryan might be a chip off the old block. He orders his aide to plant a spy in the Annex mansion to watch Ryan's every move. Back at the Annex, Ryan is already pushing himself, running through the hills while Sylvia watches with a worried expression. Karun wants a full report on everything that happens there. He's determined to crush the boy before he can truly awaken. At the 5th training ground, the air is thick with discipline as the trainers greet Glenn Zeahart with a synchronized bow. Inside a nearby building, a man with long red hair and elf ears is lounging on a sofa, his hat pulled over his eyes. Glenn storms in, telling Rimmer Dias to stop pretending to be asleep and get his lazy butt up. Rimmer just cracks a grin, complimenting the Lord on his incredible entrance while barely moving an inch. He laughs, noting that Glenn is the only one who can see through his sleep bluff, revealing himself as the Sword of Light. Glenn is annoyed that Rimmer is relaxing while the other trainers are sweating, but Rimmer argues that he uses his head while they use their bodies. Glenn calls him a child despite him being over 50 years old, but Rimmer just jokes that humans die when they change, and he's an elf, so he's good. Rimmer cuts to the chase, asking if Glenn is here because of his youngest grandson, Ryan. He mentions that Sylvia already came by to plead for Ryan not to get hurt, but he didn't expect the big boss to show up too. Rimmer warns Glenn that if he's here to make the same request for mercy, he's wasting his time, because Rimmer runs this ground his way. He tells Glenn he won't make any exceptions for Ryan, only to be completely baffled when Glenn just says, "Sure." Glenn tells him not to lower the intensity, but to increase it as he sees fit and filter out the weaklings. Rimmer is shocked, realizing that if he goes full force, Glenn's own grandson will almost certainly fail or drop out. But then Rimmer starts teasing him, thinking Glenn is trying to tough love the kid to make up for how he treated Sylvia. Glenn threatens to take his head off if he doesn't shut up, but Rimmer just smiles, ready to go as hard as he likes. Glenn walks away, leaving Rimmer with full authority over the upcoming training session. Left alone, Rimmer looks at his notes on Ryan, his expression turning curious and intrigued. He whispers that he's genuinely curious about what kind of person Ryan Sieghart really is. The system chimes as Ryan reaches the 3-star Ring of Fire, boosting his stats across the board and finally dissolving a strand of the Curse of Frost. Sylvia is worried that he's pushing himself too hard on day 1, but Ryan explains that his muscles are finally developing properly thanks to her help. He can literally feel the status window accelerating his growth, giving him an edge that no one else in the house possesses. He knows the training will be hell, and 3 stars is just the bare minimum foundation he needs to survive the coming days. He's determined to shut up everyone who mocked him by showing them results that no one can deny. And at the end of that path stands Darius Robert, the Sky Sword Saint he will eventually decapitate. Ryan is in his room, mentally preparing for the training to start tomorrow when a knock at the door interrupts him. Sylvia walks in looking beautiful but carrying a heavy, somber energy that Ryan immediately picks up on. She sits down and tells him she has something important to say before he leaves for the training grounds. She looks him in the eye and asks one final time, "Do you really have to go?" She admits she still wants to stop him because she knows how much pain he hides, and she can't bear to see him get hurt. She begs him to just push it back for 1 year, her eyes full of a mother's desperate love. Ryan tells her he can't, his voice soft but firm as he looks at his mother's tired face. He explains that every time he sees the other family members look down on her like she's an inferior object, he can't stand it. He feels a frustration so deep it burns, and he knows that the only way to stop the insults is to become strong enough to protect her. He believes that if he trains well and proves his worth, they'll finally be forced to respect her again. Sylvia gives him a sad, beautiful smile, touched by her son's devotion but pained by the truth. She realizes he's smart enough to have wondered why they live alone and why the house treats them like outcasts. She reveals that years ago she fell in love with a commoner knight who was coincidentally on duty at the mansion. Because he wasn't a noble, she destroyed her own mana circuits and left her family behind to be with him. She drops a bombshell. Ryan had an older sister named Shia, who was 2 years older than him. They were living a peaceful life until a group of assassins from Eden recognized her face and ambushed their home. She was pregnant with Ryan at the time, and her husband wasn't strong enough to hold back the killers on his own. Sylvia's eyes are wide with the trauma as she recalls that night, realizing there was nothing they could do to stop the slaughter. Glenn had secretly sent guards to watch over her, but they were too far away and arrived far too late to change their fate. By the time the reinforcements showed up, her husband and her daughter Shia were already dead. With nowhere else to go and a baby on the way, she had to crawl back to the family she'd abandoned, which is why she calls herself a sinner. She admits she has no right to ask anything of Glenn, her voice fading into a whisper of regret. Ryan looks at her, his expression cold as he thinks about how incredibly selfish his mother really is. The word selfish echoes in his mind, painted in dark, jagged letters. He thinks about how she abandoned her duties for her own happiness and only returned when her life was on the line. But then he remembers the warmth of her hugs and the love she's shown him every day. He realizes she's his only true mother in both his lives. He asks if she regrets leaving the house, and she immediately tells him she doesn't regret a single second of it. She says she only started feeling alive after leaving the house, and she was happy then and she's happy now, because she has Ryan. She apologizes through her tears for being a bad mother and putting him through all of this. Ryan takes her hand and tells her it's fine, his calm voice acting as an anchor for her emotions. He gives her a genuine smile, telling her that even if others call her selfish, she is his precious mother who can never be replaced. His ultimate revenge against Darius will come later. Right now, his mission is to get her position as a direct heir back. Sylvia breaks down completely, letting out a sob of relief and love. She starts wailing like a baby, her cries echoing through the mansion as Ryan awkwardly tries to comfort her. After a long time, he finally calms her down, letting out a tired phew as he prepares for his last night of sleep. He decides to check his progress one last time before the training hell begins tomorrow morning. He sits in a meditative pose on his bed, the moonlight casting long shadows across the room. He notes that his rings are spinning much faster now that he's hit 3-star status, his aura humming with new power. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark, cold energy erupts from his body, turning the room into a whirlwind of blue flames. A terrifying, demonic voice booms in his mind, announcing that it is Wrath, the King of Essence and second monarch of Devildom. The system windows go haywire as the trait Wrath activates and awakens within Reborn. The assassin just got a very dangerous new passenger. The demonic monarch, Wrath, announces his arrival with a chilling grin, promising to avenge Ron if he just hands over his body and soul. This ancient entity expects Ron to crumble, but as he looks at the boy, his demonic arrogance takes a sudden hit. Wrath is baffled to find a mere 12-year-old kid standing his ground against a literal king of Devildom. Reborn isn't intimidated at all. He stares back and demands to know who this blue-flamed weirdo is and why he thinks he can reach him. Wrath realizes the wrath that drew him here wasn't some mistake. It's radiating from deep within this small child. He senses a massive, thick layer of rage buried in Reborn's heart, something far too heavy for a normal kid to carry. The demon demands Reborn's soul again, dangling the carrot of revenge like it's a fair trade. Reborn thinks back to his hatred for Darius Robert, but he notes that this demon's timing is absolutely garbage. He flat out rejects the offer, telling the monarch that he doesn't need help taking revenge, he's doing it with his own 2 hands. Reborn makes it clear that he's the only one who gets to take Darius's head, and the demon realizes he's dealing with a very different kind of brat. Wrath isn't used to hearing no, and his smirk turns into a roar as he decides to force the issue. Suddenly, the room temperature drops. These aren't normal flames, they're icy cold, and Reborn feels his very soul beginning to freeze. The monarch lunges, screaming for Reborn to just surrender his body and let the darkness take over. The blue flames erupt into a terrifying visage of teeth and rage, closing in on the boy's mind. Reborn is caught in the middle of a spiritual storm, the pressure threatening to shatter his consciousness. His eyes widen as he feels the demonic energy trying to bypass his defenses and seize control. The room is engulfed in a whirlwind of ice and shadow, a battle for Reborn's very existence happening in total silence. The cold is so intense that nearby glass begins to crack, proving this isn't just happening in his head. Reborn gasps, his body and mind turning into blocks of ice as he realizes this demon is an elemental master of frost. Wrath looms over him like a nightmare, telling Reborn to just think about his enemies and let the hatred consume him. Reborn manages to resist just a little thanks to his water resistance, but he knows this isn't just about temperature, it's a spiritual assault. The demon flashes images of Reborn's past life and betrayal, trying to provoke his anger and break his willpower. He whispers promises of tearing Darius apart, begging Reborn to just give up and let the monarch take the wheel. But Reborn thinks of Sylvia and the maids back at the annex. If he loses control, he has no idea what this monster will do to them. Wrath mocks his meaningless struggle, noting that he's trying to keep Reborn's body intact since he plans on using it later. The pain reaches a breaking point, and Reborn feels like his very physical form is about to shatter under the demonic weight. He's reaching his limit, his heart slowing down as the ice spreads through his chest. But just as his vision starts to fade, a spark of pure, unyielding defiance lights up in his eyes. If he survived the Curse of Frost and the training of House Zygarde, he can survive this random ghost too. He realizes that if his water resistance can hold back the aura, his ring of fire can help him endure the mental agony. Gritting his teeth, he bets everything on his cultivation, refusing to let another person or demon control his life ever again. A surge of golden energy erupts from Reborn's core, clashing against the blue demonic frost in a spectacular explosion of power. Wrath is absolutely stunned, his one visible eye wide with disbelief as his cold aura is pushed back. He can't comprehend how a mere human brat is capable of defying a monarch of Devildom. Reborn's internal voice booms with authority. He will be the only one to avenge himself. He stares the demon down, making it very clear that he refuses to be possessed by some random ghost. The demon is insulted that he's being called a ghost, but Rayon just laughs it off, asking how he can be a monarch if he can't even beat a kid. He tells the demon to get lost, even mocking the entire hierarchy of devildom while he's at it. Rayon realizes that because the demon just awoke, he isn't at full strength yet, and that's a weakness he can exploit. Suddenly, a new message pops up. Additional abilities have been unlocked, and Rayon is caught off guard by the system's timing. Wrath panics, screaming that the status window is his own authority, and demanding to know why Rayon has it. Rayon learns that the demon actually created this system, but somehow the error during reincarnation gave Rayon control. Rayon realizes this system is designed to accelerate growth, which explains why he's been leveling up so fast. He notes that Wrath is terrible at controlling his emotions, which is ironic for a demon named after anger. Rayon finally understands that his rings of fire were so effective because of the system's hidden buffs. Wrath is having a literal temper tantrum, screeching for Rayon to give his authority back. The demon lunges one more time, but the golden glow of the ring of fire is now acting like an impenetrable shield. Rayon tries to punch the demon, but his hand passes right through, proving this monster is currently immaterial. He notes that despite the chaos, no one outside has noticed the disturbance, meaning he's the only one who can see this thing. The demon starts choking on his own rage as Raon waves him away like an annoying fly. Raon tells him to knock it off, his patience for this demonic theater finally running dry. Suddenly, the blue flame shrinks and settles on Rayon's wrist, transforming into a delicate flower-patterned bracelet. Wrath claims that even though his seal just broke, his powers will eventually return, and then Rayon will be helpless. The demon vows to stay by his side until Rayon draws his very last breath, like a persistent shadow. Rayon looks at the bracelet and thinks this thing is more like a pest than a monarch, wishing he could just rip it off. But he realizes if he gets rid of the demon, he might lose the system, and he needs that power to protect Sylvia. He decides to keep the demon close to keep an eye on him, trusting that his own growth will outpace the demon's recovery. The night passes with the moon high above, but the dynamic of Rayon's life has changed forever. Rayon mocks the demon's choice of a flower bracelet, saying it doesn't suit a dark monarch at all, while Wrath just tells him to shut up and respect his preferences. The sun rises over the mountains, the birds chirping as the day Rayon's training officially begins. Downstairs, Sylvia and Helen are waiting, both looking nervous about sending Raon off to the main grounds. Raon walks down the stairs, dressed in simple training clothes, his expression serious and ready. He gives them a small, confident smile and tells them he's heading out for the training grounds. The journey of the reincarnated assassin truly begins as he leaves the annex behind to face the legendary Zeahart training. At the gate, Helen reminds him to be careful and not push his body too hard, still seeing him as the sick boy she helped raise. Helen nudges Sylvia, telling her she can't send him off with such a sad face or he'll feel discouraged. Sylvia pulls Rayon into a hug, telling him to have a safe trip, while Rayon promises he'll give up if things get too tough, though we all know that's a lie. He waves goodbye as he walks down the path, looking every bit like a normal noble boy, but hiding a warrior's soul. Sylvia watches him go, hoping everything will be okay, while Helen reassures her that Rayon is much stronger than he looks. Sylvia knows he's gotten better, but she can't shake the feeling that Rayon is hiding a massive burden from her. Helen mentions that the instructor this time is known for having a keen eye for talent, which only makes Sylvia more anxious. Rayon looks back one last time, reminding her that he promised to train without getting hurt. Sylvia's eyes fill with tears as she begs him to keep that promise, her heart breaking at the thought of him suffering. She watches him disappear into the distance, clutching her chest and praying for him to come back unharmed. The path is long, leading toward the heart of the Zygarde territory where the elite are forged. The title card drops. It's time to see what the 5th training ground has in store for our guy. The training ground is a massive, Roman-style arena, radiating an atmosphere of discipline and power. The place is buzzing with dozens of kids, all bragging about which house they're from and how they plan to make the top 10. Rayon takes it all in, noting that there are way more people here than he expected. It's a mix of direct Zeahart descendants, collateral lines, and kids from vassal families who received special recommendations. There are so many applicants this year that they even had to set up a 6th training ground just to hold them all. Suddenly, Rayon hears whispers. 2 boys are mocking his skinny limbs, betting he'll break with a single touch and call him a drag. Wrath is absolutely furious on Rayon's wrist, screaming about tearing the ears off anyone who mocks a demon's host. The demon is having a meltdown about nobility and crushing skulls, but Rayon just tells him to shut up and ignores the trash talk. Rayon stops and looks the bullies right in the eye, telling them to quit gossiping and say it to his face if they've got something to say. The bullies are stunned, telling him to shut up because he's just a failure from the annex who isn't even a direct descendant. Rayon points out that they're also from a collateral line, so they have no right to use the word dare against him. He hits them with some cold logic, reminding them that you only say dare when your opponent is lower standing than you. One of the bullies loses his cool and grabs Rayon by the collar, his face twisted in rage as he threatens the boy. "Stop!" A sharp voice cuts through the tension. It's Buren Zeehart, demanding to know why they're tarnishing the family name in front of outsiders. The bullies immediately back off and apologize, realizing they've been caught by one of the true geniuses of the direct line. Buren looks at Rayon with total contempt, telling him he still hasn't learned his place despite everything. He calls Rayon mere dust to be wiped away and warns him to live like a dead rat if he doesn't want to get kicked out of the annex too. Buren flashes back to the judgment ceremony, convinced that Rayon only drew Glenn's attention back then through some fluke of the situation. The bullies are gritting their teeth, hating that a dropout like Rayon is even standing there among them. Buren tells Rayon that if he isn't planning on taking the training seriously, he should just get lost right now. Rayon doesn't back down, calling out Buren's bull and asking what authority he actually has to make that choice. Rayon mocks him, saying maybe Buren could get that authority if he goes whining to his father about it. Buren is shaking with anger now, unable to believe a collateral descent is talking back to him with such disrespect. A massive boom echoes as a set of doors are kicked open, snapping everyone's attention to the entrance. Rimmer, the red-haired elf, walks out laughing, amused that the younglings are already fighting before the first bell. Rayon recognizes him immediately as the Sword of Light, a legend who supposedly retired after his energy center was damaged. Rimmer suggests they continue their fight after the opening ceremony, his carefree attitude contrasting with the heavy tension. Buren clicks his tongue and turns away, clearly annoyed that his authority was interrupted by the instructor. Rimmer stands before the 160 trainees, introducing himself as the chief instructor overseeing their basic hell. He gives them a bright, wide smile that feels weirdly out of place for someone about to torture them. He notes that 160 people is way too many for his liking, so he's going to fix that number through a quick test. He holds up a finger and casually announces that he's going to reduce the group by exactly a fourth right now. The crowd erupts in panic, but Rimmer just shrugs, saying he prefers a minority of elites over a bunch of dead weight. Wrath is back to screaming in Rayon's head about tearing the elf's ears off, and Rayon has to physically restrain his anger. Rimmer sits on his throne-like chair, declaring that he is the law in this training ground, and anyone who complains can go talk to Glenn. With a playful wave, he gives the first command: "Run." The kids are just staring at him like, what? Completely caught off guard by the simplicity of the order. Rimmer shouts that stamina and willpower are the foundation of everything, ordering them to run at full speed until he tells them to stop. Wrath yells at Rayon to get to the front, but Rayon stays at the very back, trying to figure out why they're being told to sprint immediately. He realizes this isn't a race. There's no point in passing people if you're just going to burn out early. Rayon knows Rimmer isn't looking at who's fastest. He's looking at their potential and their character. He knows the instructor is searching for something deeper than just surface-level speed. Rayon decides that those who endure will be the ones to pass, and he's determined to be one of them. Buren and Renan are already pulling ahead, looking like the top-tier prodigies everyone expects them to be. They're moving at a pace they can probably maintain for hours, showing off their incredible conditioning. The other trainers are impressed, noting that having that level of skill at 12 years old is actually terrifying. They notice Rayon trailing at the very end and ask if he's the kid from the rumors. Unsurprisingly, Rayon can't keep up with the pack, looking like he's struggling with every single step. The trainers think he's already exhausted and predict he'll be the first one to fail the test. But Rimmer is watching Rayon with a very different expression, one that's filled with genuine curiosity. Rimmer thinks back to Glenn's reasoning that only those whose depth he can't measure are the truly strong ones. He can see the color and future path of almost every child in the yard, from the warriors to the leaders. But when he looks at Rayon, he can't figure out why he can't see anything at all. Rayon appears as a blank, colorless void to Rimmer's eyes, a phenomenon he's never seen before. He realizes this means Rayon's potential is beyond his perception, and he finds the whole thing absolutely amusing. The bullies pass Rayon, laughing and betting that he won't even last another 10 minutes before he collapses. Rayon is gasping for air, but he's thinking to himself that this is far too easy compared to his past life. He's surprised that they're only making them run, his standards for hard training being way higher than anyone else's. He remembers being chased by starving beasts as an assassin trainee, running for his literal life to survive the night. A faint smile touches his lips as he thinks this test is way too easy, and he prepares to show them what true endurance looks like. The run continues for hours, the training ground echoing with the sound of heavy breathing and rhythmic footsteps. Rimmer's expression turns to one of pure shock as he watches the boy he thought was failing. How is he still running? He notes that Rayon's stamina should have been long gone, yet he's still moving with a persistence that defies logic. He realizes this kind of willpower only exists in veterans who have stared death in the face multiple times. He leans in, whispering Rayon's name as he realizes he's watching something truly special. Buren is also starting to sweat, looking back and seeing the failure still sticking to his tail like a ghost. He can't understand how Rayon is still moving, his frustration building as the distance between them fails to grow. Denier Zehart's earlier warning echoes in his mind that Rayon was supposed to be a dying patient who couldn't even walk. Buren is stunned into silence, realizing the boy he called Dust is actually a monster in disguise. Rayon is gritting his teeth, fueled by the annoyance of everyone's low expectations, ready to show them the truth. Suddenly, Buren activates his aura control, a blue electric energy sparking around his legs as he tries to leave Rayon in the dust. He's desperate to prove there's an overwhelming difference in their skill level, pushing himself to a dangerous pace. Renan and Rayon both watch him speed off, the air humming with the power of the wind attribute. Rayon isn't fazed, noting that despite the noble speech, Buren is still just a kid who's letting his emotions get the better of him. He thinks Renan is actually more mentally mature as she stays steady and focused on her own pace. Rayon reminds himself that this isn't a competition against the others, it's a battle against his own limitations. The sun is high in the sky now, the heat adding another layer of torture to the grueling run. Other trainees are dropping like flies, collapsing in the dirt as their bodies finally give out. The trainers are cursing under their breath, unable to believe a patient like Rayon is still upright while the healthy kids are quitting. Rayon looks like he's in a trance, his movement purely mechanical as he enters the zone. But inside, he's screaming, he's almost dying, because the curse of frost is trying to freeze him from the inside out. It feels like his lungs are being crushed by blocks of ice, but he uses the ring of fire to muster every last drop of stamina. He notices the ring is actually growing faster because he's pushing it to the absolute limit. Suddenly, Wrath appears, mocking Rayon for being pathetic and falling behind. The demon is laughing at Rayon's pitiful state, sensing that the boy's willpower is starting to fray. He tells Rayon to just give up his body and let the King of Essence take over, promising to surpass everyone instantly. Rayon realizes this is the absolute worst time for the demon to start acting up, his focus splitting between the run and the spiritual war. Wrath threatens to freeze Rayon's entire body and mind if he doesn't surrender right now. The boy is shaking, lightning-like spiritual energy sparking around him as he fights to stay in control. His senses are blurring because of the demon's interference, but he knows he has to pretend like everything is normal. Wrath laughs, saying no human on earth can endure his wrath, and that Rayon's struggle is pointless. He tells Rayon he's going to see exactly how long the boy can last before he breaks. Rayon knows if he shows a single moment of weakness here, the monarch will devour his soul instantly. He lets out a silent scream, the pressure of the demon and the physical exhaustion reaching a terrifying peak. Wrath is furious now, screaming "Wait, why?" as he realizes his mental attack isn't breaking Rayon's resolve. Rayon is in agony, his body feeling like it's no longer under his control as he stumbles through the dirt. His vision is gone, his breathing has stopped, and his world is a blur of white and blue. His red eyes are bloodshot, the final question hanging in the air, "Is this as far as I go?" Suddenly, Rimmer calls out, "Hey! YOU can stop now!" The test is officially over. Rayon is hunched over, gasping for breath, while the other kids look at him like he's some kind of immortal monster. He thinks to himself that he almost died right there, realizing that this second life is going to be just as hard as the first. Renan looks at him with a hint of concern, her silent expression hiding her true thoughts about the boy's performance. Wrath is back to his bracelet form, cursing Rayon and calling him a monster for being able to endure such a spiritual assault. Rayon notes that despite the pain, the ordeal helped his ring of fire grow, and his body is developing at an insane rate. The system window dings. He achieved the condition for extreme movement exceeding stamina limits, and his stats have surged again. Wrath is losing his mind, screaming that the system is giving Rayon extra stats for overcoming the King of Essence's attack. The demon is literally screeching about the nonsense of it all as Rayon just smirks at his new power levels. Rimmer stands before the survivors, congratulating them on finishing the test with a casual shrug. The kids are exhausted, many of them looking guilty about the elimination they thought was coming. Rimmer lets out a big laugh and admits he was totally lying about eliminating 3/4 of them on day 1. The trainees are outraged, screaming that they ran their hearts out for a lie, but Rimmer just says he'd have no one left to teach if he was serious. But his expression turns cold, as he warns them that if they keep training like today, most of them will be eliminated anyway. He walks through the ranks, noting that out of 160 people, not a single one actually ran at full speed until the very end, except for one person, and he also notes that someone was sly enough to use their aura, making Burin flinch. He looks directly at Rayon, saying it doesn't matter what they do, because they're the ones taking the exam, not him. He tells Rayon that as long as he follows instructions, he won't fail, but he warns him that it definitely won't be easy. He declares that they are all temporary trainees from this moment on, and he'll only remove that tag if they pass the 6-month exam. With a grin, he adds that he's also planning to pick a top trainee at the end of the term. He tells them to move to the high-quality lodgings the house has prepared, even mentioning an indoor training ground for the overachievers. The scene shifts to a quiet wooded area near the grounds, the birds chirping in the peace. Rimmer walks toward a large rock, sensing a familiar presence waiting in the shadows. He notes that he has a guest waiting at his favorite napping spot. It's Glenn Zeehart, who asks Rimmer simply, "How did it go?" Rimmer laughs, telling the Lord that he shouldn't be asking since he probably saw everything already. He admits that Burin and Renan are clearly the top talents and will become the pillars of the house one day. However, Rimmer stops, his face turning serious as he thinks about the third child. He tells Glenn that he couldn't see anything at all from Rayon Zeehart. He doesn't understand how Rayon kept running with exhausted stamina, admitting it's the first time he's ever been unable to read someone's depth. Rimmer admits his life was boring after his energy center was damaged, but he has a feeling things are about to get very interesting. Glenn reminds him that he was the one who volunteered to be the instructor for these kids in the first place. He walks away, telling Rimmer to focus on his job without getting distracted by his own curiosity. Rimmer watches him go, smiling and thinking that he might actually be able to entrust his future to one of these trainees. Glenn looks back over his shoulder, coldly claiming it's just a coincidence, and that it'll still be difficult for Rayon to become a true warrior. The two legends part ways, leaving the future of the house in the hands of the 12-year-old trainees. But as Glenn disappears, a small smirk plays on Rimmer's lips. He knows the head of the house is fully aware that isn't the case at all. Now that the regular training is over, our boy Rayon isn't heading home. He's going straight to the extra training grounds to keep the grind going, but Wrath is already calling him a toxic brat for his obsession. As Rayon walks away, he doesn't realize he's being watched by some very jealous eyes. The kids from the collateral line are fuming, unable to accept that a patient like him outran them all. They're convinced there's a conspiracy, screaming that his performance makes absolutely no sense. Meet Krine Zeehart. He's convinced Rayon is using some kind of trick because a sickly kid shouldn't have that kind of stamina. He tells his buddies that it's definitely because of an elixir, spreading rumors to justify their own weakness. He claims he heard a rumor that a ragged saint gave Rayon a legendary potion once. The bullies are losing it, calling Rayon a shameless bastard for cheating and then acting like a genius. Krine gets a nasty smirk on his face, clearly planning something dirty. He thinks it's time to teach this cocky bastard a lesson he won't forget. Later that night, Rayon is suddenly ambushed in the woods, getting shoved to the ground with a loud thud. He looks up, confused why they're doing this, but the bullies just laugh at his act. They start screaming about how he's a direct-line failure who's only boasting because of some lucky elixir he got from a saint. Rayon just sighs, looking at them with those piercing red eyes. He realizes that even in this life, kids will just be kids. Crine cracks his knuckles, claiming they just brought him here for a comfortable talk, but his face says otherwise. They try to act like this is normal, telling him not to worry since this talk happens all the time in their family. The three of them surround Rayon, looking down on him like he's already been defeated. They repeat the instructor's words about talking to one another, using it as a sick excuse for a beatdown. Crine lunges forward with a punch, a maniacal grin on his face as he expects Rayon to crumble. Wrath is just watching from the sidelines, wondering if his host is actually going to hold back after being insulted like this. Nope! Rayon moves like a blur, catching the punch and delivering a brutal counterstrike that sends blood flying. The other bullies are frozen in shock. They didn't even see him move. Rayon isn't done. He leaps into a flying knee, smashing Crine's face with clinical precision. Even Wrath is stunned, his mouth hanging wide open at the sudden explosion of violence. Crine hits the dirt hard, smoke practically rising from his beaten face. Rayon casually agrees. A conversation sounds like a great idea. He cracks his neck and looks at the others. If they want to talk, they're going to have to do it with their fists. He mows through the rest of them in seconds. One of the bullies is left clutching his stomach, wondering what the hell is happening. Rayon lands a clean hook on the next one's jaw, making it look like child's play. Wrath is absolutely loving it now, calling the beating a magnificent sight as Rayon continues the assault. One of the bullies is on all fours, coughing up spit and completely broken. They're begging him to stop, admitting they were wrong as they struggle just to breathe. Rayon grabs Crine by the collar, pulling him up for one last interrogation. He's got a terrifying smile on his face as he asks them a very important question. He wants to know who provoked them. He specifically asks if it was Burin, the direct-line rival. Crine is terrified, shaking his head and claiming Burin had nothing to do with it. They did this all on their own. This actually surprises Rayon. He thought Burin hated him, but it seems his rival isn't completely rotten after all. Reborn leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper. He asks if they're going to tell anyone about this conversation. He grabs Crine's hair, forcing him to look at the monster he just tried to bully. He gives them a final warning. If they don't want another chat tomorrow, they better stay as far away from him as possible. The bully is traumatized, promising they won't even step on his shadow ever again. Rayon tells them to get lost, and the three of them scramble away like terrified rats. As they run, Rayon notices a shadow in the trees. Someone was watching the whole thing. It's Rimmer, the elf instructor. He's impressed, noting that Rayon's blood doesn't lie. He's got a terrifying talent for combat. He sees a hidden monster lurking among the geniuses, and he's starting to get excited. He's looking forward to seeing how far Rayon Zeheart can go. Back in his room, the system pings. Wrath was so satisfied with the violence that Rayon's agility just increased by 1. Wrath is having a total meltdown, screaming about how absurd the system is for giving rewards based on his satisfaction. Rayon just shrugs it off, reminding the demon that he's the one who made the system in the first place. Wrath is fuming, calling Rayon an ungrateful brat while the boy just sits there, unfazed. The demon stops his yelling, suddenly looking a bit more serious. He tells Rayon he has a suggestion, a way for both of them to get what they want. He wants to make a bet. If Rayon wins, he gets massive stat points, but if he loses, he has to take on Wrath's literal anger. The system window pops up. The condition is to pass the official trainee test and reach first place on the list. Rayon realizes this is about the test Rimmer mentioned, where there will be a clear valedictorian. Wrath explains the random trait reward. It's a power from the King of Essence himself, though downgraded to match Rayon's mediocrity. Rayon asks about the failure penalty. What exactly are 10 points of emotion in Wrath? The demon smirks. It means Rayon will be filled with a demonic rage that even the strongest willpower can't control. Rayon realizes this is the demon's play to finally take over his body by breaking his mind, but our guy is a professional gambler. He notes that Wrath has been honest so far, and the risk seems manageable. He thinks about the poisonous apple he's being offered. For a normal kid, first place would be impossible. But he isn't a normal kid. He's a reincarnated legend. He reaches out his hand and accepts the bet with total confidence. Wrath's face fills the screen with a terrifying, wide-toothed grin. He thinks he's already won. Blue demonic energy surges as the pact is sealed in the dark of the night. The system confirms it. The bet with Wrath is officially on. Reon isn't worried. With his past life experience, he's convinced he won't lose to anyone. The sun rises over the training grounds. Time is moving fast. The kids are already gasping for air, looking like they're about to collapse. They've been running all morning, and now they're being forced into a new torture method. Rimmer explains the horse-riding stance, warning them not to take it lightly even though it looks simple. He tells them it's the basis of all martial arts, then casually says he's going to take a nap while they hold the position. He adds that it's not compulsory since they're the ones taking the test, not him. The ultimate lazy teacher move. One of the noble kids snaps, screaming that this is too hard and demanding to know when they'll actually learn swordsmanship. Burin steps in, telling them to stop complaining. He suggests they go practice their own swordsmanship after the basic exercises. Reon watches them go, his golden hair catching the light. Wrath is surprised, asking if Reon is going to join the others in sword practice. Our guy just keeps walking. He thinks practicing swordsmanship with their current poor skills is a total waste of time. He knows exactly what he needs right now, and it's not a piece of steel, it's basic strength and stamina. He knows his body is his most important weapon. He realizes his physical stats are lagging because of the cold aura from his curse, so the basics are everything. He pushes himself into a plank, sweat dripping onto the floor as he hits his limit. He's focusing entirely on strengthening his core, ignoring the flashier training the other kids are doing. Suddenly, he senses someone watching him from the doorway. It's Runan Sullian from the Vassal House. She's been observing him silently. She's stunned by his growth, noting that the weights he's using have increased since yesterday. She knows that hard work leads to results, but what Reon is doing is beyond logical. She can't believe he's increasing his bench press by 10 kg every single week. That's monster-tier progress. She wonders how a patient can be so consistent and intense. She finally decides to step out into the light, her long silver hair shimmering. She stands before him, her expression as blank as ever, but her curiosity is piquing. Ravon looks up, recognizing the silver-haired prodigy. He asks the simple question, "Why are you here?" She just keeps staring, her expression unreadable. She's internally questioning his growth, completely baffled by how he's changing so fast. Suddenly, she gets a whiff of that refreshing scent again, looking like she's in a trance. She moves closer, her silent interest turning into something a bit weird. She just flops down next to him, deciding she's going to join his training session without saying a word. She starts lifting weights right beside him, matching his intensity as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Reon is just confused. He wasn't expecting a training partner, especially not the top student. Renan is focused. She notes that smelling his scent makes her body feel lighter. It's like a natural buff for her, allowing her to push past her usual limits. She's lifting heavier than ever, and Reon finally has to ask if she actually has something to say. She bluntly tells him, "I don't," then just goes back to her workout. She's like a silent shadow, following him through every set and every rep. She looks at him with a soft, almost vulnerable gaze, as if she's found something precious. She decides she's going to follow him around a little more, her silent obsession officially beginning. The title drops as the two of them walk together, a very weird but powerful duo forming. Burin walks into the gym, stopping dead in his tracks. He sees Runan and Reon leaving together, and his face twists with jealousy. He can't understand why the Lady Runan would hang around with a direct line dropout. He tries to convince himself that simple strength training is useless for real warriors. He views Reon as a weak puppy surrounded by wolves, convinced he's fundamentally lacking. Rimmer appears behind him, suggesting that it's good to keep training his swordsmanship for the upcoming test. Burin turns away, deciding that the results of the test will be the final word on who's superior. A leaf falls into a puddle. The seasons are changing. Reon is mid-workout when he's interrupted by a small voice. Sir Reon?" It's Dorian, the external support trainee. He's nervous but asks if he can train with them to learn the proper form. Reon doesn't mind, and Dorian is so happy he starts digging through his bag for a gift. He pulls out a massive cookie, insisting that Reon eat it because it's delicious. Reon tries to decline, but Dorian is persistent. Suddenly, Renan is right there, her eyes locked onto the cookie like a predator. Reon flinches as she stares at the snack with a terrifying intensity. Her eyes are literally sparkling. This girl has a serious sweet tooth. Reon realized she isn't leaving until she gets a bite. The scene cuts to them eating together. Reon realizes he's now surrounded by total weirdos. Now the group is three, Reon and Renan training like monsters while Dorian struggles in the background. The sky is blue, the training is brutal, and the months are flying by. Pages of a calendar flip from month 4 to month 5. Dorian is cheering Rayon on, his energy helping lighten the mood of the intense grind. Autumn arrives. The leaves turn red, marking the end of their preparation. The reflection in the water shows the passage of time. A pair of training shoes sits by the door. Buran is looking more focused than ever, his training also hitting its peak. It has officially been 6 months since the training started. Rayon is drenched in sweat, his gaze harder than steel. He spent every single day as if his life was on the line, pushing his limits past the breaking point. He thinks back to the first day. Those who were blocking his path are now far behind him. He focuses on the few who are still ahead, his determination burning bright. Only 2 people are left in front of him, Buran and Runan. The morning of the test day has finally arrived. The wait is over. The arena is packed with nobles and spectators, dressed in their finest clothes. The announcer thanks everyone for coming to witness the future of House Zeidhart. The Guardians are attending this time, making the pressure even higher for the trainees. Wrath pops up, reminding Rayon of their bet and looking more confident than ever. The demon mocks him, saying that since he couldn't surpass Buran and Runan in training, he's doomed to fail. Rayon just waves him away. He knows a test is a completely different beast than regular practice. He looks down at Dorian, who is literally vibrating with nerves, wondering if a weakling like him can even survive. Runan walks up, her expression as calm as ever. She offers Rayon a cookie to calm his nerves, but he gently turns her down. Buran is glaring at them from across the arena, his eyes filled with a competitive fire. Rayon wonders why he only has weird people near him, while Wrath just laughs at the chaotic group. In the stands, Sylvia and Helen are cheering him on, looking more excited than anyone. Sylvia is so proud, seeing her son standing there with such confidence after everything he's been through. She's happy to see him with friends, even though Dorian looks like he's about to faint. She remembers how Rayon never once complained since he was a baby, and her heart swells with pride. Suddenly, a massive silence falls over the arena. The announcer yells, "The head of the house is entering!" Heavy footsteps echo through the stadium. A red cape billows in the wind. Glenn Zeidhart has arrived. The destructive king is personally here to observe. The crowd is buzzing. He's never personally attended a trainee test before. The stakes just went through the roof. Rimmer looks up, sweating a little as he realizes the big boss is watching his every move. Glenn looks at him coldly, reminding him that this event will guide the future of the entire house. Rimmer tries to play it cool with a laugh, but the pressure from Glenn is no joke. He decides to stop messing around and announces the start of the official trainee selection test. A leaf falls as Rimmer's eyes suddenly turn sharp, his playful aura vanishing instantly. A massive wave of green energy erupts from the instructor, shaking the entire stadium. The kids are terrified, their bodies locking up as the spiritual weight hits them like a truck. Rayon stands firm, his red eyes narrowing as he realizes the true nature of this test. Rimmer's voice echoes in their minds, "Pierce through my pressure." The test has begun. It's a battle of pure willpower against the sword of light. Rimmer stands in the center of a swirling vortex of energy. He explains that pressure is something no warrior can escape. A noble guardian suddenly objects, screaming that this is unfair since some kids haven't even learned aura yet. Rimmer just sighs, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Glenn's voice booms through the arena. He explains that true pressure isn't about aura, it's the testimony of how a warrior has lived. The guardian is silenced instantly. He can't argue with the lord of the house. Glenn makes it clear, one can attain this strength simply through the way they've lived their life. Rimmer smirks, happy to have the lord's backing for his unconventional test. He notes that even without aura, someone can have immense pressure based on the difficulty of their training. He tells everyone to ignore the disruptors. "The real test starts right now! Renan, come forth!" The silent prodigy steps forward as the first challenger. Rimmer tells her that if she can overcome his pressure and touch him, she passes. He gives a wicked grin. The kid's life as a trainee is about to get very difficult. He unleashes a massive blast of spiritual pressure, the ground literally cracking under Runan's feet. Runan grunts, her body trembling as the invisible weight tries to crush her into the dirt. Rimmer warns her that she'll fail immediately if she uses aura. She has to clear this with pure willpower. She grits her teeth, taking one agonizing step after another toward the instructor. Her hand reaches out, shaking from the intense effort. She finally reaches him, her fingers brushing against Rimmer's head. Rimmer catches her as she collapses, announcing a leisurely pass for the silver-haired girl. He's genuinely impressed, telling her that her hard work has paid off. Next, Dorian. The green-haired snack guy is paralyzed with fear, wondering why he's up so early. Rimmer tells him to use the willpower he's built up during those 6 months of training with Ryon. Dorian screams as the pressure hits him, looking like he's about to burst into tears. Ryon watches from the back, noting that the level of pressure Rimmer is using is different for each child. He realizes Rimmer has been observing all of them in detail, adjusting the test to their specific growth. The elf's lazy persona was a total mask. He knows everything about these kids. Dorian somehow manages to touch Rimmer, and the instructor tells him to hold his head higher. He's stronger than he thinks. Dorian immediately vomits from the stress, proving he's still the same old Dorian. "All right, next!" Rimmer calls out the next student as the sun shines down on the arena. A leaf floats on a stream. The test is moving along rapidly. Buren Zyhart, the direct line rival, stands up, ready to prove his status. He stands before Rimmer, his expression determined to not be outshone by Renan. Rimmer unleashes a massive wave of energy, even stronger than before. The pressure is so intense it's physically shaking the air around Buren. Buren is shocked, realizing that watching the test is nothing compared to actually standing in it. He wonders how Renan could possibly have gotten through this. He's stuck, unable to move his feet an inch forward as the green light burns his eyes. Rimmer notes that Buren is talented, but he has a fatal flaw. He tells Buren that he and everyone who listened to him wasted their time during those 6 months. He mocks Buren's hollow swordsmanship, saying they should have focused on training their bodies and willpower instead of flash. Buren grits his teeth, realizing he can't use his aura to cheat this time. He flashes back to his childhood, remembering how his father coldly discarded his older brother for being weak. He knows if he fails here, those same cold eyes will be turned on him next. Fear becomes his fuel. He roars, pushing back against the pressure with everything he has. He lunges forward in a desperate sprint. He touches Rimmer's leg and collapses, gasping for air like a dying man. Rimmer tells him to stop pretending to be an adult. He warns him that if he only looks ahead, he won't notice the branches that will trip him up. He gives a small smirk, clearly hoping the lesson sinks in. "Well, now..." Rimmer scans the crowd for the final challenger. Lastly, Reborn Zyhart. Our guy steps forward, his steps steady and calm. He walks down the center of the arena, every eye in the house locked onto him. Rimmer asks if he's ready. Reborn just gives a simple, "Of course." The arena goes silent. "Then I'll start." Rimmer unleashes an explosion of energy so massive it dwarfs everything we've seen so far. The spiritual pressure is so real it's literally ripping leaves out of the trees outside. Reborn is engulfed in a pillar of green light, the force of it making the ground beneath him sink. The shockwave is so powerful it nearly knocks the other trainees off their feet. Sylvia stands up, screaming Reborn's name in terror as she watches the assault. Even Glenn is stunned, wondering what the hell Rimmer is doing by using that level of pressure on a 12-year-old. Reborn stands in the center of the storm, his eyes glowing with an eerie calm. He asks himself if this is really his test. Rimmer laughs maniacally, screaming that Reborn's talent is definitely above Renan and Buren's. He tells Reborn to try and endure this, upping the pressure until the boy finally lets out a grunt of pain. Reborn remembers that soul level isn't contained in the body, but in the vessel of the soul itself. He realizes he doesn't just have the willpower of a 12-year-old boy. He has the soul and the experience of a legendary assassin who has looked death in the face 1,000 times. He takes a step. The ground doesn't just crack, it shatters. Rimmer is flabbergasted. He can't believe the boy is actually moving through this much pressure. Glenn leans forward, his own eyes wide with shock as he witnesses something that should be beyond impossible. Reborn walks right up to Rimmer, moving through the storm as if it's a light breeze. The entire stadium is frozen in disbelief. No one can believe their eyes. Rimmer and Glenn both look at the boy, realizing that they're looking at a monster. Reborn reaches out and touches Rimmer's head, a small, confident smirk on his face. He looks the legendary elf dead in the eyes and asks, "Is the test over?" The arena is in absolute shambles. People are whispering in disbelief, wondering if they just hallucinated a kid with no aura breaking through a legend's pressure. Even the high-ranking nobles are looking on with wide eyes. Our boy Reborn just did the impossible, and everyone's world is currently upside down. Rimmer stands there, his usual lazy grin completely gone. For the first time in a long time, he looks genuinely shaken by a trainee's performance. He stares at Reborn, thinking about how a kid who's supposedly an invalid just made a mockery of his power. Rimmer finally finds his voice, calling out to Reborn as the tension in the stadium reaches a breaking point. He looks the boy dead in the eye and asks the million-dollar question, just what the hell are you? Rimmer admits he was testing them with a level of pressure that exceeded their abilities. He was essentially just messing around, but Reborn didn't just endure it, he smashed through it. Reborn just gives a confident smirk. He knows he's just proven himself, but he's not about to reveal his secret past as an elite assassin. Rimmer takes a deep breath, realizing he's got a once-in-a-century monster on his hands. He pulls himself together and shouts to the crowd that the official trainee selection is officially over. Buren Zeehart stands in the ranks, his face pale and his heart sinking as he waits for the final verdict. Glenn Zeehart watches from the balcony, his expression unreadable as Rimmer prepares to announce the rankings. And there it is! Rimmer bellows it out. The top trainee from the 5th ground is Reborn Zeehart! Sylvia is crying tears of joy in the stands while Helen cheers her heart out. Their boy finally showed the world what he's made of. The spectators are buzzing with controversy. They can't believe a patient from the annex actually surpassed the direct line genius Buren. Buren finally loses it, screaming that it's all a lie. He refused to believe a collateral line failure could beat him. Rimmer looks at him with total indifference, asking the boy exactly what he thinks is a lie. Buren is fuming, claiming Reborn is inferior in every possible way and must have used some kind of cheap trick. He's desperate to save face, and even some of the other nobles start nodding along, looking for any excuse to invalidate Reborn's win. They start whispering about Reborn's curse and his lack of aura, even suggesting he might have bribed the instructor. The atmosphere turns toxic as the crowd questions Rimmer's integrity. Rimmer just crosses his arms, letting them talk. Buren challenges Reborn directly, saying that if he's a real warrior, he should settle this with a head-on fight. Rimmer smirks, calling out Buren's desperation. He asks if the direct line boy really wants that title that badly. Rimmer turns toward the destructive king, asking Glenn how they should handle this messy situation. Glenn Zeehart stares down at them, his presence alone making the entire arena go silent in an instant. He asks Reborn if he's willing to duel Buren since the others can't seem to accept the results of the test. Buren looks up with a nasty grin, thinking he's finally going to get the chance to crush Reborn with a real blade. But Reborn shuts it down instantly with a loud "I do not," catching everyone, including Buren, completely off guard. Reborn points out that the test is over, and the results are final. Why would he waste his time dueling someone when he has nothing to gain? He mocks Buren's pride, telling him he expected more grace from a direct line warrior. Buren is shaking with pure fury. Glenn steps in with a new offer. He tells Reborn that if he wins this duel, he'll grant him a bronze tablet. Reborn's eyes go wide. A tablet from the head of the house is a massive reward that carries insane weight. He knows these tablets can be traded for legendary items or favors. He realizes Glenn is testing him one more time. Reborn agrees to the terms, his focus shifting back to the battlefield. The two boys square up. It's time to officially determine who the top trainee really is. Rimmer lays out the rules, a one-round duel. No aura, no weapons, just pure physical combat. The sky is clear, the stakes are high, and the entire house is watching to see if Reborn is the real deal or just a fluke. Rimmer gets into position, a playful but sharp look on his face as he prepares to start the match. "Begin!" The command echoes through the stadium, and the air explodes with movement. Buren lunges forward with everything he's got, desperate to reclaim his honor. He throws a heavy punch, but Reborn's eyes don't even blink. He dodges by a hair's breadth with inhuman calm. Buren follows up with a series of strikes, but Reborn is moving like a ghost, slipping through his defense. Reborn blocks a high kick, feeling the weight of Buren's physical training. He's impressed, but not worried. Our guy notices something. Buren is preparing a specific, high-level martial art. Buren screams that this is the Void Tiger Fist, a secret technique his father taught him. Since fists are allowed, he thinks he's found a loophole to win. He unleashes a massive blow that cracks the air. aiming to end Reborn in one hit. The crowd is cheering for Burin, thinking Reborn is finally outclassed by a real Zeheart technique. Burin taunts Reborn, calling him weaker than a collateral line student while pushing his assault. He's desperate to keep his top trainee position, his face twisting with the pressure of his father's cold gaze. We see a memory of Burin's father, a man who told him that the house has no room for weaklings. Burin realizes he needs to prove himself right here, right now, or he'll be discarded like his older siblings. He throws a devastating strike, shouting that he can't be defeated by someone like Reborn. Their fists clash in a flurry of movement, but Reborn isn't just defending anymore. Reborn stares at Burin with those terrifying crimson eyes. To everyone's shock, Reborn whispers, "I can see them." He has completely analyzed the flow, the fists, and the attacks of the Void Tiger Fist. He's decoded a secret technique in seconds. Burin thinks Reborn is giving up and moves in for the final strike. Reborn ducks under the punch with clinical precision, his own fist beginning to swirl with a strange energy. He asks Burin why he would ever give up. It's time for a counterattack. Reborn mimics the exact rotation of the Void Tiger Fist, his arm turning into a literal drill of power. Boom! Their fists collide, but Reborn's power completely swallows Burin's. A massive shockwave ripples through the arena, the sound of the impact echoing like a thunderclap. Burin is sent staggering back, his defense completely shattered. He's horrified, wondering how a patient can possibly use his family's most guarded secret. Reborn moves in with a final, overwhelming strike. He's turned Burin's own technique against him. He lands a direct hit on Burin's chest, the force of it lifting the noble boy off the ground. Burin hits the dirt hard, coughing up spit as he realizes he's just been humiliated by his own style. Glenn Zeheart stands up in absolute shock. He can't believe what he just saw. He demands to know how Reborn mastered the Void Tiger Fist. That shouldn't be possible for an outsider. Burin is on all fours, gasping for air and trembling as he asks how Reborn knows his secret art. Reborn just stands over him, looking down with cold indifference. He gives the ultimate flex. He tells Burin he just followed the flow of the technique Burin showed him once. He copied it mid-fight. The crowd is losing their minds, copying the Void Tiger Fist just by seeing it. This kid isn't just a genius, he's a monster. They're scrambling for explanations, wondering if it was secretly transferred to him, because the alternative is just too scary. Reborn just looks at his hand, unfazed. To him, this was just a basic calculation of movement. Rimmer looks at the scene, his jaw practically on the floor. He realized he's looking at someone who has reached a level of insight that shouldn't be possible. He covers his mouth in awe, thinking to himself that Reborn is the real deal. He realizes Reborn nullified the technique by throwing a counterpunch with the opposite rotation. That's insane martial IQ. Reborn's flow is as smooth as water, but as destructive as a landslide. Rimmer notes that Reborn didn't just read the flow, he turned that flow into his own power. He looks at Reborn and sees a heavenly talent, a warrior that can stand at the peak of the entire continent. Rimmer steps in, calling the match. He tells everyone that the outcome is pretty clear now. He shouts it out to the heavens, "The victor is Reborn Zeheart!" He raises his hand, officially ending the exam and cementing Reborn's position at the top. Sylvia is running through the arena, her dress fluttering as she rushes toward her son. She's beaming, looking at Reborn like he's the greatest treasure in the world. She tackles him into a massive hug, spinning around as pink petals seem to fall from the sky. It's a moment of pure motherly pride after years of being looked down upon in the annex. Sylvia squeezes him tight, her heart overflowing with joy that her son proved everyone wrong. Wrath is in the background, grumbling about being hungry and wanting to go home, totally killing the emotional vibe. Runan's father is crying over his daughter's success while she just stands there with her usual blank stare. On the other side, Burin is being helped up by a butler. He looks completely broken. He flinches as he sees a cold gaze staring down at him from the balcony. It's his father, Denier. He doesn't say a word, he just turns his back and walks away, leaving his son in the dirt. Burin is crushed, tears welling in his eyes as he realizes he's just been discarded by his own family. Night falls over the Zeheart estate, but the tension from the test is still lingering in the air. Inside a dark office, a single candle flickers as Burin stands before his father. He's trembling, looking at the ground as the clock ticks away like a countdown to his doom. Denier finally speaks, his voice colder than ice. Buran jumps as his father calls his name. He asks Buran if he remembers his orders, to never lose and to come back as the top trainee. He explodes in rage, screaming about how Buran lost to a piece of trash discarded from the main line. He threatens Buran, asking if he wants to end up like his failed older siblings who were thrown away by the house. He tells Buran to bring back that top position during the graduation, warning him that this is his last chance. He dismisses his son with a cold leave, not even looking at him as Buran retreats. Buran walks through the dark halls, the pressure of his father's words feeling like a physical weight on his soul. He punches a stone wall in a fit of rage, blaming Rayon for everything that's going wrong. He's crying, unable to understand how he could lose when he worked so hard. He walks aimlessly through the night, his mind a mess of jealousy and self-loathing. He wipes his eyes, trying to regain some sense of pride, but he feels like a total failure. He finds himself standing in front of the empty training ground. Even in his despair, his habit brought him here. He wonders why he came here, thinking he's just acting out of aimless walking. He pushes the doors open, the creak of the floor echoing in the silence of the night. The place is empty, which makes sense since the exam just ended. He picks up a heavy weight, thinking about how Rayon used to lift these while the others were practicing flashy sword moves. He looks around the gym, his expression turning from anger to deep thought. He notices Rayon's locker and, driven by curiosity, decides to take a look inside. He tells himself it's fine since he isn't stealing, he just wants to understand the boy who beat him. He pulls the locker open, and his eyes practically bulge out of his head. He's completely frozen, his breath catching in his throat at the sight inside. The locker is filled with a box containing dozens of worn-out training shoes. Buran realizes that Rayon wore through more than 10 pairs of shoes in just 6 months. He only had to replace his own shoes twice. The reality hits him like a lightning bolt. He looks back at the empty gym. He imagines Rayon here, training alone in the dark while everyone else was sleeping or relaxing in their dorms. He realizes that every time he walked past Rayon, the patient was actually working 5 times harder than him. He thinks back to all the times Rayon was training, while he was busy ignoring the basics to be flashy. He remembers comfortably resting in the dorms while Rayon was pushing his body past the breaking point. He sees a vision of Rayon training until his lungs burned, giving off the true essence of a warrior. A white flower blooms in his mind, representing the purity and intensity of Rayon's effort. Buran looks down at the worn-out shoes, his pride completely shattered. He realized he was the one who was lazy. He stands there in silence, the weight of the shoes in his hands feeling heavier than any sword he's ever held. He looks at the empty benches and weights, seeing them in a completely different light now. The training ground isn't just a place to practice, it's a testament to the person who worked the hardest. He clutches the shoes, his expression changing from jealousy to a weird kind of respect. He slowly puts the shoes back and closes the locker, a new resolve forming in his eyes. He walks out of the training ground, leaving his old, arrogant self behind in the shadows. He looks up at the moon, finally understanding that talent is nothing without the will to push past your limits. The night air is cold, but his heart is finally burning with a real fire. Buran Zieghart is no longer just a direct-line genius. He's finally become a true trainee. Back in his room, Wrath is having a total meltdown. He can't believe a mere human like Rayon keeps winning these bets. The demon demands to know what Rayon really is, but our boy just smirks and tells him to use his imagination. The system window pops up with the rewards! All ability points increase by 2, and he's granted a new special trait, Perception of the Snowflower. Wrath grudgingly explains that it's an ability to increase sensory range by 10%, a 1-star version of his own Monarch tier senses. Rayon realizes this is huge. He can sense things 10 times further than any original human would allow. He asks why the name is so flowery, looking at the blue ball of fire with a skeptical gaze. Wrath claims it's a cool name, but Rayon just tells him he sucks at naming things. The demon screams in protest, but his voice is drowned out by the night as Rayon prepares for his next move. Suddenly, a butler arrives, telling Rayon that the head of house has summoned him. Sylvia looks instantly worried. She asks if Rayon did something wrong, but the butler gives a polite smile, telling her not to worry. The butler is clearly impressed by the boy, looking at him with a gaze that finally shows some respect. Glenn Sieghart is waiting on his massive gold throne, looking as intimidating as ever. Rayon kneels before the destructive king, greeting him with the proper respect for his station. Glenn admits that even though he doesn't like it, he's a man of his word and will keep his promise. The butler presents a red velvet cushion, and there it is, the shimmering bronze tablet. Glenn officially grants Rayon the tablet, a reward for his incredible performance in the test. He explains that in the future, Rayon can return the tablet to request any item or favor that matches its rank. Rayon stares at the tablet, his mind already spinning with how to use this new leverage. He doesn't wait for the future. He looks up and says he has something he wants to ask right now. He says the name Sylvia Sieghart, making Glenn's eyes narrow with sudden intensity. Rayon asks a blunt question: "What must I do to return my mother's position to what it was before?" The room goes dead silent. The butler looks stunned, but Glenn just stares at the boy with a complicated expression. Glenn clarifies that Rayon wants her back in the direct line, where she was once the pride of the house. He tells Rayon it requires an achievement so great that the entire house has no choice but to recognize it. He warns Rayon that being recognized by this house is like trying to pluck a star from the sky, nearly impossible for a brat like him. Rayon gets a confident smirk, noting that Glenn said it is possible, even if it's hard. He thanks Glenn for the answer and reaches for the tablet, his goal now crystal clear. He turns to leave, having gotten exactly what he needed from the big boss. "Wait!" Glenn stops him. He points out that Rayon hasn't even asked for his tablet reward yet. Rayon is surprised. He never expected the destructive king to be so generous after their tense conversation. Glenn tells him to state his wish, looking down with a gaze that demands an answer. Rayon clenches his fist. He knows exactly what he needs to bridge the gap between him and his enemies. He tells Glenn he needs a cultivation technique. Glenn points out he'll learn the basics in training soon. Rayon shakes his head. He wants an aura cultivation technique that is far beyond the basic ones the other kids get. He knows his old assassin techniques won't be enough to take down Darius Robert. He needs something legendary. Glenn stares at him for a long time, then finally nod. "So you require a cultivation technique?" He snaps his fingers, and a massive set of white doors swings open, revealing the hidden library of House Sieghart. Rayon walks into a room filled with towering shelves that seem to reach the heavens. This is where the house's greatest secrets are kept, a treasure trove of martial knowledge. Rayon is overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the library, his eyes scanning the thousands of books. Glenn tells him to raise his hand in the center. One of the bookcases will sense his needs, and the right book will appear. Rayon is skeptical, but he follows the instructions, his golden hair glowing in the light of the room. He raises his hand, praying that something useful, something better than his shadow techniques, will show up. Suddenly, the air begins to vibrate, and a golden light erupts from the shelves. A single dusty book flies through the air, heading straight for Rayon's outstretched hand. Rayon catches it, looking down at the old, worn-out cover with confusion. But when Glenn and the butler see the book, they both look like they've seen a ghost. Glenn screams, "WHATISTHIS?" the first time we've seen the big boss lose his cool. He demands to know how Rayon could possibly have summoned that book. The book floats in the air, glowing with an intense, ancient energy. Rayon reads the title, his voice barely a whisper. 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Just the name alone sounds epic. He wonders what kind of power is hidden inside these pages. He touches the cover, feeling a heat that seems to radiate from deep within the paper. Suddenly, the book flies open, and the pages begin to glow with a blinding light. The words literally lift off the paper and begin to swirl around Rayon in a vortex of fire. Rayon is paralyzed as the ancient knowledge begins to pour directly into his mind. Glenn watches in shock as the library is filled with the heat of 1,000 suns. We see a flashback of Glenn being told about Sylvia being alienated by the house and leaving. He remembers the sword she left behind, representing her broken path. He remembers telling his men not to report such small things, focused only on the military growth of the house. He spent his life viewing emotions as a luxury, building House Sieghart into a superpower. He looks at the fire in the library and wonders what he lost in the process of gaining that power. He obtained military might and great expansion, but his heart became a wasteland. He asks himself what he truly lost. He remembers the day he got the report that his son-in-law and granddaughter were killed by the twin ghosts of Eden. He reads the report, realizing Sylvia was the only survivor. The guilt begins to consume him. He realized how sudden the attack was, and how it was impossible to reach them in time. He looks at his blood-stained hand in the past, calling himself pathetic for only recovering his emotions when it was too late. He sees Sylvia kneeling in the dirt, her spirit completely broken. He knows he can't turn back time. He looks at Rayon and vows that even if Sylvia and the boy hate him, he will protect them this time for sure. The vision fades as the book completely dissolves into glowing white petals. Rayon stands there, looking dazed and confused as the energy settles. He feels something ancient and powerful flowing into his body and mind. Glenn calls his name, his voice booming through the silent library. Rayon turns to face him, looking like he just survived a spiritual explosion. Glenn asks what he just did, his face a mix of suspicion and awe. Rayon admits he doesn't know, he just remembers the cultivation technique disappearing into his hand. Glenn asks one more time for the name of the book, as if he needs to hear it to believe it. Gold stardust swirls around Rayon's hand as the system completes the integration. Rayon looks at his hand, sensing a fire burning deep within his core that he's never felt before. The system window confirms it. Rayon has encountered the flames of eternity. The 10,000 Flames cultivation is officially remembered! Our boy just got his first legendary power-up! The air is thick with tension as the strongest man in the world stares down his grandson, asking if he truly managed to memorize a book that's been unreadable for centuries. Rayon doesn't blink, giving a simple, confident yes. Glenn takes a moment, his eyes narrowing as he processes the claim before finally letting out a breath and deciding that's good enough for now. He officially awards Rayon the bronze tablet and tells him to get lost, and Rayon, ever the stoic, simply acknowledges the order. As Rayon walks away, he can feel the eyes of his grandfather and the butler burning into his back, knowing he's just changed the course of his life. The butler watches the boy leave, his face a mask of worry, while Glenn stays seated on his throne, lost in thought. The butler leans in, his voice trembling as he asks if the book Raon took was that one, the one from the legends. Glenn confirms it with a heavy yes. Glenn closes his eyes, a small scar on his face twitching as the memories of the family's history surge back. He's thinking about the first head of the Zygarde family, a legendary warrior whose shadow looms over everyone who carries the name. It's a cultivation technique that literally nobody in history has been able to master, and Glenn can't believe a 12-year-old just walked off with it. The butler warns that Rayon and his mother, Sylvia, might be in serious danger if the word gets out, but Glenn tells him to relax, nobody even knows what that book was. Back outside, Wrath is floating around Rayon, confused about how the boy is going to explain the fact that the book literally vanished into his soul. Glenn looks at the empty shelf, knowing the technique would have just rotted away if Rayon hadn't come along to claim it. He stands up, a sharp look in his eyes, feeling like the world is about to change. He predicts that new violent winds are going to start blowing through the family, and Rayon is right at the center of the storm. Back in his room, Rayon is staring at his hand, wondering why his grandfather would give him a technique that even a golden tablet shouldn't be enough to buy. He realizes this fire technique is just as powerful as his ring of fire, and he knows it's time to start the real work. In the darkness of his mind, a small spark of flame appears, flickering with an intense, ancient heat. Rayon watches the flame dance at his fingertips, the warmth a strange contrast to the cold curse still living in his veins. He clenches his fist, trying to force the mana to flow, but the energy is stubborn and wild. He closes his eyes, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to harmonize the fire with his internal soul engine. A surge of blue mana erupts, and Rayon lets out a frustrated sigh. He's failed to stabilize the flame once again. He's been trying for hours, but gathering the aura is way more difficult than he expected, even for someone with his past life experience. Wrath's big eye zooms in, a smug grin on his face, as he mocks Rayon for having such a hard time. The demon warns him to be careful, because if someone touches him while he's cultivating this advanced fire, his body will literally explode. Rayon narrows his eyes, wondering what the demon is actually planning, but he knows Wrath is right about the danger. If his mana circuits break now, he'll be a cripple for life, and with the frost curse still inside him, it's basically a death sentence. Rayon stops and looks at the demon, a realization dawning on him as he sees the malicious look in the monster's eyes. Wrath lets out a dark, jagged laugh, telling Rayon he's just waiting for that one moment to interrupt him and take over. Rayon points out that if he dies, the demon loses his host, But Wrath doesn't care. He's confident he can handle a broken body. The demon boasts that even if Rayon's limbs are cut off, or his heart explodes, a monarch of devildom can stitch him back together easily. He tells Rayon that the moment he gives up and loses hope will be the best chance for the King of Essence to steal his soul. Instead of being scared, Rayon just smirks, telling the demon he's actually looking forward to seeing him try. Wrath tells him to keep bluffing and stay terrified, because the demon could strike at any second of any day. Rayon turns away, reminding himself that this blue fireball isn't a pet, he's a deadly enemy waiting for the perfect opening. He's the literal incarnation of Wrath, a fiend from hell who wants nothing more than to devour Rayon's existence. Rayon shakes off the threat, deciding to focus on a more immediate problem that's been bothering him for days. Wrath asks if he's finally going to deal with her, noting that a certain someone has been visiting the building every single night. Rayon looks out the window into the moonlit woods, his crimson eyes locking onto a shadow moving through the trees. He decides it's time to switch back into assassin mode and handle the pest that's been digging into his family's business. Deep in the forest, a girl in a maid's uniform is crouching by the water, looking completely out of place in the dark. This is Judiel, a maid from the annex, and she's busy writing a secret report on Raon's daily habits. She's stunned that a mere kid managed to get his hands on a legendary technique, and she knows her bosses are going to want to hear about this. She recalls the strange, overwhelming flow of mana she felt coming from Rayon's room. It was unlike anything she'd ever sensed from a human. She scribbles down the details, knowing this information is pure gold for the Central Martial Palace. She feels a slight ping of guilt, wondering how long she has to keep spying on a kid, but she knows she has to follow her orders. She drops a small, folded note into the water, watching it float away as her silent signal to her handlers. As the note drifts, she lets out a breath, thinking her job for the night is finally done. She stands up to head back, but her heart stops as a cold, sharp blade of steel suddenly presses against her throat. A shadow looms over her, and Rayon's voice drops to a lethal whisper, telling her that if she opens her mouth, she dies instantly. She's paralyzed as the blade bites into her skin, the boy warning her that any sudden move will be her last. Rayon commands her to lower her gaze and look at the lake, his voice filled with a bloodlust that feels way too heavy for a child. She glances down, her eyes wide with terror as she wonders who this monster behind her could possibly be. In the reflection of the water, she sees the boy she's been spying on, but his eyes are cold and dead, just like a professional killer's. She can't believe it's Rayon Zeehart, the crippled kid who shouldn't have been able to even follow her without being heard. Rayon leans into her ear, telling her he's felt her eyes on him since the very first day she stepped into the annex. The revelation hits her like a truck. He wasn't just working out, he was letting her watch while he planned her demise. She's terrified because she's a trained spy who left no traces, yet this boy treated her like she was invisible the whole time. Rayon doesn't want to talk anymore. He orders her to open her mouth as he pulls out a small, dark object. He shoves a bitter, hard pill down her throat before she can even process what's happening. She gags and coughs, collapsing to the ground as a burning, writhing pain begins to tear through her stomach. Rayon reaches into the water and casually fishes out the secret report she just tried to send, completely unfazed by her suffering. He looks at the blank paper, realizing it's encoded with a special ink that needs a specific trigger to be read. He starts guessing the triggers: water, earth, fire, his voice calm as he lists off the elements. He tries wind and moonlight while the maid watches him in absolute horror, her hand clutching her chest. As the light of the moon hits the paper, the words finally appear, and the maid's face goes pale as she realizes she's completely exposed. Rayon reads the names out loud: Ares Zeehart, Karun Zeehart, the big players who are trying to tear his life apart. He concludes that Karun Zeehart is the one pulling the strings, and the maid's reaction tells him he's hit the bullseye. She's losing her mind, wondering how a kid could read her thoughts and see through her professional training so easily. The burning pain in her chest gets worse, and she realizes there's only one thing in the world that could cause this specific type of agony. She looks up at Rayon, her voice trembling as she realizes what he just fed her. She pictures a massive dark centipede wrapping around her heart, a rage worm, the ultimate tool for torture and mind control. We see a flashback of Judiel being hired by Karun Zeehart, who ordered her to infiltrate the annex and gather every scrap of info on Rayon and Sylvia. Karun promised her a massive reward if she succeeded, and she thought she was taking on the easiest job of her life. Back in the present, she's on her knees, desperately asking Rayon if he really just used a rage worm on her. Rayon looks surprised that she even knows what it is, but the cold look in his eyes never wavers. She's stunned because a rage worm is a legendary dark curse, and there's no way a noble child should have even heard of it. She starts dry heaving, the phantom sensation of the parasite crawling through her veins making her want to scream. The legend says the rage worm lets the caster feel the victim's thoughts and kill them with a single thought, and she's convinced she's a dead woman walking. Rayon ignores her panic and breaks down her entire mission, figuring out exactly when she started spying on him after the judgment ceremony. He reveals that he knows she's been tracking his mother and even the other maids, and he's clearly not happy about it. Judeel realizes her easy mission has turned into a nightmare. She thought she was spying on a child, but she's trapped with a monster. She remembers her boss telling her it would be a breeze to get info on a crippled kid and a disgraced woman. But as she looks up at Rayon, she realizes that a literal demon has been living in the annex this entire time. In a panic, she offers to change the reports and lie to her bosses just to stay alive, but Rayon tells her to forget it. He tells her that if she starts sending bad intel, Karun will just realize she's incompetent and replace her with someone harder to catch. Rayon leans in with a terrifying smile, telling her that from now on, she's going to be a double agent working for him. He orders her to keep reporting the basic stuff they'd find out anyway, but to hide the important secrets and to bring him intel on Karun in return. Rayon gives her a bright, innocent smile that doesn't reach his eyes, looking like a perfect little angel while he ruins her life. He turns to walk away, casually telling her he'll be expecting some very useful information the next time she visits. Judeel is left alone on the ground, trembling as she realizes she's now property of the Zeaheart's most dangerous child. Once he's out of sight, Wrath pops out and asks when the hell Rayon got a rage worm. Rayon just laughs, saying he'd never use something that gross. It was just a pill that causes temporary stomach pain. The demon is confused, asking how he read her thoughts then. Rayon explains he didn't. He just used his assassin experience to read her body language and facial expressions. Even Wrath is a bit creeped out, calling Rayon an absolute demon for tricking the girl so perfectly. Time skips forward as Rayon focuses on his training, and finally, the day arrives for the trainees to return to the main grounds. As he leaves, he sees Judeel watching him with a fearful, submissive look, while his mother Sylvia waves him goodbye with a sad smile. Rayon is locked in, his mind focused on the challenges ahead as he prepares to show the family how much he's grown. Despite all his hard work, he admits to himself that he hasn't been able to fully form a fire aura yet, which is a bit of a problem. But he's not letting it stop him as he heads back to the training grounds to face his rivals. The 5th training ground is buzzing with activity as the surviving kids gather for their next stage of training. Only 42 kids are left out of the original massive group, and Rayon is surprised that a quarter of them actually managed to survive Rimmer's hellish regime. Rimmer is there, looking as lazy as ever, reminding everyone that he has very strict standards for who gets to stay. Suddenly, a voice calls out Rayon's name, breaking his concentration. It's Runan, the silent prodigy, staring at him with her usual blank expression. She walks up to him as the other trainees watch in confusion, wondering what the two geniuses are about to do. Even Wrath is curious, floating between them as the silence stretches on for a long, awkward moment. Runan stares into Raon's eyes, her silver hair catching the light as she prepares to speak. We see a flashback of Runan's parents thanking her for helping them with something, and she mentions that Raon helped her train. Her mother asks if she thanked him properly, and Runan says she did, by giving him some snacks. But her mother points out she didn't thank him for the actual training help, and Runan admits she didn't because she was nervous. She says her dad told her never to talk to boys first, but her mom just laughs, telling her it's fine to show gratitude. Her mom explains that when it comes to being a decent person, it doesn't matter if someone is a boy or a girl. She tells Runan that saying thanks is just basic courtesy that every Zeaheart should know. Runan takes the advice to heart, looking determined to do the right thing for once. Back in the present, she bluntly blurs out thanks to Rayon, who is completely caught off guard. Rayon is left blinking in confusion while Wrath just shrugs, having no idea why the girl is acting so weird. But before they can talk, another voice screams Rayon's name. It's Dorian, the kid with the magic bag running toward them. Dorian is gasping for air, telling Rayon he thought he was going to die during the break because the training has gotten so insane. He starts rambling about his nightmares and how hard it is to sleep, while Rayon just looks at him with a deadpan expression. Dorian says he's just glad Rayon is the top trainee and not someone scary like Burin, but he doesn't realize the person he's talking about is standing right behind him. A terrifying scream of rage erupts from behind Dorian, and a shadow looms over the poor kid. Dorian's face twists in pure terror as a massive pressure hits him from behind. He collapses to the ground as a figure walks past him, heading straight for Ryan. It's Burin, but something is different. His eyes aren't filled with the same bratty arrogance as before. The two rivals stand face to face, the air between them crackling with intensity as the other trainees hold their breath. In a move that shocks everyone, Burin actually bows and apologizes for his behavior during their last duel. He admits he lost fair and square, but he warns Ryan that he's not giving up and will work even harder to stand before him again. He turns to walk away, showing a level of dignity that nobody expected from the direct line genius. Wrath is impressed, noting that it's rare for a human to admit their shortcomings like that, especially at 13. Ryan watches him go, realizing that Burin is actually starting to act like a true member of a great family. Wrath suddenly gets angry again, yelling at Ryan to go pluck the kid's eyes out for being too cool, but Ryan just tells the demon to calm down. Rimmer finally shows up, apologizing for being late because he decided to take a nap after drinking some wine. He's as breezy as ever, laughing as he greets the kids who managed to make it back to the training ground. He congratulates them all on becoming official trainees, but he warns them that the real hell starts today. The routine is going to be the same, but with a few extras added in to separate the wheat from the chaff. Before he can explain the new aura cultivation method, a massive boom echoes through the training ground. The main gate is kicked open with enough force to shatter the stone, and everyone turns to see a new figure standing in the dust. A girl with long black hair walks in, complaining that the door wouldn't open and looking like she's looking for a fight. Dorian recognizes her and starts shaking, while Rimmer explains that she's a failed trainee from a previous batch who's joining them. She walks toward the group, her eyes scanning the crowd with a predator's intensity. This is Martha Sieghart, and she looks like she could eat most of these kids for breakfast. She's from the direct line, meaning she's got the blood of the destructive king himself flowing through her veins. Rimmer tries to say she's a good kid deep down, but Martha interrupts him by stepping forward. She stands in the center of the ground and demands to know who the head trainee is. Ryan steps forward, his expression neutral, while Martha looks at him with pure, unadulterated contempt. She tells him to come out right now, because she's not going to let some weakling hold a higher rank than her. Martha doesn't want to wait. She's itching to fight right here, right now, to prove who the real boss of the 5th training ground is. Ryan sighs, wondering why he always gets stuck with the crazy ones, while Wrath just laughs at his misfortune. Ryan calmly introduces himself as the top trainee, and Martha lets out a dark, amused "oh-ho." She mocks his appearance, saying he looks way too weak to be the best, but she decides that beating him up anyway will be a good warm-up. She starts cracking her knuckles, ready to skip the talking and get straight to the violence. Suddenly, Burin steps in between them, telling Martha she's being undignified for attacking someone the moment she arrives. Martha is stunned that a brat like Burin would talk back to an elder, her face twisted in annoyance. She gets right in Burin's face, but he doesn't back down an inch. Burin warns her that Ryan was acknowledged by the instructor and the Lord, and asking to fight him is basically disrespecting the entire family. Martha laughs, reminding Burin that he was the one causing a scene when Ryan first arrived, but Burin just smirks. He tells her that's exactly why he's stopping her. He's already lived through that embarrassment and doesn't want to see her do the same. He says he doesn't want to see the same ugliness repeated, showing how much he's actually matured as a person. Ryan is actually impressed by Burin's change, while Martha just looks even more pissed off. Martha turns her attention to Runan, who has also stepped forward to block her path. She mocks their friendship, calling them trash for taking care of each other like a bunch of commoners. Martha decides she's fine with being the bad guy, and she suddenly turns her back on them like she's walking away. But she lets out a creepy smile, saying she hates cowards who hide behind other people more than anything in the world. In a flash, she launches herself into the air, leaping over Burin and Runan with insane speed. She throws a massive punch aimed straight at Ryan's head, screaming for him to eat this. Ryan doesn't move until the last possible second, his eyes tracking her fist as it closes in. The punch whistles through the air, carrying enough force to shatter bone. A massive shockwave erupts as Ryan dodges the strike, the air itself seeming to crack from the impact. Burin and Rimmer both watch with wide eyes. Burin is shocked by the power, while Rimmer just has a knowing smile. Martha lands on her feet, looking surprised that she actually missed her target. She looks back at Rayon, her eyes wide with disbelief, realizing this kid is way faster than he looks. The ground beneath her feet literally cracks as she prepares for a second, even more violent charge. She snarls that Rayon won't be able to walk by the time she's done with him, her pride completely wounded. But before she can strike, Rimmer suddenly appears between them, grabbing her arm with effortless ease. Martha is stunned. She didn't even see the instructor move. Rimmer tells them that's enough, his voice turning cold as he warns them that ignoring the instructor is a big mistake. He points out that Martha has already learned aura while Rayon hasn't, so winning a fight now wouldn't even be something to be proud of. He tells her she can fight Rayon all she wants after he learns aura, and Martha reluctantly backs off, clicking her tongue in annoyance. Rimmer tells Rayon to go back to his position, and Rayon simply acknowledges it, looking completely unbothered by the near-death experience. Wrath is screaming in Rayon's head, furious that he let the bitch who attacked him walk away without a scratch. Rayon tells the demon he got a hit in during the dodge, but Wrath thinks he should have ripped her head off right there. Rayon smiles, telling the demon that it's better to wait until he has something to win from her, using his position as the top trainee as bait for a future bet. He walks back to the line, mentally telling Martha to just wait, because he's going to show her something much cooler next time. The scene shifts to the training building later that day as the sun begins to set over the Zygarde estate. Inside, Burin is training alone, dripping with sweat and pushing his body to the absolute limit. He stops for a water break, his breathing heavy as he tries to process everything that's happened. He's working on the 3 Stars Rising Fist, a high-level sequence that combines several complex movements, but his mind keeps drifting back to Rayon and the insane growth the boy has shown in such a short time. He watches Rayon training across the hall, realizing it's only been a month since the kid started from scratch. It took Burin a month just to learn the basic fist shape, and he realizes Rayon might actually surpass him in swordsmanship too. He's not the only one feeling the pressure. He looks over to see Martha training with a desperate, frantic energy. He can see that Martha is being chased by Rayon's shadow as well, her movements becoming more aggressive and reckless. Martha curses under her breath, her wooden sword trembling in her hand as she tries to push past her limits. She can't understand how Rayon is growing this quickly when it's his first time learning these techniques. She thinks about how Runan and Burin had private tutors for years, but Rayon spent his life crippled by coldness. Her eyes turn fierce as she tells herself there's no way she can fall behind a collateral line kid. We see a flashback of people praising Martha's frightening talent when she was younger. She was always compared to a beautiful, powerful flower that bloomed way earlier than anyone else. Ever since she was adopted into the Zeheart house, she was always the hunter, never the prey. She used to look down on the other geniuses who did nothing but brag about their status. She took a sick pleasure in mocking them whenever they fell into despair because they couldn't keep up with her. She was the best, the ultimate genius. That was her entire identity. But now, for the first time in her life, she's so anxious she can't handle it, and it's all because of one boy. As she leaves the training ground at night, a butler greets her, praising her for her hard work. She just gives a dismissive yeah, her mind still trapped in the training hall. The butler watches her walk away, noticing the dark look on her face and the way her shoulders are tensed up. He tells her there's no need to be anxious, and Martha stops in her tracks, clearly annoyed by the comment. She asks what the hell he's talking about, and the butler calmly tells her that she will never face defeat at the hands of Rayon Zeheart. Martha turns around, her eyes narrowing as she asks him why he sounds so sure of himself. The butler gives a thin, mysterious smile, looking like he knows a secret that could change everything. He reveals that Rayon Zeheart has a critical weakness that he will never be able to overcome, no matter how hard he trains. Rayon is deep in his rhythm, his wooden sword cutting through the air with a clean, sharp whoosh as he pushes his body to the limit. He lets out a heavy breath, the sweat dripping from his face as he finishes another grueling set of repetitions. A group of lower-tier trainees approach him, nervously asking our guy for advice on their posture, proving he's already earned their respect. Burin watches from a distance, deciding not to interrupt. He admits to himself that Rayon's basic swordsmanship is already on a completely different level. Suddenly, a slow, mocking clap echoes through the hall as Martha steps into view with a nasty smirk. She sarcastically calls him a genius for learning so fast, but her eyes are filled with pure condescension. She leans in close, telling him that no matter how good his form is, his trash mana sensitivity makes all his hard work completely pointless. She insults him further, suggesting the best he can hope for is becoming a low-level instructor for kids, while the other trainees listen in awkward silence. Instructor Rimmer leans against a bench in the back, watching the drama unfold without saying a single word. Martha turns her back and walks away, satisfied that no one dared to challenge her arrogant claims. Rayon just stands there, his grip tightening on his sword, looking like the picture of a failure who still hasn't mastered aura after 4 long months. Outside, the butler tells Martha that the rumors are true. Rayon seemingly has zero talent when it comes to aura cultivation. He explains that during the judgment ceremony, Rayon's mana sensitivity was recorded as the absolute lowest possible for a human. The butler notes that Rayon is the only kid left in the 5th training ground who hasn't manifested aura, and his bronze tablet technique is probably just some basic trash. Martha laughs, concluding that it doesn't matter how much combat talent the boy has. If he can't handle aura, he'll never be a real threat. The two of them share a dark laugh in the moonlight, completely convinced that Rayon is a dead end for the Zieghart family. Back inside, Martha is still fuming that she lost a tiny bit of face to a halfling, but she tells herself she shouldn't even care about him. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, her eyes widening as someone blocks her path in the hallway. It's Runan, standing there with her usual blank stare, looking like a silent ghost in the middle of the corridor. Martha asks if she's got something to say, but Runan just stares at her, the tension rising between the two female prodigies. Runan finally speaks a single, cold word: "Go." Martha is stunned by the girl's bluntness. Martha tries to laugh it off, saying she's leaving anyway to attend a special lesson meant only for the high-ranked direct bloodlines. She walks away with a wave of her hand, bragging about her elite status, while Runan watches her go with those piercing purple eyes. Runan stays silent, looking like she's contemplating something far more important than Martha's ego. The moon hangs high over the training grounds as the night deepens, but our guy Rayon isn't done yet. The training hall is empty except for the sound of a falling water bottle as Rayon finally takes a seat. He wipes his face with a towel, deciding that he's pushed his physical body far enough for one day. A small, genuine smile actually crosses his face as he mutters to himself that this, learning to improve himself, is actually fun. In his past life as an assassin, the only thing he learned was how to kill and survive. He never had the luxury of learning martial arts for his own growth. He looks at his hands, realizing that for the first time in 2 lifetimes, he's actually enjoying the journey of becoming a warrior. Wrath suddenly explodes into a fit of rage, calling Rayon an idiot for not reacting when Martha was insulting him earlier. Rayon just looks at the petty fireball and says he didn't even hear her because he was too focused on his training. Wrath is losing it, saying he would have frozen the girl's soul for those insults, but Rayon just tells him there's no point in a meaningless fight. He confidently tells the demon that even without his secret fire technique, he could take someone like Martha down easily. The door slowly creaks open, and the moonlight reveals a silver-haired figure standing there with a wooden box. Rayon is surprised to see Runan standing at the door so late at night, looking as expressionless as always. He asks her what she's doing there, and Runan just walks up and thrusts the box toward him. She opens it to reveal small, perfectly round treats that look cold and refreshing. She tells him to eat, and Rayon picks one up, noting that it feels strangely cool to the touch. When he hesitates, Runan just gives him another blunt command to eat it, looking like she won't leave until he does. Ron's assassin instincts tell him never to eat food from others, but he knows Runan isn't the type to poison a friend. He takes a bite, and his eyes suddenly snap open as the flavor hits him. Wrath is even more shocked, screaming that he's never tasted anything this sweet, not even in the demon realm. The demon is begging for more as Raon admits to Runan that the treat is actually really good. Runan explains it's marble ice cream, her voice soft as she watches him enjoy the snack. But as soon as he finishes one, she turns and starts walking away. Wrath is devastated, screaming for her to give them one more before she leaves. Rayon watches her go, wondering if she was actually worried about him after Martha's bullying. He looks at the box and realizes Runan, who has a massive sweet tooth, only had 4 of these left, and she gave him one of them. He realizes she must have saved her favorite snack just for him, which makes the gesture feel a lot heavier. Rayon smiles to himself, touched by the silent girl's kindness, and feeling genuinely okay for the first time in a while. He decides he needs to repay her later, while Wrath keeps sobbing in the background, desperate for more ice cream. Rayon finally returns to the annex, where his mother Sylvia greets him with overwhelming warmth, worried that he stayed out too late. Later that night, Rayon goes over a secret report written by Judiel, the spy maid he's now controlling. Judiel is nervous as Rayon asks her what her handler said about his lack of progress. She explains that the Central Martial Palace has lost interest in him because he's been unable to manifest any aura at all. Rayon asks about his mother, and Judiel confirms that they've stopped viewing Sylvia as a threat as well, thinking they've both become useless. Rayon narrows his eyes, thinking that it's a problem if they withdraw the spy too early. He still needs to use her to feed them false information. Judiel hesitates, her face pale as she prepares to ask a question that's been eating at her. She asks Rayon if he's intentionally failing to learn aura just to lower the family's guard. Rayon gives her a chilling, sharp grin and simply says, "Who knows?" Judiel flinches in terror, quickly apologizing for being rude and realizing she should never try to guess what this kid is thinking. Rayon dismisses her, while Wrath notes that it's smart to use the situation to their advantage, making everyone think he's a failure. Wrath asks how he's having such a hard time with the aura training if he's so smart, and Rayon just suggests they go train some more to find out. The demon is horrified, calling Rayon a monster and begging to just go to sleep for once. Rayon looks out his window at dawn and spots a familiar red-haired figure sitting on a rock below. It's Instructor Rimmer, surrounded by small birds and looking way too cheerful for someone who just woke up. Rayon asks why he's here, and Rimmer drops a bombshell. He's come to personally tutor Rayon. Rayon is stunned as the legendary Sword of Light puts a hand on his shoulder, his expression turning serious. Rimmer grins, telling Rayon it's time to finally find out what his true mana attribute is. The two of them head deep into the forest, their boots crunching on the leaves as Rimmer leads the way. Rayon is confused, asking why they're hiking through the woods if they're supposed to be talking about mana attributes. Rimmer tells him to stop whining, claiming that even though he's lazy, he's actually an excellent teacher when he tries. He gives Rayon a mysterious look, asking how he expects to learn about fire in a place that's always cold. Rimmer recalls the first time he saw Rayon's training technique. It was an aura so intense it felt like he was staring at liquid magma. He remembers seeing the image of flames so strong they resembled a volcanic eruption behind the boy. It was a cultivation style that existed on a completely different dimension from anything the other trainees were doing. Rimmer was impressed by Rayon's boldness, trying to merge the cold curse in his body with the internal fire, instead of just trying to remove it. He knows that if Rayon can actually master the 10,000 Flames book he took from the library, he'll be unstoppable. The instructor grins to himself, thinking about the monster he's about to unleash on the Zyhart family. Back in the present, Rimmer stops in a small clearing, looking satisfied with their location. Rayon catches up, still wondering what the hell they're doing out here in the middle of nowhere. The forest is quiet as Rimmer stands in the center of the trees, looking at Rayon with an expectant gaze. Suddenly, Rimmer holds out his hand and a massive, swirling vortex of green energy erupts around him, blowing the leaves everywhere. He explains that his own choice was to make a blade out of the wind to protect his lord. The wind howls around him, a pure manifestation of his will and his chosen mana attribute. Rayon watches in awe, feeling the raw power of a high-level warrior's aura for the first time. Rimmer notes that even with all that power being released, Rayon didn't flinch or show any fear, which isn't very childlike at all. He explains that as an elf he's felt the wind since birth, but it'll be much harder for a human like Rayon, especially with the cold curse in his circuits. He tells Rayon that mana has many forms, warm, cold, or sharp, and he needs to decide what kind of fire he wants to possess. Rimmer reaches toward the sky, showing that he achieved his goal by clearly defining the image of his power. He tells Rayon to find his own image, and to visualize the specific type of fire he wants to master. Rayon points out that it's hard to visualize fire in the frozen north unless he sets the whole forest on fire, which would get them both executed. Rimmer just smirks, having anticipated the boy's logical answer. He leads Rayon to a small, secluded stone building, the sound of crackling flames growing louder as they approach. Rimmer shouts for an old man, while a voice grumbles from inside about the flames acting up because of Rimmer's presence. Rayon is confused as they enter the hot, smoky room, wondering who could be living out here. Rimmer tells him this is the place where he can feel the most passionate and intense fires in the entire north. The title card reveals they've arrived at an artisan's charcoal pit, a place hidden away from the rest of the family. An old muscular man with a thick beard and glowing embers in his eyes looks up from a massive furnace. Rimmer introduces Rayon as the grandson of the patriarch, and the old man's eyes narrow instantly. The old man snorts, saying he's just a retired geezer who doesn't care about titles unless the patriarch himself shows up. Raon ignores the rudeness, his eyes locked onto the massive roaring wall of fire inside the furnace. He thinks back to all the fires he saw in his past life, small campfires on missions and burning villages. He remembers seeing advanced flame magic from powerful mages on the battlefield, but none of them felt like this. These flames feel different, they have a weight and a soul to them that he's never felt before. He repeats the words to himself. Heat, image, flames. He's trying to burn the visual into his mind. He holds his hand out toward the heat, trying to grasp the essence of the fire he wants to possess. The old man suddenly lessens the flames with a heavy tool, noticing that the boy is staring way too intensely at the pit. Rimmer reveals the man's name is Valken, and Raon's heart skips a beat. Valken grumbles that if they're looking for manners, they should look somewhere else, his back still turned to them. Raon is in shock, repeating the name Valken in his head. He realizes this is the legendary artisan famous across the entire world for his unmatched mastery of the forge. This is the man who created Glenn Zeahart's True Heaven sword before disappearing 30 years ago. Everyone thought he was dead. Raon immediately bows, showing deep respect and introducing himself properly to the legendary smith. Valken asks Rimmer if he told the kid who he was, but Rimmer just smiles and says he didn't say a word. Rimmer tells Raon that the old man is just a retired Zeahart artisan who's been hiding out here for over a decade. He explains that Valken has spent the last 10 years doing nothing but stoking these specific flames. Rimmer says there's no better place for Raon to feel real fire, and he asks the old man for a small favor. Valken asks why they don't just go to a regular blacksmith's workshop if they want to see fire. Rimmer points out that there are too many eyes at the main forge, and he wants Raon to master his technique in secret. He reminds Valken that Raon is Sylvia's son, and the old man's expression softens for just a split second. Raon steps forward and promises he won't be an interruption. He just wants to sit and feel the essence of the flames. Valken stares into Raon's eyes, searching for something in the boy's crimson gaze. The old man explains that he's busy making something called golden charcoal, which requires a decade of constant heat. He says this charcoal creates a flame stronger than any other in existence, and he's been sitting here for 10 years just to perfect it. He finally tells Raon he doesn't care what he does as long as he stays out of the way and doesn't interrupt the process. Raon's face lights up with a rare, happy smile as he thanks the old man for the opportunity. Outside, Rimmer watches the building, feeling satisfied that he's found the perfect training ground for his student. Valken walks out to meet Rimmer, grumbling about how the elf is always too kind when it comes to this specific kid. Rimmer promises to bring him some top-tier liquor later, but Valken admits he didn't say yes because of Rimmer. He reveals that the moment Raon walked in, the flames in the furnace surged with enough heat to destroy some of his charcoal. He realized that the boy's very breathing possesses the power to manipulate fire on a subconscious level. Valken looks at the door, thinking that if anyone can make his lifelong wishes come true, it might be this kid. Inside, Raon sits in a cross-legged position before the furnace, closing his eyes as he begins to sink into a deep cultivation state. Over the next 7 months, Raon visits the forge every single day, his mind constantly searching for the perfect image of fire. He clenches his fists as he finally feels a breakthrough coming, muttering that he gets it now. He realizes that while people fear fire as a destructive element, a properly trained fire is actually more stable than anything else in nature. He can feel the energy of the 10,000 flames technique finally awakening deep within his mana circuits. He hears Rimmer's voice in his head, telling him to picture the exact image of the power he wants to obtain. Raon's eyes narrow, his crimson gaze turning into a sharp, lethal stare as he focuses his entire soul. The image he needs is simple, a fire that can slay his past life killer, Daruth Robert, once and for all. We see a dark silhouette of Daruth, the primary target of Raon's cold, burning revenge. He also visualizes a fire that can light the way for his mother Sylvia to regain her rightful title and honor. He pictures Sylvia smiling, the warmth of his love for her fueling the intensity of his internal flames. He knows the path to his goals is filled with absolute darkness, and he needs a light that will never flicker. He wants a torch to light the way, and a sword of flame to defeat any beast that tries to stop him, no matter how much it rains or snows. He finally finds his image, an unwavering, eternal flame that can never be extinguished by anything in this world. Suddenly, a surge of energy much stronger than usual begins to seep into his body from the surrounding furnace. He realizes he needs to stop thinking and start catching this fire, letting the heat of the forge become one with his soul. He grits his teeth, his face turning red as the heat becomes almost unbearable. He enters a state of complete selflessness, where the images of his mind start to manifest right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, he feels a sharp, icy crack. His body is being attacked from the inside. A dark, jagged laugh echoes through his mind as the blue demon Wrath decides that it's finally his turn to play. The demon's massive blue eye looms over Rayon, telling him he's been waiting for the exact moment the boy was at his weakest. Rayon is horrified as ice begins to crawl over his skin, realizing he let his guard down at the worst possible time. He forgot that Wrath isn't a pet or an ally. He's a demon monarch who wants nothing more than to steal Rayon's life. The demon's grin is wide and predatory, his blue aura clashing violently with the furnace's heat. Wrath declares himself the king of the demon realm, his power beginning to overwhelm Rayon's internal fire. Rayon feels like his body is breaking into pieces, and his breath is being stolen by the freezing cold of the demon's mana. He knows that if he stops his fire technique now, he'll die instantly, but if he doesn't do something, the ice will destroy him. His consciousness begins to fade, and the world starts to go dark as the demon's power takes hold. Wrath mocks his struggle, calling his effort pitiful, and telling him it's all pointless because his body already belongs to the monarch. The demon's eyes narrow as he prepares to land the finishing blow on Rayon's soul. But Wrath makes a mistake. He mentions that Rayon is no different from the man working the furnace, giving our guy a desperate hint. Rayon realizes it's an all-or-nothing gamble, and he grits his teeth with enough force to draw blood. Instead of just absorbing the nature mana around the forge, he decides to pull the mana directly from the furnace itself. He's looking for a much stronger and hotter fire, one that can swallow up everything, including the demon's ice. He screams in his mind to take ITN, and a massive tidal wave of golden fire erupts from his body. Wrath is terrified, screaming as he realizes Rayon is doing something absolutely insane. Rayon is struggling, his veins bulging as the raw, unrefined heat of the forge pours into his mana circuits. Outside, the furnace begins to vibrate, the shovel on the ground shaking as the energy levels go off the charts. Valken is sitting nearby, his eyes widening as he realizes something is going horribly wrong inside the forge. The old man lets out a "KUK" as the heat suddenly becomes so intense it starts to singe his beard. He's never seen flames this strong in his entire life, and he's terrified that the whole building is about to go up. He looks over at Rayon and sees the boy enveloped in a pillar of blinding light. He's confused because even though the furnace is burning like a star, the air around Rayon feels freezing cold. The two energies are fighting for dominance. Valken rushes over, shouting at Rayon to see if he's still alive. He sees the boy shivering violently, his body caught between a cosmic fire and a demonic ice. Suddenly, Rimmer appears and blocks Valken, telling him he absolutely cannot touch the boy right now. Rimmer explains that Rayon is in a state of complete selflessness, and any physical contact will cause his energy to explode and kill him instantly. Valken is horrified, realizing that the coldness Rimmer warned him about is much more dangerous than he ever imagined. Rimmer watches Rayon with a look of pure desperation, silently begging the boy not to die. Inside Rayon's mind, Wrath is still screaming for him to stop, telling him there's no hope for a human to survive this. Rayon's internal voice shouts bullshit, reminding the demon that he already died once and he's not going to let it happen again. He remembers the regret of his meaningless past life and swears he won't repeat the mistake of closing his eyes before the end. Valken watches as the heat gauge on the furnace begins to spin out of control, the stone walls starting to crack from the pressure. Rimmer notes that all the mana in the room is coagulating in a single spot, right in the center of Rayon's chest. The elf is in disbelief, realizing that Rayon is actually succeeding in absorbing the entire furnace's energy. A massive woo-hoo-oosh sound fills the room as the fire reaches its peak. Wrath lets out one final desperate damn it as his ice is vaporized by the overwhelming golden heat. Rayon lets out a roar, his fist glowing with the power of a miniature sun as he finally masters the technique. A colossal explosion of pure light and heat erupts from the forge, shattering everything in sight. From the outside, a massive mushroom cloud of fire rises into the sky, the entire artisan's building being blown apart. Rimmer and Valken emerge from the smoke, the elf desperately shouting Rayon's name as he searches for any sign of life. Through the swirling embers, they see a single figure standing tall in the center of the destruction. Rayon turns around, his golden hair glowing and his eyes burning with a new, terrifying power. The legendary golden flames have finally awakened. Our guy finally did it. The system's screen flashes. He's officially mastered the 10,000 flames cultivation. The rewards are insane. His fire technique hits 2 stars. He gains flame resistance, and 2 tails of his frost curse have melted away, turning into a new power called Bitter Cold Aura. Even his ice power is leveling up, hitting 2 stars because he managed to endure the demon's freezing rage. He looks down at his hands, feeling the weird balance of extreme heat and freezing cold swirling inside him. Rayon realizes things turned out way better than he planned. With this new power, he's ready to truly bloom. But then another screen pops up, surprising even him. Because he survived Wrath's mental assault with pure willpower, the system grants him a massive 3-point boost to every single stat. He's stunned, wondering if he's dreaming, because he just achieved years' worth of progress in a single explosive moment. Wrath is in the background looking absolutely miserable, fuming that his plan backfired so spectacularly. The demon screams in frustration, demanding to know how a mere human could have a mind that stays so sharp even when pushed to the literal edge. Rayon just gives him a smug look, reminding the demon that he told him it wouldn't work. Trying to break him is a waste of time. Internally, though, Rayon is on high alert. He knows he almost died, and realizes Wrath is still a deadly enemy he can never fully trust. Valken rushes over through the smoke, his face full of genuine concern for the kid who just blew up his building. Rayon assures him he's fine, and Valken immediately asks the big question: did he finally manifest his aura? With a calm smile, Rayon confirms that thanks to the old man's forge, he's finally got his power. He apologizes for turning the legendary smith's furnace into a pile of rubble, feeling a bit guilty about the destruction. Valken just shrugs it off, telling him that buildings can be rebuilt, but a talent like Rayon's is one of a kind. The old man stops mid-sentence, his eyes locking onto something glowing in the debris. Rayon follows his gaze, wondering what could have survived that kind of heat. Valken grabs a shovel and starts digging through the ash with a frantic energy. He pulls out a glowing piece of wood that's radiating a blinding, holy light. It's the golden charcoal, a legendary material that was thought to be nothing more than a myth. For decades, people mocked Valken, saying he was just a bored old man chasing fairy tales. But today, he proved them all wrong. He shows it to Rayon, his hands trembling as he holds the ultimate prize of his career. He explains that this charcoal is stronger and lasts longer than anything else on Earth, and it's all thanks to the insane heat Rayon generated. Valken looks at Rayon with a new level of respect, his eyes softening as he realizes the kid just changed his life. He explains that every time Rayon trained, his breathing literally breathed life into the flames, making them purer than ever before. The old smith admits he's just a simple man with a hammer, but even he can see the greatness Rayon is destined for. He gets serious, asking Rayon what his ultimate goal is now that he has this power. He wants to know exactly what kind of swordsman Rayon plans to become. Rayon looks into the distance, the shadow of his past life as a pawn for an assassin lord looming over him. He declares that he wants to be a swordsman who never gives up, no matter who he faces or how bad the odds are. Valken is taken aback by the intensity in the boy's voice. That's a heavy weight for a 12-year-old to carry. He tells Rayon that in a few years, he'll be ready for a real sword, and he promises to save the golden charcoal for that specific day. Rayon is shocked since the old man is supposed to be retired, but Valken just grins, saying some words are meant to be broken. The sun shines through the clouds as Valken gives him one final command: do not die until then. Rayon bows deeply to his mentor and starts the long walk back to the Zeoghart estate. As he disappears into the trees, someone else is watching from the high cliffs above. Instructor Rimmer is leaning against a rock, looking relieved that his star student didn't actually explode. He turns around to find the patriarch, Glenn Zeoghart, standing right behind him like a silent mountain. Rimmer teases the big boss, saying he must be relieved since he's been coming here every single day to check on the kid. Rimmer is hyped, noting that Rayon's aura quantity and purity are already on a level that defies logic. Glenn stays silent for a moment, but his eyes tell a different story. The patriarch realizes that Rayon didn't just get lucky. He's the kind of monster who turns every hardship into a massive advantage. Back at the 5th training hall, the atmosphere is completely different. Runan is standing by the gates with her usual box of treats, looking lonely as she wonders when Rayon is finally coming back. In the background, the other trainees are gossiping, saying Ryan is a total fraud who couldn't even learn aura after 7 months. Runan hears them, but doesn't react, her eyes fixed on the entrance. She remembers her mom telling her to always help those who helped her, and she's determined to cheer him up. Suddenly, the doors creak open, and her eyes light up. Ryan walks into the hall, looking tired but carrying a presence that feels heavier than before. Wrath is still complaining in his ear, calling him arrogant, but Ryan just ignores the noise. He notices Runan staring at him and wonders what's up. The silver-haired girl walks straight up to him without a word. She opens her box to reveal a fresh set of her favorite marble ice creams. She tells him to cheer up, assuming he's depressed about failing to learn aura like everyone says. Ravon blinks, realizing she's trying to comfort him in the only way she knows how. He takes one with a smile, and Runan's eyes widen as she senses something different. The air around him smells more pleasant and feels incredibly cool. He stands there, bathed in the light, looking like a different person than the failure everyone was just talking about. Ryan thanks Runan for the snack, while she just stares at him, sensing the massive power shift he's trying to hide. He takes a bite and the flavor is so good it actually shocks him. Wrath is losing his mind with joy, begging Ryan to eat the rest of them right now, but Ryan tells the demon to shut up and show some class. He hands the box back, letting Runan know it was great. She's surprised he only took one, asking if he wants more, but he's satisfied for now. She looks him in the eye, asking if he feels any better, still convinced he's hurting inside. Ryan gives her a genuine, soft smile and tells her that yeah, he feels a lot better now. Runan actually lets out a tiny, rare smile of her own, feeling like she accomplished her mission. She walks away with a spring in her step, while Ryan watches her go. He thinks to himself that she's a truly mysterious kid, but he's glad to have her around. The title card fades in, the piece is over, and the real test is beginning. A heavy boot steps onto the training floor, signaling the arrival of the instructor. Rimmer stands before the class, telling them that since training has been getting boring, he's planned something special for the next month. The trainees are confused as he mentions it's time to focus on their energy cores. Rimmer has a mischievous look in his eyes that usually means someone is about to get hurt. He announces that the graduation duels will take place in exactly 1 month. The results will determine their final rankings and who gets to graduate as an official warrior of the house. Martha's hand shoots up before he can even finish, her face twisted with a predatory grin. She asks what happens to the people who are falling behind and haven't even learned aura yet. She's clearly aiming her words like a dagger straight at Ryan's chest. The whole room goes silent as they look at our guy, who doesn't even flinch at the insult. Martha mocks the idea that an auraless trainee could ever be considered a peer. Rimmer just closes his eyes, letting the girl dig her own grave. She continues her rant, but then she notices something and stops mid-sentence. She looks at Ryan, sensing a weird shift in the atmosphere around him. She shrugs it off and tells Ra'on that she's finally found her opportunity to end this boredom. She walks up to him, reminding him that she doesn't take orders from anyone weaker than her. Martha leans in, a manic look in her eyes as she says she's been patient for long enough. She tells Ryan he's been holding a position he's not qualified for, and she's ready to take it back. She promises to teach him a lesson he'll never forget during the duels. Suddenly, Burin steps in, his hand blocking her path. He tells her to back off, his voice firm and filled with authority. Burin points out that it hasn't even been a day since Ryan returned, and demanding a duel now is completely dishonorable. Martha laughs in his face, calling him a treasured little master, who only cares about honor because he's lived a soft life. She mocks the fact that even the idiots in class learned aura in a month, while Ryan took 7. She concludes that Ryan is simply untalented, and even the people who were at his judgment ceremony know it. She notes that a swordsman without aura is just a guy with a stick who will never become famous or powerful. Martha looks at Rimmer, suggesting the instructor only called for these duels because he wants to replace Ryan as the top student. Rimmer just gives a playful "who knows" shrug, refusing to take a side. Ryan finally speaks up, his voice calm and cold as a winter night. He tells Martha that she's right, it is about time for someone to step down. Martha is thrilled, thinking he's forfeiting his rank to her right then and there. But Ryan just gives her a flat no. He tells her that if she wants to gamble for his spot, she needs to bring something to the table that's actually worth his time. Martha is confused, asking if he's stupid or just scared since nobody in the room is on his side. Ryan just smiles, that sharp, dangerous assassin smile that always means he's about to win. Martha is momentarily stunned by his confidence, her annoyance turning into a dark amusement. She starts laughing hysterically, calling the situation so amusing as her aura begins to leak out. She agrees to his terms, deciding that she'll play along since he wants to lose something valuable. She pulls out a box containing the Calamity Orb, a miracle medicine from her father that permanently boosts body and aura stats. She offers it as the prize, asking him if that's good enough for his precious title. Wrath is intrigued, and Rayon whispers to the demon that this is the exact moment he was waiting for. Now he can truly screw her over. He accepts the bet with a confident grin, knowing the orb is already his. A month passes in a flash as everyone prepares for the big day. Martha is in her room, checking her calendar, her eyes full of bloodlust. She's counting down the seconds until she can get her payback. We see a flashback to when Rayon hit her during their first meeting. It was the first time anyone her own age had ever managed to touch her. She's been stewing in that shame for 8 months, and she's ready to wash it away with Rayon's blood. She thinks it's almost sad to fight him since he's only had aura for a month while she's had it for 3 years. She tells herself he's just a waste of time, but her eyes say otherwise. A glimpse of her past shows a young Martha reaching out to save someone during a fire. This is why she's so obsessed with power. She resolves to become stronger at any cost, her face turning into a mask of pure determination. She declares that this is the end for Rayon Zeheart, while Rayon just watches his system screen, ready for the slaughter. The day of the duels is finally here, and Rimmer calls the entire class to attention. He reminds them that watching a battle is just as important as fighting one, and they need to study their peers' moves. The trainees look nervous, the weight of their graduation status hanging over every single match. Rimmer announces the first match, Buren Zeheart versus Dorian. Buren steps forward with confidence, while a hand trembles in the background. Dorian immediately shouts, "I give up!" before the fight even starts, looking like he's about to cry. Buren and Rimmer are both dumbfounded. They haven't even drawn their swords yet. Dorian starts faking a cough, claiming he's had the chills and couldn't sleep, trying every excuse in the book to run away. Wrath is disgusted, saying he would have executed the kid on the spot, but Rayon just sighs, having expected this from the coward. Rimmer ignores the excuses and pushes Dorian into the ring, telling him he needs to learn through losing. Dorian reluctantly agrees, looking like a lamb being led to the slaughter. The signal rings out, and the fight is over in a heartbeat. Dorian is face down in the dirt, muttering, "I give up" again as Buren stands over him, looking annoyed. Rimmer tells Buren he's still letting his emotions control him. He could have ended that in 5 moves if he stayed calm. He then tells Dorian he would have lasted longer if he actually fought back instead of just running. Rimmer moves on, calling for the next match with a big smile. It's Runan versus a kid named Krine, and the difference in their presence is night and day. The signal rings, and the air immediately turns cold as Runan activates her aura. Krine lunges forward with a scream, but Runan doesn't even move. She watches his blade with a bored expression, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. In a single, fluid motion, she parries his strike and delivers a crushing counterattack that sends him flying. Krine is shocked, realizing the gap between them is a literal ocean. Rimmer calls the match, as Runan stands perfectly still, the wind howling around her. He tells Krine he's too tense, and praises Runan's counterattack, though he notes her aura didn't last until the end. The sun starts to set, and the tension hits its peak as Rimmer prepares for the final announcement. The clouds turn orange over the mountains as the main event approaches. The crowd is buzzing, knowing the last 2 fighters are the ones everyone came to see. The other trainees are sweating, sensing the massive bloodlust radiating from the center of the ring. A blade clashes with a metallic ring as Martha lunges into the arena. Rayon meets her halfway, their wooden swords sparking as they collide with insane force. Martha is laughing like a maniac, her eyes wide with the thrill of the hunt. Rayon remains a statue of calm, his crimson eyes tracking every single fiber of her movement. Martha swings with a heavy overhead strike that would shatter a normal person's shoulders. Rayon parries it effortlessly, his face showing absolutely no emotion as the ground beneath him cracks. They trade a flurry of blows, the speed so high that the other kids can barely see what's happening. Martha is impressed, noting that Rayon is fending off all her attacks, even though he's supposedly a novice with aura. She pulls back for a second, her expression turning from playful to dead serious. She admits that Rayon has talent in swordsmanship, but she's not done yet. She tells him that his talent is limited to his hands and feet, and that's why he's a half-baked warrior. Martha mocks him, saying a warrior who isn't good with aura will never get to shine in the real world. she starts gathering a massive amount of dark, heavy energy around her blade. She screams that real talent is about to be revealed, her aura turning into a visible shroud of power. Reborn just stands there, his sword held low as he listens to her lecture about talent for the 100th time. He tells her that this talent she keeps talking about is actually starting to get really annoying. Martha lunges forward with everything she has, her blade glowing with a terrifying intensity. She yells that she's going to show him what real power looks like. A massive boom echoes as their blades meet again, but this time, the shockwave knocks the nearby trainees off their feet. Reborn grits his teeth, holding back her overwhelming pressure as she mocks him for struggling. She tells him his aura is as small as a bean and threatens to smash his bones if he doesn't forfeit right now. Reborn just pushes back, a cold light entering his eyes as he decides he's done playing defense. He tells her it must be fun for her to mock those without talent, but he's about to show her the opposite. Martha is confused, her smirk faltering as she feels the temperature in the arena begin to skyrocket. Reborn declares that talent isn't the most important thing in a fight, willpower is. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flame erupts from his blade, burning with the intensity of 1,000 suns. Martha's eyes go wide with shock. She's never felt a fire this pure or this terrifying. Reborn calls out the 10,000 flames cultivation first flame, and the entire arena is bathed in a holy golden light. Martha is frozen, staring at the beautiful flickering fire that's currently eating through her own aura like it's nothing. She realizes this isn't an ordinary flame. It's a quiet, beautiful power that hides a monstrous strength behind it. It's so beautiful it actually gives her chills, and she can't understand how a failure could produce something so perfect. She grips her sword with both hands, her knuckles turning white as she realizes she's in a fight for her life. She activates her ultimate move, Posture of Hard Stone Single Point, gathering all her aura into a single, lethal thrust. Reborn notes that her talent is indeed excellent, but he can see that she's putting everything on this one final strike. Martha admits that he's strong, but she screams that he won't be able to withstand this strike even with his new fire. They both launch forward at the same time, their feet shattering the stone as they close the distance. The two auras, black stone and golden fire, clash in the center of the arena with the sound of a falling mountain. A blinding explosion of energy fills the screen, the entire 5th training hall shaking from the impact. The ground is literally split apart by the force of the collision, and the trainees are left staring in total disbelief. The dust starts to settle, revealing two silhouettes standing in the rubble. A broken wooden blade falls to the ground, spinning through the air. Martha is lying on her back, unconscious and defeated, while Reborn stands over her, his golden flames slowly fading. The crowd erupts. Nobody can believe that Lady Martha, the direct line genius, just lost to the kid everyone called a fraud. Reborn looks down at her and notices her fist is still clenched, even though she's out cold. He acknowledges that her willpower is even greater than her skill, giving her the respect of a true warrior as he walks away the winner. The Ziakard estate stands tall under the moonlit sky, but inside, the high-ups are still reeling from the shock of the graduation duels. High above in the throne room, Glenn Ziakart sits with his usual intimidating aura as Rimmer reports that Reborn didn't just win, he completely dismantled Martha. Glenn reflects on the beauty and sheer power of Reborn's golden flames, but he tells Rimmer to keep a close eye on the boy so he doesn't get too arrogant after such a big win. Rimmer laughs it off, knowing Reborn isn't the type to slack, but then he asks about Martha's condition. Martha is physically healing, but the real damage is to her pride. Losing to a collateral kid has left her in a state of deep psychological shock. She sits alone in the dark, staring at nothing, as everyone wonders if she has the mental strength to bounce back from this defeat. The next morning is peaceful, as a hand gently tends to a bright pink flower in the garden. It's our boy Reborn, but his quiet time is ruined by Wrath screaming in his ear, threatening to freeze him if he accidentally hurts the delicate plant. Reborn doesn't even flinch, telling the demon to stop acting tough because his ice powers don't bother him anymore. Wrath is furious that he's being ignored, but Reborn's mind is on the massive power boost he felt the night before. The Calamity Orb medicine worked wonders, pushing his Ring of Fire to the 4-star realm and finally erasing the last of his physical weaknesses. The most important upgrade was his water resistance hitting 4 stars, which basically turned Wrath's freezing tantrums into a minor breeze. Reborn tries to enjoy his last day of rest by helping out in his mom's garden, digging carefully into the dirt. But even gardening becomes a lecture as Wrath floats around, yelling instructions on how to properly dig without hitting the roots. The demon monarch of the devildom is actually giving expert gardening advice, and Rayon can't help but wonder why a king of hell knows so much about flowers. Wrath starts bragging about his legendary ice flower gardens back in the demon realm, looking surprisingly proud of his green thumb. Rayon sighs, but suddenly senses a presence behind him and looks up to see a familiar face standing at the gate. It's Martha, looking pale and stoic, her usual aggressive energy replaced by a heavy silence. Rayon keeps it blunt, asking if she's here to start another fight, or if there's actually a reason for her visit. Martha just stares at him, her thoughts a mess, and Rayon realizes that she's acting more like a confused kid than a terrifying rival. She finally finds her voice, declaring with a determined look that she wants a rematch. Rayon tells her it's pathetic that she can't accept her loss, but Martha snaps back, claiming she just wants to understand how she lost. Our guy isn't doing anything for free and immediately asks what he gets out of it, leaving Martha completely stunned. He explains that it's common sense for a loser to bring a gift when challenging the winner, but Martha thinks that's just a load of nonsense. Rayon shrugs her off, showing zero interest in a fight without a prize, which leaves Martha panicking on how to get his attention. She looks around the garden, her eyes landing on the rows of roses, and a dark, petty thought crosses her mind. She threatens to step on his precious flowers if he doesn't agree, surprised that someone as cold as Rayon would care about gardening. Rayon stops what he's doing and looks at her, his voice going quiet as he tells her she's wrong. He doesn't care about the flowers at all, he's only out here doing this because it makes his mom happy. Martha clicks her tongue, feeling a bit awkward, and decides she's had enough, and starts to walk away. She's frustrated and done with Rayon's attitude, but before she can leave the grounds, a warm voice calls out. Sylvia appears at the door, her face lighting up when she sees her son out in the yard. She spots Martha and immediately walks over, her eyes sparkling as she asks if Rayon has finally brought a new friend home. Martha freezes, recognizing Sylvia as the woman who once left the family for love and returned to protect her child. To Martha, this woman represents a level of courage that most warriors can't even fathom. Sylvia introduces herself with a kind smile, completely ignoring Rayon's protests that Martha isn't a friend. She gently touches Martha's arm, her voice full of genuine concern as she asks if she was hurt during the duel. Martha's face turns bright red as Sylvia cups her cheek, complimenting her on being both talented and incredibly pretty. Martha is completely overwhelmed by the motherly affection and stammers that she was just leaving. But there's no escaping Sylvia's hospitality. She grabs Martha's hand and insists she stays for a home-cooked meal. The fierce Hulk of the Zyhart family is dragged along like a lost puppy, unable to say no to Sylvia's warmth. Inside the annex, the three sit down at a beautifully set table as Sylvia serves up fresh plates of food. Rayon can't believe his eyes. The girl who tried to kill him a few days ago is now sitting politely and eating his mom's meat stew. Sylvia makes small talk, asking about Martha's training, and the girl answers with a level of respect she's never shown anyone. Martha takes a bite of the meat and notices it's a bit tougher than the luxury food in the main house, but she doesn't mind at all. Sylvia leans over and gently fixes a stray hair on Martha's shoulder, a simple gesture that makes time stand still for the young girl. She tells Martha to eat slowly so she doesn't get sick, her smile radiating pure kindness. In that moment, Martha is hit with a powerful memory of her own mother from years ago. The image of a woman with a similar gentle smile flashes in her mind, calling her name and telling her everything will be okay. Martha continues to eat in silence, her aggressive shell finally starting to crack under the weight of her emotions. After the meal, she stands outside the house and softly thanks Sylvia for the food. As Martha walks away, Rayon and Wrath watch from the porch, both of them confused by her sudden change in personality. Martha heads back toward the main estate, realizing she probably looked like a total weirdo back there. She couldn't help it. Sylvia's eyes reminded her so much of the mother she lost. Even though they looked different, the feeling of safety and love was exactly the same. Ever since her mom was taken by the white blood cult, Martha promised herself she would never lose until she found her again. The crushing weight of her loss to Rayon made her fear that the Zyhart family would throw her away like trash. She worries that her adoptive father's kindness is just an act, and if she isn't the strongest, she'll lose her only lead to finding her mother. She stands in the hallway, the dark clouds of doubt and failure threatening to swallow her whole. Suddenly, a butler stops her, telling her he's been waiting to deliver an urgent letter from her father, Daniel. She takes the envelope with trembling hands, surprised that he wrote to her so soon after the duel. She opens it to find a message congratulating her on her first loss, telling her that failing once doesn't make her a loser. Her father encourages her to use this defeat to grow, admitting he wishes he could be there to comfort her. The letter ends with a promise. He's still searching for her mother, and he hasn't given up, so she shouldn't either. A tear pricks her eye as she tells the butler to thank her father and let him know she understands perfectly. She walks into her room and looks at her reflection, finally admitting to herself that she lost fair and square. She places her hand on her sword, the weight of the steel grounding her as she makes a new vow. She realizes she can't bring shame to her father by moping around. She has to learn from this and move forward. It's time to let go of her pathetic past and the arrogance that held her back. With a sharp look in her eyes, Martha Zeahart prepares to restart her journey, more determined than ever to become truly strong. The next day, the training grounds are buzzing with rumors as the other trainees wonder what's going on with Martha. She marches straight up to Ryan in front of everyone, looking him dead in the eye. She tells him she's not going to apologize for being a jerk, but she is a woman of her word and will keep their promise. The losers have to obey the winner, and since she lost, she's ready to follow his lead. Ryan is genuinely surprised. He expected her to be stubborn, but this level of obedience is a total 180. He watches her walk away, impressed that someone so young has the mental strength to change that quickly. Of course, that kindness only applies to Ryan, as she immediately kicks a student out of her way for standing in her path. Some things never change, but the dynamic of the 5th training ground has definitely shifted. Months pass and a new year arrives, bringing a layer of snow and a fresh atmosphere to the Zeahart estate. True to her word, Martha has spent the last few months following Ryan's every lead, much to the shock of the entire family. Burin has become a much more capable commander, and Runan's swordsmanship has become sharper than ever, even if she still looks like she's daydreaming. As for our guy, Ryan has turned every single day into a life-or-death training session. The other trainees whisper in awe as Ryan masters a complex footwork technique in less than half a day, something that should take months. Rimmer watches from the sidelines with a proud smile, noting that Ryan's posture is now even better than some of the official instructors. Up on a nearby cliff, Glenn Zeahart is also watching, while Rimmer excitedly calls Ryan a real monster for his insane growth. Glenn tells Rimmer to stop acting like Ryan's personal fanboy, but it's clear the old man is just as curious about the boy's potential. Rimmer's expression turns serious for a moment as he senses a change in the air. Glenn looks down at the main building and mentions that the servants have been looking busier than usual lately. It turns out they aren't just cleaning, they are preparing for some very high-profile visitors. The Owen Kingdom's delegation is set to arrive in a few days, and their banner flies high over the castle. The Owen Kingdom is a powerful nation of knights located at the center of the continent, and they are one of the few groups the Zeaharts actually respect. Rimmer is shocked to hear that the madman Duke Tartan is leading the group, alongside the kingdom's 3rd prince. The prince is roughly the same age as Ryan and Burin, making this visit a perfect chance to compare the next generation's strength. Glenn warns Rimmer to make sure his trainees behave themselves during the visit. The Owen Knights want to observe the Zeahart training style, and Glenn doesn't want to show them anything embarrassing. Rimmer strokes his chin, thinking about the prince and the knight trainees heading their way. A mischievous grin spreads across the elf's face as he starts plotting a way to make things interesting. Back at the training ground, the students freak out when Rimmer announces they'll be sparring against the Owen Kingdom's best. The students are nervous about the sudden news, but Rimmer reminds them that a true swordsman must be ready to fight, even if they just woke up. He mentions that the Owen Prince was originally going to visit a different training ground, but changed his mind after Rimmer persuaded him. In a flashback, Rimmer finds the prince looking bored and tells him that if he wants to see the real deal, he needs to visit the 5th ground. He basically challenged the prince's pride, ensuring the royal would show up looking for a fight. Rimmer tells his students to meet their opponents first before they start jumping to conclusions about their skill. The doors to the arena swing open, and a group of armored figures begins to march inside. Leading the way are the Owen Kingdom's pride and joy, a group of young knight trainees in gleaming white armor. At the front is Greer de Owen, the 3rd prince, who introduces himself with a calm and regal confidence. Ryan watches him closely, immediately noticing that the prince has a powerful presence that far outshines everyone else in his group. Rimmer turns to Ryan and asks if the top trainee is also too scared to spar against these elite knights. Rayon stares at the prince, realizing this is the perfect chance to test his new river footwork and sword combinations against a high-level opponent. He agrees to the match, his eyes burning with the desire to see how he stacks up against a royal prodigy. Rimmer announces that they need 20 participants and tells Rayon to pick the team that will represent the family. But before the matches start, Rimmer leans in and whispers something important to the group. His face turns demonic as he tells them he's bet his entire month's salary on their victory and will kill them if they lose. The trainees are left speechless, realized their instructor's gambling addiction has just turned this into a life-or-death situation. Rayon stands before his selected team, looking at the nervous faces of his fellow students. He tells them to take a good, hard look at the knights they are about to face. He points out their hands, which are trembling slightly despite their fancy armor and confident poses. Rayon reminds them that these knights are just kids their own age, who are just as nervous as they are. He declares that after all the hellish training they've endured, there is no way they'll lose to anyone on this continent. His words cut through the fear, and the trainees' expressions shift from panic to pure determination. With a powerful shout, Rayon tells them to stop being nervous and show the world how good the 5th training ground really is. The students let out a thunderous roar of agreement, their morale hitting an all-time high. Rayon steps up to the stage to announce the order of the matches, his mind already calculating the best strategy. He knows the first match is crucial for setting the tone and keeping their momentum going. He calls Martha to the front to be the vanguard, trusting her aggression to crush the opposition's spirit. Rayon asks if she can do it, and Martha gives a confident smirk, promising to make short work of whoever steps up. As the Owen vanguard steps forward, the Zygarde students gasp, wondering if this guy is actually their age. The knight, Tars, is absolutely massive, looking more like a full-grown man in armor than a trainee. Tars introduces himself and compliments Martha's physical condition, expecting a great match between warriors. The Zygarde students worry that the size difference is just too much for Martha to overcome. Martha stands in the shadow of the giant, a dark aura beginning to swirl around her. She laughs at the idea of a great match and tells him to stop bragging and just come at her already. Prince Greer watches with a focused gaze as the first match is about to explode into action. To everyone's shock, Martha is the one doing the overpowering, her blade clashing against Tars's with insane force. The prince thinks back to the other trainees he saw earlier in the week. The swordsmen in the 2nd training hall were certainly strong. They were skilled enough to represent the Zygarde name, but they weren't anything he hadn't seen before. He found the 6th training hall even more disappointing, noting that they were well-trained but lacked the X-factor he was looking for. But as he watches Martha fight, his eyes widen in realization. He realizes Rimmer wasn't lying. The 5th training hall is where the real monsters were hiding all along. Up in the observation area, the Owen representative, Tartan, asks Rimmer if this lesson was the only reason he invited them. Rimmer smiles, saying it's a rare chance to duel the best of the best, but Tartan finds it hard to believe such humble words are coming from a former legend. Rimmer's eyes glint as he suggests they make things more interesting with a little bet. He proposes they track all 20 duels and reward the overall winner, because just watching is too boring for men like them. Tartan laughs, noting Rimmer's insane faith in his kids, and mentions that his own knights have received elite royal training. Rimmer just keeps that confident smirk, knowing his trainees have something more than just elite training. They have grit. Down in the arena, Martha leaps into the air and delivers a crushing overhead strike that shatters the ground beneath Tars. Tars is sweating buckets, his shield arm trembling as he wonders how a girl half his size can be this ridiculously strong. Martha gives him a terrifying grin, her eyes locked on his weakness as she prepares for the final blow. With a burst of speed, she drives her blade forward, catching him completely off guard. A sickening crack echoes through the arena as Tars lets out a pained grunt. The giant falls to his knees, his eyes wide with disbelief as he realizes he's been defeated. The referee shouts that Martha is the winner, and she stands over her opponent with a look of pure triumph. Rayon and Runan watch from the sidelines, Rayon noting that Martha hasn't gotten softer after her loss to him, she's actually gotten more aggressive. She scolds her opponent for holding back on his first attack, telling him he's an idiot for not putting everything into the fight from the start. Ron finds the whole scene amusing, but Wrath pops up to complain that watching ants fight is a total snooze fest. Rayon tells him to shut it, but the demon starts bragging about how much more entertaining the duels were back in the demon realm. Rayon shuts him up with a sharp jab to the bracelet, telling the demon to stay quiet because he's actually having fun. The matches continue, and the scoreboard starts to fill up as both sides trade victories. It's time for the 18th match, and Rayon sends Runan forward to face a red-haired knight named Idalia. Runan walks out with her usual blank stare, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. Idalia is immediately annoyed by Runan's spaced-out look and tells her she's going to knock that expression off her face. The knight ignites her sword with fire aura, but Runan just stares at the flames and mutters that she really doesn't like fire. Suddenly, a wave of freezing blue aura erupts from Runan, the temperature in the arena dropping instantly. The two blades clash, fire meeting ice in a massive explosion of steam and sparks. The steam fills the arena, blinding the spectators as the sounds of clashing steel ring out through the fog. Idalia swings her sword wildly through the mist, trying to find the silver-haired girl. She spots a shadow behind her and spins around to strike, but her blade passes right through it. Runan's voice whispers from the side, and Idalia desperately tries to adjust her guard. The knight realizes she's been chasing an illusion, her eyes darting around in panic as the cold air thickens. Before she can react, Runan appears right behind her, her sword already at the knight's throat. The mist clears to show Runan standing perfectly still, the victor of the 18th match. Idalia tries to be a good sport and say it was a good fight, but Runan has already turned around and walked away without a word. Rayon meets her at the edge of the ring, complimenting her on her improved footwork and mental illusions. Runan gives a tiny thanks and immediately plops down on the ground, her social battery completely drained. Up on the balcony, Rimmer laughs as the score hits 9 wins and 9 losses. Things are getting incredibly heated. He calls for the 19th round, sending Burin out to face the knight trainee Sarun. The two warriors introduce themselves with a respectful nod, sensing that this match won't be as easy as the others. Rayon watches from the back, noting that Sarun is easily the strongest of the Owen trainees, excluding the prince. The match begins with a bang, as both fighters launch themselves forward with incredible speed. Their blades move in a blur, clashing so fast that the sound of metal hitting metal becomes a single, continuous ring. Massive shockwaves tear through the arena floor as they trade blows, neither one willing to give an inch of ground. Burin grits his teeth, realizing that Sarun is his equal in skill and that a single mistake will end the match. Both fighters let out a roar of effort, pouring every ounce of their aura into one final, desperate clash. A deafening crang fills the air, and both boys are sent flying back, panting and covered in sweat. The crowd gasps as they look at the center of the ring. Both of their training swords have shattered into pieces from the impact. Rimmer steps forward and declares the 19th match a tie, leaving the overall score deadlocked. Burin walks back to the group, looking frustrated, but Rayon tells him he did a good job against their strongest fighter. Burin isn't satisfied, feeling like he should have won to uphold the Zeahart family name. Rayon places a hand on his cousin's shoulder, a calm and steady confidence radiating from him. He tells Burin not to worry about it, because he's going to handle the final match himself. The honor of the family rests on this last duel, and Rayon is ready to bring glory to the Zeahart name. Our guy steps into the center of the arena, standing face to face with Prince Greer, as the world waits to see who is truly the strongest. Our boy Raon stands across from the prince, looking totally bored, while Greer can't figure out why this kid feels so ordinary. The prince asks if Raon is from the family's direct bloodline, probably looking for a reason to take him seriously. Raon bluntly tells him no, and Greer immediately loses interest, thinking this final match is going to be a total cakewalk. He even has the nerve to say he'd rather fight Martha, Runan, or Burin, calling the match with Raon an obvious win for himself. Greer turns to Rimmer and makes a bold suggestion that's about to bite him in the tail. Rimmer looks on with that classic, you have no idea what's coming face as the prince starts talking. He suggests that if he beats Raon quickly, he should be allowed to duel Runan and Martha right after, since they don't look tired yet. Rimmer just laughs and tells him that's fine with him, if he can actually win, that is. The match begins, and Greer decides to save his mana, thinking he can take Rayon down with pure physical skill. Up on the balcony, Duke Tartan is sweating. He realizes Rayon's presence is so perfectly hidden that he almost didn't notice the kid was there. Rimmer mocks the Duke, asking why he didn't warn the prince about Rayon's hidden monster-tier skill. The Duke admits he wanted the prince to experience a safe loss here, knowing the kid is a genius who's never tasted defeat. Rimmer disagrees, telling the Duke that even the prince at his best isn't going to win this easily, or at all. The elf is feeling lucky and suggests another bet, this time just for drinks. He holds up his hand, ready to call the exact moment the match ends. Rimmer confidently bets that Rayon is going to finish the prince in exactly 5 attacks. Back in the arena, Rayon's eyes sharpen as he launches forward, his body becoming a blur of motion. The prince tries to react, but the speed is unlike anything he's ever faced from someone his age. Greer's face turns to pure shock as he realizes he can't even track Rayon's movements. The Duke watches in horror as his prediction of a safe loss starts looking like a complete slaughter. A massive shockwave of energy explodes as Rayon's blade cuts through the air. The prince is sent flying, his guard completely shattered by a single, perfectly timed strike. He hits the dirt hard, coughing up blood as his body struggles to process the impact. Rayon stands over him, looking totally unimpressed, and tells him it looks like the match is already over. Rimmer chuckles, noting that it didn't even take 5 attacks. Rayon is even more efficient than he thought. Greer struggles to sit up, his mind reeling as he realizes he was dead wrong about Rayon being ordinary. The prince looks up, finally seeing Rayon for what he really is, a total monster on the battlefield. The Duke is losing his mind, shouting that Rayon's swordsmanship and footwork are already at a master level. Rimmer just smiles and tells the Duke to start thinking about which fancy restaurant he's taking him to. Greer stumbles to his feet, trembling, and shouts at Rayon to stop. He's desperate now, claiming he hasn't shown his real power yet and that the match shouldn't count. Martha watches from the crowd, comparing the prince's whiny attitude to a barking dog. She finds it pathetic that a royal can't just take his L and shut up. The entire Zeahart crew looks on with disappointment as the prince continues his tantrum. Burin looks especially annoyed, probably seeing a bit of his old, arrogant self in the prince's behavior. Martha walks up to the edge of the arena, looking like she's about to jump in and finish the job herself. She screams at the prince to get the hell out of there because he already lost. The Owen Knights try to defend their royal, but Martha reminds them she's a direct descendant of the Zeeharts and doesn't owe them any politeness. Rimmer claps his hands to quiet the crowd, saying they should let Rayon decide what happens next. Our guy looks at the desperate prince, his expression completely unreadable. Rayon reminds everyone that the duels were for a bet, and since the bet is over, there's no reason to keep going. But the prince finally snaps out of it, shouting that he acknowledges his loss and he's sorry. He admits he underestimated Rayon and that he's too embarrassed to even look up. He actually puts his sword down and bows, begging Rayon for one more match so he doesn't have to live with the regret. The royal prince is literally bowing to a collateral trainee, showing he actually has a shred of dignity left. Rayon is surprised. He thought Greer was just another arrogant snob, but this shows the kid has the heart of a real swordsman. Rayon agrees, but warns him that this is the absolute last time they're doing this. The two face off again, but the atmosphere has changed completely. It's no longer a spar. It's a battle of wills. The prince pulls out a golden medallion, his eyes glowing with a new kind of intensity. He admits his arrogance was his downfall, and this time he's not holding a single thing back. A massive explosion of blue lightning aura erupts from Greer, shaking the entire arena. Rayon watches the spectacle, his red eyes reflecting the surging power of the prince's transformation. Martha and the others are stunned. They didn't realize the prince was hiding this much raw energy. Duke Tartan realizes the prince is using a high-level technique meant only for the successors of the Owen throne. Greer yells that he wants to fight Rayon with everything he has, his aura reaching a fever pitch. Wrath pops up, mocking the prince for being an idiot who didn't realize Rayon was hiding his own powers too. The demon warns Rayon that the prince actually has more mana and raw strength than him right now, and immediately offers a bet. The system window pops up. If Rayon beats the prince, he gets a massive stat boost. If he fails, Wrath gains more control. The prince charges forward, his speed boosted by the lightning aura, and the real fight begins. His footwork is flawless now, leaving cracks in the stone with every step. The two blades clash, sending a shockwave that almost knocks the nearby trainees off their feet. Rayon is forced to use his advanced footwork just to keep up with the prince's new explosive speed. The crowd can only see flashes of blue and gold as the two geniuses trade blows in midair. Greer presses the attack, his blade coming down like a lightning bolt, forcing Rayon into a defensive stance. The prince is giving it his all, but he's terrified as he realizes Rayon isn't even being pushed back. Greer gathers all his remaining energy, his aura swirling into a massive, concentrated point on his blade. Rayon recognizes the move. It's the Perez sword technique, the ultimate secret of the Owen kingdom. Rayon doesn't run. He settles into a low stance, his own golden flame starting to dance around his body. The prince screams that this is his everything as he lunges, and Rayon prepares to end it with a single, perfect counter. The prince is pouring every drop of his royal blood into this final strike, the air itself screaming from the pressure of the Perez technique. Rayon stays perfectly calm, his assassin's mind already having memorized every move the prince used in their previous bout. He unleashes the first form of the Thousand Flames, Cyclotorsion, sending a spiraling vortex of golden fire forward. The prince's eyes widen as he realizes the heat coming off Rayon's blade is unlike anything he's ever felt. The entire arena is illuminated by a brilliant golden aura as Rayon finally stops hiding his true strength. Greer tries to force his way through the flames, telling himself he hasn't lost yet. He pivots his blade, trying to use a secondary form of his royal style to bypass Rayon's defense. But it's like trying to cut through a sun. The golden flames are too dense and too hot for his lightning to penetrate. The prince lets out a guttural roar, putting the last of his strength into a desperate lunge. Rayon simply steps into the attack, his blade moving in a perfect arc that deflects the lightning and strikes the prince's center. A blinding white light fills the screen as the two massive energies collide in a final explosion. The shockwave is so intense it nearly shatters the arena walls, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. As the smoke clears, we see the two boys frozen in place, their blades crossed one last time. The impact sends both of them sliding back, but Rayon lands perfectly on his feet while the prince struggles to maintain his balance. Rayon's boots dig into the ground, showing that he's still got plenty of energy left in the tank. The prince is panting, thinking he finally had the upper hand for a split second, but he's deeply mistaken. Rayon stares him down, the golden flame still flickering around his blade, looking more like a god of war than a trainee. The prince's aura suddenly vanishes, his body finally reaching its absolute limit. He looks at his trembling hands, realizing that Rayon didn't just beat him, he completely controlled the entire fight from the start. Rayon sheathes his sword with a satisfying click, the golden energy dissipating into the air. The name Ziehart hangs in the silence of the arena, now etched into the minds of every knight present. The prince falls to one knee, the weight of his defeat finally sinking in. The referee announces Rayon as the undisputed winner, and the Ziehart trainees erupt into cheers. Greer looks at his broken training sword, admitting to himself that even with his royal power, he was completely outmatched in speed and strength. He wonders if Rayon used his footwork to manipulate his aura, and a small, genuine smile actually appears on his face. Rayon looks at the prince, surprised by the lack of saltiness. The kid is actually taking this like a true warrior. Greer stands up and formally thanks Rayon, admitting that he learned more in this one duel than in years of training. Rayon offers a rare smile back, telling the prince that he learned a lot, too. The prince asks for Rayon's age, and when he hears he's only 14, he nearly falls over again. He laughs at his own misfortune, realizing he'd just lost to a kid younger than him in both skill and personality. He reaches into his pocket and pulls something out, handing it over to Rayon. It's a golden plaque, a royal token of favor from the Owen Kingdom, basically a get-out-of-jail-free card from the royal family. The prince explains that this duel cleared his mind, and that he's actually lucky he lost to someone like Rayon. He walks away, promising that they'll meet again, and hoping that Rayon will still be better than him on that day. Rayon watches him go, thinking it might actually be fun to have a rival who's trying to catch up to him. The prince finds Rimmer and admits their side lost the bet fair and square. He calls for Duke Tartan, telling him it's time to head back to the kingdom. The prince looks more motivated than ever, telling his stunned knights that he has something he needs to do the moment they get home. Rayon walks back to his group, looking at the golden plaque and feeling a bit weird about getting paid for a fight. In his past life as an assassin, everything was about the mission, but this life is starting to give him rewards he never expected. The other trainees swarm him, celebrating their big victory as they head back to the barracks. As the sun sets over the estate, the high-up leaders meet once more to discuss the day's events. Glenn Ziehart sits on his throne, listening as the report comes in about the lesson the prince learned. The report claims Rayon acted like a mature swordsman, which makes Glenn's mustache twitch with a tiny bit of pride. The prince's own words are relayed, how he's fought across 6 kingdoms but never saw a genius like Rayon. The royal is so inspired that he's rushing home to train his body and mind even harder. Glenn dismisses the report, telling them to send his thanks back to the King of Owen. The Owen delegation rides out of the castle gates, their armor gleaming in the orange sunset. Duke Tartan rides alongside the prince, looking like he's got something heavy on his mind. The Duke mentions that the prince went a bit overboard by using a secret royal technique in a simple spar. The prince laughs it off, admitting he totally lost his cool and went overboard because Rayon was just that good. The Duke also thinks giving away a royal plaque was a bit much, but the prince cuts him off. He explains that Rayon showed him goodwill and respect despite being underestimated, so he just responded the same way. He also notes that Rayon revealed a secret technique of his own, making the trade more than fair. But the real reason he gave the plaque away was much more calculating. The prince realizes that with Rayon's skill and personality, he's guaranteed to become a world-changing figure. He tells the Duke that it's better to have a monster like Rayon as a friend than an enemy in the future. He jokes that if a royal can't think that far ahead, they might as well not be royal at all. The prince smiles as he rides into the distance, already looking forward to their next encounter. Back at the training ground, Rayon is being treated like a hero, but the atmosphere at the top of the family is shifting. The head butler tells Glenn he must be happy that his grandson has been acknowledged by a foreign prince. He notes that he hasn't seen the patriarch smile so warmly in a long time. Glenn tries to act tough, denying that he's even smiling, but the butler isn't buying it. The butler just gives a knowing smirk, aware that the old man is bursting with pride for Rayon. But the mood quickly turns serious as they discuss a separate, darker message from Duke Tartan. Glenn's eyes go cold as he prepares to hear the news that's about to change everything. The Duke's secret message wasn't about the duels at all, it was a warning about the state of the world. The King of Owen has sent a terrifying message through his representative. Glenn listens intently, his hand tightening on the arm of his throne. The message is simple, but chilling. The five darknesses have begun to move again. Shadowy figures are seen moving under a red moon, the most dangerous villains in existence coming out of hiding. War is coming, and it looks like the peace the Zygarts have enjoyed is about to be shattered. Rimmer gathers the 5th Training Ground crew, praising them for their solid performance against the Owen Knights. But the fun and games are over. He announces that starting next week, they're moving into some very special training. The trainees are confused, wondering what could be more special than fighting a literal prince. Rimmer's face goes stone cold as he tells them this won't be a spar, it's going to be a real battle where they'll see actual blood. South of the Zygart territory, a mountain range is being terrorized by a group called the Snow Tiger Claw. These aren't just your average thugs, they're violent bandits who have been extorting travelers and getting more aggressive by the day. The trainees realize their mission is to wipe them out, but Rimmer shakes his head with a grim look. He says the mission was to eliminate them, but things have recently escalated beyond a simple cleanup. One trainee suggests an ambush, but Rimmer tells them it's too late for that. The bandits have already raided a nearby village, slaughtering every single man, woman, and child before burning the place to the ground. Now it's a mission of extermination. These guys are aura users, and they're infamous for their cruelty, so no one can afford to slack. As the news sinks in, we see a sword slice through a leaf with surgical precision. It's Runan, practicing alone as she tries to master the techniques Raon used during his duel. She's struggling with her form, looking more frustrated than we've ever seen her. She remembers how smooth and flexible Raon's strikes were, and can't figure out why her own movements feel so stiff. She looks toward the main building, thinking about asking Raon for help since she knows he's probably in there training too. But she stops herself, not wanting to interrupt his focus before such a big mission. She decides to keep grinding on her own, her blade whistling through the air as the sun begins to set. The evening light reflects off a nearby puddle, creating a peaceful scene that's about to be ruined. Runan lies down on a rock, exhausted, noting that she's physically weaker but her movements are finally getting smoother. She stands up to head back, thinking she should at least say goodbye to Rayon before she goes home for the night. But suddenly, she freezes, her purple eyes going wide with a fear we haven't seen before. She has a brief, happy memory of someone promising her ice cream if she comes home early. She shakes it off and starts walking through the town, her thoughts filled with the ice cream she wants to give Rayon. She turns a corner into a quiet alley, but the atmosphere instantly turns heavy and suffocating. A tall, shadowy figure is waiting for her, leaning against a wall with a terrifying sense of familiarity. The figure calls her name, and Runan's entire body begins to tremble. She slowly turns her head, looking like she's staring at a ghost or a demon. She asks who is there, even though deep down, she already knows the answer. Her face turns pale as the figure steps into the light, revealing a man who looks disturbingly like her. It's Sirius Lyon, her older brother, and he greets her with a smile that doesn't reach his cold eyes. He acts offended that she looks so unhappy to see her own flesh and blood after all this time. He walks toward her, his voice dripping with venom as he reminds her that he told her never to make that kind of face. He notes that Rimmer's training must be good because she's gotten much stronger than he expected. He tells her he's proud, but the way he says it makes Runan look like she wants to vomit. He leans in close, his voice a dark whisper as he asks if she's actually planning on risking her life in real battles. Runan lets out a pained scream as a wave of trauma crashes over her, sending her stumbling back. Syria mocks her, asking if she's already forgotten everything he taught her back at home. He brings up the name Ruby, and Runan's eyes lose their light entirely as she recognizes the name of her old pet squirrel. We see a flashback of a tiny, cute squirrel sleeping peacefully in a pair of gloved hands. Syria reminds her exactly how Ruby died and warns her that the same thing happens to anyone who doesn't listen to him. Runan screams for him to stop, her voice cracking with pure desperation. A dark, shadowy hand reaches out in her mind, threatening to swallow her whole. She's completely paralyzed, trapped in a nightmare that she thought she had escaped. She remembers her dead pets and the cold, unfeeling face of her brother as he broke her spirit over and over again. Runan looks like a broken doll, her purple eyes vacant as she prepares to submit once more. She falls to her knees, clutching her head and screaming in agony. Her brother stands over her, enjoying the sight of her mental collapse like it's a work of art. He grabs her hair and whispers into her ear that she belongs to him, and him alone. He tells her that until the chosen day comes, she has no right to a life of her own. He commands her to do nothing difficult or dangerous, she just needs to stay alive until he has a use for her. The pressure of his aura is crushing, making it impossible for Runan to even breathe. Suddenly, a massive burst of golden energy shatters the dark atmosphere like a hammer hitting glass. Syria is forced to step back, his eyes narrowing as he looks for the source of the interruption. Runan is still on the ground, shaking and crying, but a new presence has entered the alley. Our boy Reborn steps out from the shadows, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He looks at the silver-haired man with eyes full of cold, murderous intent, and asks a simple question: "Who are you?" The chapter ends on the ultimate cliffhanger as the master assassin prepares to deal with the man who broke his friend. Standing in the middle of a dark alley, a mysterious man blocks Raon's path, looking way too calm for someone who just jumped out of the shadows. The man wears a fake polite smile and tells Reborn he should probably introduce himself before asking for someone else's name, especially after such a sudden intrusion. Reborn isn't buying the act, staring back with sharp red eyes and pointing out that the man is the one blocking a narrow path in the middle of the night. Reborn asks bluntly if he's just a common thief or a robber, and for a split second, the man's purple eyes flash with a hint of something dangerous. The man chuckles, saying he can see why Reborn would think that, but then reveals his true identity: he's actually Runan's older brother. Reborn glances back and sees Runan completely broken, clutching her head in terror as she cowers behind him. She's trembling violently, barely able to breathe just from being in this man's presence. Reborn looks at the man, skeptical that a brother would make his own sister look that terrified, but the man just shrugs it off as a prank he went too far with. Reborn calls him out, asking if squeezing a squirrel to death in front of her is what he considers a prank, but the man just laughs and claims it was a toy. He holds up his black-gloved hand, showing it's perfectly clean, as if he never touched a drop of blood. But Reborn's assassin instincts see right through it. The man didn't use a toy. He used his aura to incinerate the flesh and blood of a living creature until nothing was left. The man casually drops a box of snacks, saying he just came to visit before heading off on a long-term mission. He smiles at Reborn, telling Runan she's found a really nice friend and that they should stay close. He waves goodbye, walking off into the night while offering a fake apology for his joke, but the tension in the air doesn't disappear with him. Reborn watches him go, his mind racing because he recognizes that man from his past life. That's Sirius Lion, the genius of House Sullian and one of the 12 monsters destined to rule the continent. He's known as the Azure Sword, a man the world thinks is a hero. But Reborn knows the truth. Syria is a total madman who just wears the mask of a merciful hero to hide his rot. To Reborn, Syria carries the exact same disgusting stench as Daruth Robert, the man who killed him in his previous life. As Syria walks away, his shadow stretches out like a predator, leaving a heavy weight on the alley. Reborn turns back to Runan, reaching out a hand to the girl who's still paralyzed by fear. He tells her it's time to go and offers to see her back to her room. Under the giant full moon, the two walk silently toward the carriage that's waiting to take them back. Runan thanks him for being there, and Rayon reminds her to get some sleep since their real mission starts tomorrow. He watches the carriage roll away, the sound of the wheels echoing against the stone walls of the Zygarde estate. Inside the carriage, Runan sits in the dark, her face hidden, and her mind still trapped in the nightmare her brother left behind. Later that night, she huddles in her room, unable to escape the memories that haunt her. The box of snacks Syria gave her sits on the table, a constant reminder of his control. She thinks about how he hasn't changed at all, and how he always finds a way to remind her she belongs to him. She looks at her hands, remembering the scars and the pain he inflicted when they were children. In a flashback, a young Runan cries out, begging Syria to stop as she holds a small animal, insisting she's fine even though she's bleeding. But Syria just looks at her with dead eyes, telling her she's his and that she shouldn't do anything but breathe for him. He threatened to kill their parents and burn the entire house down if she ever told anyone what he was doing to her. That trauma taught her to stay quiet and keep her emotions locked away to protect the people around her. She grew up as a loner, moving through the Zygarde estate like a ghost while others socialized. She thought she was destined to suffer alone forever, trapped in the dark shadows of her brother's influence. But then, her eyes brighten as she remembers the moment her life shifted. She met Ron Zygarde. She saw how much effort he put in, and how much he suffered without ever complaining or giving up. Watching Ron change how everyone looked at him through pure willpower made her believe that maybe, just maybe, she could change herself too. But now, back in her room, she feels hopeless again, thinking it might just be impossible for her to escape. She looks at the snacks again, trying to convince herself that as long as she endures, everyone else will be safe. She tells herself to just keep enduring, but the reincarnated assassin isn't going to let her stay in that darkness. Fast forward to the southernmost edge of the Z-Heart domain, Jarton Village. Rimmer and the trainees arrive at the quiet, snowy village where they'll be staying for the night. Rimmer tells the exhausted kids to get some rest, because tonight is their last chance to relax before the mission turns deadly. A local guide leads the swordsman from Zygarde to their rooms, thanking them for coming to help. A fire crackles in the hearth, but the warmth doesn't stop Rayon from thinking about the threat lurking nearby. Rayon sits on his bed and thanks Wrath, who's floating around with a bored expression. Rayon admits he wouldn't have noticed Syria's hidden presence in the alley if Wrath hadn't given him a hint, but Wrath just huffs, saying he only did it for the bead ice cream girl. Rayon worries that as long as Syria is alive, Runan will never truly be free from her fear. Wrath suddenly offers to take over Rayon's body and kill Syria himself, calling the Azure Sword a trifling guy. Wrath claims he's returning a favor to Runan for introducing him to the world of ice cream. Rayon shuts him down immediately, telling the Demon Monarch there's no way he's letting him take over. Rayon points out that even if Syria dies, it won't fix the trauma that's already burned into Runan's soul. He remembers how Runan was the first person in both of his lives to genuinely care about him without wanting something in return. His eyes glow with a cold, murderous light as he vows that if anyone hurts her, he'll kill them himself. 2 days later, the group finally arrives at the village that was destroyed by the Snow Tiger bandits. The trainees stop dead in their tracks, looking down at charred, blackened corpses lying in the snow. The scene is a nightmare. Homes burned to the ground and bodies scattered everywhere. Burin looks on in horror, unable to comprehend why anyone would do something this cruel. Rayon walks through the wreckage with a grim face, noticing that the bandits decapitated the villagers before setting them on fire. He notices Martha looking on without flinching, realizing she's probably seen plenty of death in her past too. But then Rayon pauses, realizing someone is missing from the group. He looks over and finds Runan standing at the door of a ruined house, staring at another corpse. Her boots are covered in ash as she looks down at the hand of a fallen villager. The trauma hits her like a tidal wave, and she clutches her mouth, looking like she's about to get sick. Rimmer stands before the trainees, his voice uncharacteristically serious, as he tells them to look closely at what the Snow Tiger bandits did. He tells them to carve this scene into their minds so they never forget the weight of their mission, while the trainees stand in grim silence. He holds up a small silver whistle, the inaudible whistle, which only trained swordsmen can hear, and tells them to use it only if things get truly dangerous. Runan holds the whistle in her trembling hand, her purple eyes wide with a mix of fear and realization. Rimmer warns them that the bandits are merciless, but he wants the trainees to try and handle the fight on their own before calling for help. He tells them not to hesitate to take a life if they get the chance, causing Runan to flinch as the rest of the group shouts their understanding. Rimmer orders them to divide into groups of 3 or 4, putting the top trainees in charge of their own squads. Runan grips her sword hilt so hard, her knuckles turn white, her mind filled with her brother's voice telling her she's nothing but his tool. She's snapped out of her dark thoughts when someone calls her name. It's Ra'an, offering a warm smile and asking her to join his team. Runan walks over to him, her head down and her shoulders slumped, still carrying the weight of her brother's shadow. She gives a small, quiet nod, trusting Ra'an to lead her through the mess in her head. The title card drops, Chapter 32, as the duo stands before the massive, snow-capped Rutan Mountain. Rayon looks up at the summit, explaining that the high ground is the best place to observe everything below. He deduces that while the mountain seems like a perfect place to hide, the bandits won't be there, because it's too obvious an escape route. He knows the bandits aren't stupid, they know they're being hunted, and would avoid the most predictable spots. He points toward a specific hill, noting that while it looks visible from the outside, it likely hides a secret area within. Rayon tells Runan it's time to move, and she looks at him with those big, purple eyes trying to find her courage. He decides they'll check that hill while the other teams handle the forest. As they walk, Rayon glances back at her, seeing the hesitation in her eyes, and knowing she's still struggling. Wrath pops up, pointing out that Rayon is clearly worried, but Rayon admits he doesn't know what to say to her. He thinks to himself that since he doesn't even fully understand his own complicated feelings for his mother Sylvia, he has no right to give advice on family issues. But he knows what Syria did was wrong, and he's determined to fix the situation when he gets the opening, even if that chance is hard to find. They reach the spot, and just as Rayon expected, the landscape changes. There's a deep forest hidden inside the hill that you can't see from the outside. Rayon notices the bandits have hidden their tracks well, enough to fool any normal person. But he smirks to himself, knowing that those tricks don't work on a master assassin. He kneels in the snow, remembering that being a top assassin isn't just about the kill, it's about tracking, probing, and gathering every bit of info. He tells Runan that the snow tiger's hideout is close. He orders her to follow him and keep her breathing absolutely silent. As they move through the trees, Ron spots a bear trap hidden in the snow, a sign that they're getting very warm. He notices the bandits are getting cocky, leaving too many traces because they don't think anyone could find them this deep. From a cliff, they look down and see the entrance to a cave guarded by men with torches. Rayon spots a young boy tied up near the entrance, a hostage from the village. He analyzes the guards, noting they have strong bodies but no aura, making them just low-class warriors. However, he notices one bulky man lying near the hostage, who looks like he actually knows how to handle a sword. Rayon figures the rest of the bandits are gathered deep inside the cave. He knows they wouldn't leave their only hostage at a simple outpost, meaning there's more to this cave than it seems. He considers blowing the whistle to call for the main force, but then he looks at the boy again. The kid is in terrible shape, shivering violently and on the verge of freezing to death. Rayon realizes the boy won't survive long enough for backup to arrive. He decides the best move is to save the hostage quietly before the bandits even realize they're under attack. He moves through the brush, closing in on the guards with predatory precision. Runan watches him, her eyes filled with uncertainty as she waits for his command. Rayon turns to her and tells her to look him in the eye. He reassures her that they can save the boy, but he needs her help to pull it off. He asks her to block out all sound as soon as he gives the signal, and he'll take care of the rest. Runan looks at him, wondering if she can really change and be brave like he is, and she finally whispers that she'll try. One of the guards yawns, complaining about how long they have to stay out in the cold when he hears a rustle in the bushes. Runan steps out into the open, and the guards shout, asking who the hell she is. She ignores them and unleashes her ice aura, creating a shimmering field to block the sound waves. The guards freak out, realizing their voices aren't carrying, and wondering why an aura user is in a place like this. Rayon sees his opening and lunges forward, aiming to take out the 2 guards before focusing on the big guy in the back. He slashes through them in a blur of motion, blood spraying into the snow. Runan watches the violence, her eyes wide as the sight of the blood triggers another flashback. She sees the dead animals her brother killed again, the sound of her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. She lets out a silent scream, clutching her head as the memories overwhelm her. Rayon realizes something is wrong and looks back in shock. Her mana barrier is shattering into pieces as her focus slips. Runan is gasping for air, her trauma completely reviving in the middle of the battlefield. Rayon realizes if she doesn't pull it together, the whole cave will find out they're here in seconds. The bulky guard sees his chance and lunges at the distracted Runan, but Rayon intercepts him just in time. Rayon's blade clashes against the guard's sword, sparks flying as Runan stays curled on the ground in a panic. Rayon doesn't hold back, slamming the guard into the snow and pinning him down with a heavy boot to the head. He points his sword at the man's throat and tells him to shut up, threatening to pull out a bone for every question he refuses to answer. He looks back at Runan, who's still shivering, and notices something surprising. Even though she was terrified, she actually managed to keep a small mana barrier up the whole time. Rayon gives a rare, proud smile, realizing that they only survived that moment because of her effort. He turns back to the guard and starts the interrogation, asking how many bandits are in the forest. The man stammers out that there are 39 of them. Rayon asks if there are any more hostages, and his eyes narrow when the guard confirms there's one more inside. The young boy they just saved begs Rayon to save his younger sister, who's still trapped in the cave. Runan looks at the boy, her eyes softening as she promises they'll save her. Rayon tells her she shouldn't make promises like that lightly, but then he quickly adds that they're going to do it anyway. He looks at the cave entrance, weighing the risks of taking on the leader and the remaining 36 bandits alone. Runan asks if she should blow the whistle for backup, and Rayon agrees it's probably the smartest move now. She puts the whistle to her lips and blows with all her might. Rayon stands right next to her but hears nothing, marveling at how effective Limer's gadget is. Suddenly, a loud voice booms from the cave, shouting that there's a silent alarm and that they're being hunted. Rayon is stunned. Someone inside has senses sharp enough to detect a sound even he couldn't hear. A group of bandits emerges from the cave, led by a man with gray hair and a scarred face. The leader looks at Rayon and mockingly asks if a little kid like him really caused all this trouble. He glares at them, demanding to know who they were calling with that whistle. Rayon doesn't flinch, telling the leader it's none of his business and demanding a hostage trade. One of the bandits drags out a young girl, the boy's sister, holding a sword dangerously close to her. The leader lets out a maniacal laugh, saying he doesn't give a damn if the guard Ron is holding dies. He's worthless compared to the girl. He threatens to take the girl's head off if Ron doesn't drop his sword right now. Rayon's eyes turn a deep, murderous red as he realizes the kind of monster he's dealing with. He tells Runan to turn around and wait for his signal. Without a second of hesitation, Rayon slashes the throat of the guard he was holding. Blood sprays everywhere as the bandits stare in absolute shock at Rayon's cold-bloodedness. They can't believe a hero trainee would just execute a prisoner like that. Rayon uses the moment of shock to launch his sword at the bandit holding the girl. The blade finds its mark, and the girl falls into the snow as the bandit is taken out. Rayon shouts for Runan to create a frost fog with her aura to hide their movements. She unleashes her power, a massive wave of ice mana exploding outward. The bandits are blinded by the thick white fog, swearing as they lose sight of the kids. Rayon swoops in and scoops up the little girl, moving like a ghost through the mist. The leader realizes they've been played and screams at his men to find the kid and kill him. Rayon regrouped with Runan and the boy, noting the kids have passed out from the cold and the shock. Runan notices a deep gash on Rayon's arm and gasps, but Rayon tells her he's fine. He says he's going to finish the bandits off as quickly as possible. But Runan reaches out and grabs his sleeve, her hand trembling. She begs him not to go, saying it's too dangerous to fight while he's injured. Her eyes fill with tears as she suggests they just wait for the instructors to arrive. Rayon stops and looks at her, seeing the girl he's been trying to protect. He kneels down to her level, his expression softening, but his voice remaining firm. He tells her he knows the battlefield is scary. It's scary for everyone, even the most experienced swordsman. But then he asks her if she knows what's even scarier than that. He says the truly terrifying thing is being so scared that you can't do anything to help. He reminds her of the villagers who died trying to protect their loved ones, and says they can't turn a blind eye to their sacrifice. He tells her they aren't just kids, they are swordsmen of the Zygarde family. He says they have a mission to fulfill and a duty to protect those who remain. He tells her that the more she hides in fear, the bigger her brother's shadow will grow until it swallows her whole. He looks her straight in the eyes and says she's the only one who can protect herself and the people she treasures. He reaches into his pocket and pulls something out. He tells her that what they do next is her decision to make. He turns his back to her and starts walking toward the cave, telling her she doesn't have to stay in the shadows anymore. Runan stands there, a single tear rolling down her cheek as she watches him go. Her mind echoes with one thought: I want to change. She realizes she wants to escape the past and the chains her brother put on her. She remembers the small things that matter to her, like the memory of the animals she loved. She sees a vision of her younger self running towards something bright and happy. She cries out that she doesn't want to live in the dark anymore and that she's ready to step forward. She looks down at what Ryan left her, the small wooden squirrel toy her brother destroyed, now whole again in her hands. The episode ends with Runan finding her resolve to step into the bright light and join the fight. Ryan moves like a blur of golden light, his blade cutting through the Snow Tiger bandits with the precision of a master surgeon. The remaining bandits are losing their minds, screaming for their comrades to kill the man who's tearing them apart. They can't believe their entire squad is being dismantled by a single kid, and the ground is quickly staining red with their failure. A massive explosion of white light fills the cave entrance as the battle reaches its boiling point. The bandit leader, Vukan, glares at Ryan with pure hatred, screaming in frustration because his men can't even touch the boy. Two bandits lunges at Ryan from both sides, but he parries their blades with a cold, focused expression, not wasting a single movement. Vukan himself jumps into the fray, swinging his heavy blade down and calling Ryan a little rat who's about to die. The impact shatters the ground, sending chunks of stone and snow flying everywhere as the leader unleashes his full weight. Vukan gasps in shock when he realizes his blade hit nothing but empty air. He spins around frantically, looking for the boy who seemingly vanished into thin darkness. Ryan appears right behind him, his voice cold as ice as he asks the leader how long he intends to wait around for an opening like a coward. The other bandits watch in horror, whispering that this kid isn't a trainee, he's a monster in human form. Ryan stands over them, his blade dripping, and calmly tells them to surrender because their leader's time is up. But Vukan isn't done, throwing a desperate, wild strike that Ryan has to block with both hands. Suddenly, a new voice echoes through the cave, mocking Vukan for losing to a little kid and calling him a disgrace to the North and South Alliance. A man with long brown hair steps out, looking Ryan up and down and commenting on how wealthy and talented he looks. The new man laughs, saying the heavens haven't abandoned him, and prepares to join the fight. He attacks with a speed that forces Ryan onto the defensive, declaring his intent to take everyone as hostages. Ryan's teeth grit as he realizes this man is on a completely different level. He's a true sword user, not just a common bandit. The man shouts that he's found Runan and the hostages, causing Ryan to panic for a split second. Over at the cliff, Runan is being cornered by a bandit, her arms shaking as she barely holds her sword up. Ryan realizes she might not be ready to fight yet, and desperately tries to break away to help her. But the chief keeps the pressure on, mocking Ryan for looking away and asking if he's worried about his little friend. He laughs in Ryan's face, telling him they're going to have some real fun before he dies. Meanwhile, the bandit attacking Runan gets frustrated, calling her a bitch for using strange ice skills even though she's never killed anyone. Runan stands her ground between the bandit and the children, her mind repeating one thing: she has to protect them no matter what. She grips her hilt, realizing that to save the kids, she finally has to kill the enemy standing in front of her. The bandit lunges for the kill, but Runan's purple eyes flare with a new, icy determination. For a moment, the shadow of her brother Syria appears in her mind, his mocking smile trying to pull her back into the dark. He stands there like a ghost, reminding her of the fear she's lived with her entire life. The world turns to black and white as the trauma threatens to swallow her whole once again. She lets out a small, breathless "ah," feeling herself start to slip back into that paralyzed state. She tells herself she needs to shake him away, but the memory of that day is like a physical weight. She thinks about how she's never managed to protect anything, and doubts if she can be strong like Ryan. Huddled in her own mind, she feels like that scared little girl again, unable to even swing her sword properly. But then, a voice pierces through the darkness, calling her name with absolute confidence. Runan flinches, her eyes wide as the memory of Ryan's support hits her like a bolt of lightning. She looks down and sees Ryan fighting with everything he has, risking his life to give her this chance. She remembers him smiling and telling her it's okay, and that he knows she can do it. She remembers him sitting with her in the dark, telling her not to worry. He reached out his hand and offered to lead her out of the shadows. Runan takes a deep breath, the tears in her eyes drying up as she finds a strength she never knew she had. She thinks to herself that she has to thank him, and the best way to do that is to move forward. She thanks him for giving her the courage to finally fight back. The shadow of Syria shatters like glass as Runan unleashes a massive surge of ice mana. She swings her blade in a beautiful, lethal arc, the air itself freezing around her. The bandit's eyes go wide as he realizes he's already dead, his body suspended in the air. A lethal strike ends him instantly, blood turning to ice as it sprays into the cold mountain air. Runan stands tall, her silver hair flowing, finally believing in herself for the first time in her life. Back at the entrance, the bandit chief is breathing hard, shocked that his entire crew is being wiped out by a couple of kids. Roland looks him dead in the eye and tells him they aren't just little kids, they are warriors. Rayon thinks about how Runan just overcame her dark past on her own, and how her heart is stronger than anyone he's ever known. He calls her a true swordsman who has overcome her trials, and now it's his turn to end this. Rayon activates the Thousand Flames technique, his aura manifesting as a glowing golden lotus at his feet. He uses the flower fall move, his blade turning into a rain of golden petals that shreds through the chief's defenses. After the dust settles, Rayon checks a nearby chest for any remaining traps before the instructors arrive. Inside, he finds a two-tone flower, a rare and incredibly valuable miracle herb. He wonders if the bandits really destroyed an entire village just for this medicine, but he's interrupted by a sudden presence. A man is standing on the cliff above them, looking down at the carnage with a casual smirk. He's Rictor, the chief of the Eternal Bandits, and he asks with a grin if Rayon was the one who killed everyone. Rayon stands his ground, asking, "And if I did?" which only makes Rictor laugh at his boldness. Rayon asks if he's part of the North and South Alliance, his hand hovering near his sword hilt. The man confirms his name is Rictor, and Raon's heart sinks as he recognizes the name. Raon remembers hearing about him, a genius who became the chief of a massive bandit group in just 10 years. This isn't some low-level thug. Rictor is a real martial artist with terrifying skills. Rictor looks at the two trainees, noting their lack of engravings, and realizing they're just students from a high-profile family. He leans in with a dangerous glint in his eye, asking if he should just kill them right here. The screen fades as the series announces a short break, leaving the fate of our heroes hanging by a thread. The air turns freezing as Rictor unleashes his killing intent, the pressure alone making the snow vibrate. Raon feels the weight of a true master pressing down on him, his body screaming at him to run. But for someone who lived a past life as a legendary assassin, this level of pressure is nothing he hasn't faced before. Rictor is genuinely impressed, laughing when he sees that Raon can actually withstand his aura without collapsing. He realizes Raon is no ordinary kid and decides to change his approach. Raon calculates his chances, knowing he could maybe kill Rictor if he attacked from behind, but a head-on fight is suicide right now. Despite the odds, something inside Raon refuses to back down or show weakness. He challenges Rictor to draw his sword and come at him if he's serious. Rictor pauses, looking almost disappointed, and tells Raon that if he actually draws his sword, the boy will die instantly. Raon retorts that it's common sense for the weak to die to the strong, a philosophy that hits Rictor hard. Rictor laughs, saying that's definitely not something you'd expect to hear from a 15-year-old. He admits he actually wants to fight Raon even less now, seeing what kind of person he is. Raon drops a heavy quote about a martial artist not choosing where he dies, and Rictor is absolutely floored by how cool the kid is. He sheaths his interest, saying there's another reason he's not going to kill them today. He reveals that Vicious Wind, Rimmer, has been watching them from the shadows for a while now. Rictor starts to walk away, saying it would have been fun if Raon was part of his alliance instead. He stops on the ridge and asks for the boy's name one last time. Our guy looks up with pride and gives it to him straight. Raon Sieghart. Rictor repeats the name with a smirk, letting it sink in. He vanishes in a cloud of snow, shouting that he hopes to hear of Raon's exploits across the continent one day. Just like that, the most dangerous man they've ever met is gone, leaving Raon to catch his breath. Raon turns to Runan and says they should head back before more trouble shows up. Runan calls out to him, her voice finally sounding steady and clear. She looks at her feet, shyly asking Raon if she did good back there. Raon looks at her, seeing the change in her eyes and the weight she's finally dropped. A small, genuine smile spreads across his face. He tells her that she wasn't just good, she was the best. And with that, their first real mission, which felt both incredibly short and painfully long, finally comes to an end. The title, The Reincarnated Assassin is a Genius Swordsman, appears over a beautiful shot of the snowy peaks. When they return with the head of the bandit chief, Buran and Martha are visibly upset that Raon outshined them yet again. Rimmer tries to comfort the other students, but it quickly turns into him bragging about how amazing his own first mission was. Even Wrath won't stop talking, bragging about how he once froze an entire castle, making Rayon feel like his ears are going to bleed. The orphaned children are taken in by the Slyan family, and they clearly adore Runan for saving them. Back at the main estate, Rayon and Runan are awarded bronze medals for their incredible accomplishments. Rayon is shocked when the patriarch praises him and even lets him keep the rare two-tone flower as his own loot. Everything seems to be going perfectly, until Rayon returns to the annex and sees someone waiting for him. It's Dorian, welcoming Rayon home with a nervous, guilty smile. Dorian explains that Sylvia asked him to stop by and tell her everything that happened on the mission. Rayon's face pales as he asks if Dorian really told his mother everything. Dorian wipes a fake tear, saying he told her the whole touching story, and Rayon realizes he's in deep trouble. Sylvia comes running out, shouting Rayon's name with tears in her eyes. Rayon panics, trying to explain that he wasn't planning on being so reckless, expecting a lecture. But instead of a scolding, Sylvia pulls him into a massive, warm hug that catches him completely off guard. She pulls back and beams at him, telling him he did a great job. Rayon can only blink in confusion, his assassin brain not knowing how to process this much affection. He asks why she's not mad since she's always telling him to be careful. Sylvia looks at the statues of the Zygarde ancestors, explaining that the first patriarch fought to protect the weak. She says she always wanted to be a swordsman like that, and would never scold him for saving innocent lives. She tells him she's incredibly proud of the man he's becoming. The maids join in, cheering for their young master and promising to brag about him to everyone in the main residence. Rayon realizes that emotions are way more complicated than any sword technique he's ever mastered. He glances back at the gate, realizing Dorian already made a run for it to avoid his wrath. Wrath pops up to tease him, saying the cowardly green hair disappeared ages ago. Rayon just sighs and hugs his mother back, admitting to himself that this actually isn't a bad night. Across the estate, Runan reaches for the wooden squirrel Rayon gave her, keeping it safe by her bed. She falls asleep with a small, peaceful smile on her face. She thinks back to Rayon's words, telling her she doesn't need to hide in the shadows anymore. She makes a promise to herself that the next time she sees him, she'll find the courage to say thank you properly. Back in the forest, Rimmer is relaxing in a hammock, looking up at the leaves with a rare, serious expression. He remembers Rayon standing his ground against Rictor, a boy challenging a mountain of a man. A proud smirk tugs at Rimmer's lips. He thinks to himself that it's been a long time since he's seen a spark like that, the spark of a new king. The seeds of greatness have officially begun to sprout. We shift to the main residence of the Robert family, the same house that once used Rayon as a tool. Inside a lavish office, a man with long silver hair sits at a desk, the fire crackling behind him. It's Darius Robert, the man who murdered Rayon in his past life. He stops writing, his cold blue eyes narrowing as he feels a sharp pain. He looks down at his hand, where blood is slowly starting to seep through his skin. He mutters to himself that the wound still hasn't closed, even after all this time. He thinks back 17 years to that final battle, when his loyal hound Rayon tried to take him down with a desperate strike. He's spent a fortune on miracle medicines and the best priests in the world, but nothing can erase the scar Rayon left on him. The wound doesn't heal or get worse, it's just there, like a ghost reminding him of the man he killed. He wonders if some dead spirit is asking him to remember his sins. The image of Rayon's past body floats in a dark void beneath him, a haunting presence that won't leave him alone. Darius scoffs, declaring that he doesn't look back on the past, his hand gripping the desk. He slams his hand down on his journal, his eyes filled with a terrifying ambition. He whispers that there's very little time left until his lifelong wish finally comes true. Back at the Zygarde estate, a series of system windows pop up. Rayon has reached 3-star Thousand Flames and Expert Realm. Now, 15 years old, Rayon stands tall, his body more defined and his aura far more stable. He looks at his hands, satisfied that all his hard work has finally pushed him into the realm of true experts. Wrath floats by, unimpressed as usual, calling even a swordmaster a mere insect compared to his true power. Rayon points out that it's incredibly rare for a 15-year-old to reach this level anywhere on the continent. Wrath snaps back that only idiots care about age on a battlefield. Weak is weak, regardless of how many birthdays you've had. Rayon actually agrees, knowing that no one is going to go easy on him just because he's young. Wrath continues to trash talk, saying that even now, Rayon couldn't even scratch the Demon Monarch's fingernail. Rayon just smiles, saying he's happy because he's already far surpassed the level he was at in his past life. Wrath pauses, realized he accidentally admitted that Rayon has grown, and tries to backpedal immediately. The demon monarch gets furious, screaming that he'd never praise a human like Rayon. Rayon just chuckles and walks off, saying he's been with Wrath long enough to know exactly what he's thinking. Wrath is steaming, declaring that a human who can see through him deserves more than death. Rayon brushes off the rage, teasing Wrath that he's the one who's going to get eaten if he doesn't regain his power soon. Wrath huffs, saying that listening to Rayon's nonsense reminds him of the good old days in the demon realm. As Rayon heads off to stretch, Wrath starts another long story about his past glory that Rayon completely ignores. Suddenly, a loud clap echoes through the training hall. Rimmer stands at the front, announcing that training is over for today and telling everyone, "Good work." Buren points out that since Rimmer was 20 minutes late, they should probably stay 20 minutes longer. Rimmer just waves it off and starts running away, shouting that they can just make it up tomorrow. Buren sighs at the irresponsible elf and tells the cleanup crew to get to work. Dorian peeks into a locker, his eyes going wide with dread. He's trying to be quiet, but he's not sneaky enough. Martha appears right behind him, her expression terrifyingly calm. She grabs him by the shoulder and screams, asking if cleaning with her is really that terrible. Dorian squeals that it's an honor, but Martha isn't having it, still busy being annoyed by the intense training. She shouts at everyone else to get out of her way so she can finish her chores, sending the trainees running in fear. Rimmer sneaks up behind Rayon, noting that Martha only seems to lose her cool when Rayon is around. Rayon turns around, surprised to see the instructor actually still on the grounds. He asks Rimmer why he's back, since he usually disappears the second training ends. Rimmer claims he came back for something he forgot, making the trainees nearby break out in a cold sweat. He steps onto the stage and calls for everyone's attention, saying he has an important announcement. He scratches his head with a sheepish grin, looking way too casual for serious news. He reveals that it's time for their second official mission. The room goes dead quiet as the trainees process the news. Rimmer laughs nervously, apologizing for forgetting something that important, while Buren and Dorian look on in disbelief. Rayon notes that it's already been half a year since their first mission, and he's surprised it took this long for another one. Rimmer explains the mission. There have been orc invasions in the southern Z-Heart territory, and the villagers are in danger. The trainees start whispering with excitement. An orc raid is exactly the kind of action they've been waiting for. One trainee shouts that he can finally test out his swordsmanship skills on real monsters. Rimmer looks at the newbies with a serious face, cooling their excitement instantly. He drops the bombshell. The instructors will not be accompanying them on this mission. Buren asks what they should do if they encounter a situation they can't handle. Rimmer bluntly tells them that's up to them, and they need to know when to give up. He taps his head, saying that a leader's ability to judge a situation and choose the best response is the most important skill they'll learn. Dorian asks if running away from a mission is bad, and Rimmer says it depends. If you escape one of the 5 demons, that would actually be praiseworthy. Dorian celebrates, glad to hear that running away won't get him in trouble, while Buren just stares at him. Rimmer drops the final detail. They leave at dawn the day after tomorrow. The trainees are stunned that they only have 2 days to prepare for a solo monster hunt, as the chapter ends on a high-stakes cliffhanger. Rimmer drops the hammer, telling the trainees they're leaving for their next mission at dawn the day after tomorrow. The kids are losing it, complaining that 2 days isn't nearly enough time to prepare for a full-scale monster raid. Rimmer ignores the whining, explaining that a raid is way more complex than a simple dungeon crawl or a guard job. He casually mentions that if they don't prepare well, they might end up getting the villagers killed, which only makes Buren more frustrated. Rimmer holds up a hand, silencing the group with a single look as the atmosphere gets heavy. Rayon steps forward, reminding everyone that Rimmer has always warned them that missions come when you least expect them. He tells his classmates that panicking is a waste of time, and that the more they complain, the less time they have to actually get ready. The trainees realize he's right. The world doesn't wait for you to be ready before throwing you into the fire. Rimmer watches Rayon with a satisfied smirk, glad to see the boy taking charge of the group's morale. He warns them one last time that orcs are massive, aggressive, and will definitely outnumber them. He advises them to focus on dodging and speed, rather than trying to tank hits from monsters that could crush them. With that, the meeting is over, and the sunset casts a long shadow over the training grounds. Back at the annex, the light of the moon begins to shine through the windows of the Sieghart estate. Rayon is in his room, packing his gear with the quiet focus of a veteran soldier. He notices the backpack Rimmer gave them has a lightweight spell on it, a small sign that the instructor actually cares about their survival. Our guy knows the elf is trying to force them to be independent, and he's more than fine with that. Wrath pops up, calling Rayon an arrogant bastard for being so calm before a dangerous mission. The demon warns him that the unpredictable can happen at any moment, but Rayon just stays focused. Rayon teases the demon monarch, saying the most unpredictable thing was Wrath giving him all those stat points, which makes the fireball scream in rage. A sudden knock at the door breaks the bickering, catching Rayon off guard. He wonders who could be visiting him this late at night as he reaches for the handle. He swings the door open, asking, "Who is it?" with a bit of an edge in his voice. He freezes instantly, his eyes widening when he sees who's standing in the hallway. It's his mother Sylvia, and she looks absolutely terrifying with her arms crossed. Rayon stammers, wondering if Dorian snitched on him again, but Sylvia cuts him off. She reveals that Rimmer was the one who told her about the mission, and Rayon curses the "damn elf" under his breath. He sheepishly apologizes, feeling like a little kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Sylvia stays silent for a moment, her eyes softening as she looks at her son. She grabs his hands, her expression turning serious and maternal. She tells him that being the head student is about more than just being the strongest, it's about leading others toward a better path. She explains that the lives of his friends now depend on the choices he makes in the field. She warns him that monster raids are deceptively difficult, and that he needs to ensure every single orc is eliminated for the villagers' safety. She tells him that once he's on a mission, he's no longer just a trainee, he is a Sieghart swordsman. She wants him to represent the old ideals of the family, the ones that stood for protection and honor. Rayon is stunned, having expected a lecture or a scolding instead of this deep tactical advice. Sylvia suddenly flips the switch, screaming that she is mad and frustrated that he's putting himself in danger again. But then she pulls him into a tight, warm hug, her anger melting away into pure worry. She tells him this isn't the time to scold him, because he needs his focus for the fight ahead. She smiles through her worry, admitting she's glad he's become so much brighter since he started training. She whispers that she'll never stop worrying about him, no matter how strong he gets. They stand there in the moonlight, a mother and son sharing a rare moment of peace before the war begins. 2 days later, Rimmer stands before the entire training group, his long red hair flowing in the breeze. He tells them to be as cautious as possible, because out in the real world, anything can happen. He tells them to fall back if it gets too intense, and the trainees respond with a thunderous "Yes, sir!" He tells them to get moving, noting that while the trip usually takes a month, they've cleared a path that will get them there in 2 weeks. Rimmer sits back and wishes them luck as the long line of trainees begins to march out. Raon immediately takes command, ordering everyone into a 4-line formation and checking their buddy systems. Rimmer watches them go, a proud look in his eyes as he watches his students head into the unknown. He thinks to himself that Raon isn't just a combat genius. His ability to reason and lead is far beyond his years. He's amazed that a 15-year-old can carry this much weight on his shoulders so effortlessly. As they disappear through the gates, Rimmer admits his expectations for Raon just keep getting higher. Another instructor asks if they should follow them now to stay in range for protection. Rimmer says, not yet, because Raon has senses so sharp he'd notice them immediately. The lazy elf stretches and yawns, saying he's going to take a nap before they head out. The other instructor is baffled by Rimmer's lack of urgency, asking if it's really okay to just sit here. Rimmer just chuckles, telling him he should be more worried about the orcs than the students.